Pike does not win this, this is such a missed opportunity.
Yeah.
Oh, but he could even lose this. 98!
No, that's too much.
David, I don't know what to say.
I need a moment to recover from that.
This couldn't be right. Oh,
Whoa, Queen H1.
I'm out. I'm gonna see y'all tomorrow.
What a great move.
And then Rook takes G3 back. And the queen's trapped. That is one of the most amazing queen traps I've seen.
Ooh,
Wait, B5. Oh my gosh. He's losing a piece. And look at him. He looks away. He can't believe it.
Oh my God.
Nihal trying to give checks, but actually now the pawn is moving forward. The pawn cannot be stopped. Bishop D6.
Oh, you with the toe. What did we just witness? I think that White's position is about to collapse.
Yeah, but he sacrifices again, but
Oh
it's not a
my
sacrifice.
God.
It's a double attack.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the 2022 Junior Speed Chess Championship, the JSCC. Today is the day of the second qualifier. Cannot wait. I'm Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky, and I'll be chopping it up today with the one and only FIDE Master Mike Klein, also known as Fun Master Mike. Mike, good afternoon to you. Are you pumped for this second qualifier?
I am. Charlotte, North Carolina takeover. And by the way, I'm going to be dropping the name Charlotte in the broadcast a couple of times because some of these people got their titles in our fine city. So I'm going to be the homer for our city. You can be the straight man. I'm going to be the city booster.
Absolutely. And maybe we'll throw in some restaurant recommendations. We'll talk about tournament experiences. But right now, let's talk format. Now, some of you who watched the first qualifier, you will be familiar with the format. It's very simple. There are 3 qualifiers total, 8 players per qualifier. The win condition, the first player to reach 7.5 wins the match. There's the quarterfinals, semifinals, and then the finals. Only one player qualifies. And Mike, all 3 time controls represented in every match.
Absolutely. It is the Americas qualifier. 7 are from the US, but we did get 1 player from south of the equator, a Brazilian. I just got back from Portugal, so I guess I'm in charge of the language for this show. But we're going to see which of these players moves on to play in the main event. Should be pretty exciting.
Yeah, and there's some prizes in addition to the main event, but obviously the main prize is that ticket to the JSCC, and that is a lot more coveted, but there's $500 for first place, so a little bit of added incentive, Mike. And this is, again, the second of 3 qualifiers. It's April 7th. And tomorrow, starting at 8 a.m. Pacific, will be the 3rd qualifier. But, man, if this is going to be anything like the first qualifier, Mike, I mean, it's going to be a barn burner. And judging by the fields, it's definitely going to be a barn burner. Who catches your eye?
Well, I'm just excited because, in my other life, my main life, I'm a chess kid guy. And our number 1 seed, Grandmaster Brandon Jacobson, actually once won a large chess kid event way back in 2016 by my notes here. And we've got 2 current chess kids. In fact, we have the reigning chess kid youth speed chess champion, Ryo Chen, playing. A couple of people I don't know much about, Anthony He and David Brodsky, very strong IMs. So a lot of people to be following, and I'm pretty excited about it.
And Tani, in addition, definitely a dark horse. I mean, he's made his name known over the past last couple of months. And Anthony He, I played tons of Blitz with him, and he's an absolute beast. Don't be fooled by the IM next to his name. He might not be a GM yet, but he is a Blitz Grandmaster and a Bullet Grandmaster. So he's going to have a couple of things to say. And all of these quarterfinal matches are going to be competitive. And the reason we're even doing this is because of our main sponsor, the Susquehanna International Group, SIG, is one of the largest quantitative trading firms in the world. Using strategic games like chess and poker, SIG teaches new hires how to make positive expectancy decisions. SIG promotes a culture of reason, and gaming is a big part of that culture. Visit sig.com/chess. That's sig.com/chess to learn more and check out their open jobs. We thank SIG for bringing us this amazing JSCC qualifier. And on that note, Mike, we're going to let the players make their final preparations. We're going to make sure that everyone is in place. And when we return, the quarterfinals will kick off. You are watching the second qualifier of the 2022 Junior Speed Chess Championship presented by SIG. We'll be back with the quarterfinals in just a couple of minutes.
Classified trading is a game really that you're playing with competitors and basically every market participant in the world. My path, I came in as a poker player, but I think that the main thing that everybody has in common is a sense of competitiveness and interest in gaming and strategy in general. Yes, you can actually use gaming skills for your career and for something to do on a day-to-day basis.
welcome back to the second qualifier of the Junior Speed Chess Championship presented by SIG. Daniel Naroditsky and Mike Klein here to cover the games. Mike, the game's about to begin. In fact, they have begun, and the opening gong has sounded. We have 2 games of 5+1 to start the matches.
Yeah, it's going to be frenetic at the start. We have 4 games to cover simultaneously, if you're joining us from England. And let's just start with the opening. Brandon Jacobson, #1 seed. Ryo Chen, if you don't know the name, get to know him. He's only been playing chess for about 3 or 4 years. He just made FM, and he is actually the 2-time winner of the Chess Kid Youth Speed Chess Championship. He's aged out of that event, so now we're making him play the big boys.
Yeah, and I had the pleasure of teaching Ryo in an online Charlotte Chess Center camp that I did last year. And Ryo was the kid who he had all of the answers about 2 seconds in. So he is a very, very sharp kid. Now, Brandon, obviously, he needs absolutely no introduction. And we were talking during the break, Mike, as well. And you were saying in the previous segment that Brandon is a product of Chess Kid. So always great to see that.
Yeah, in fact, when I do my Chess Kid broadcast, when I'm wearing my Fun Master Mike hat, which, by the way, I did bring, but I'll put that away for a second. Brandon won the 2016 Conic, which used to be the elite tournament in Chess Kid land. And I'm just going to ask our viewers out there, in 2016, he won the Conic in the 12 and under section. What now famous player won the 8 and under section that year? So let that sit in the chat for a little while. Who won the 8 and under section the same year Brandon won 12 and under? A rather famous chess player, especially as of the last 6 months. I'll put it that way. Okay, back to the game though.
See, now you've distracted. Now I'm going to start thinking about it, and I can't think about the game because I can't hold 2 things in my mind at once. I'm not known for that. So Brandon is holding a little queenside majority here, and he's got an anchor square for his knight. I mean, these are the kinds of positions that he likes. He's actually quite a positional player, which is no longer that uncommon for young players these days.
So in this position, is it ever an idea where you would bury the rook, bishop, on A8? You'd move the rook out of the way to give the bishop an escape square. I know black didn't play that, but is that ever an idea?
It definitely is, which is why I would consider throwing in knight A5 immediately and forcing the bishop forward to E4. Now, it's not that bad on E4 either. And Brandon does play knight A5. And the real question to me in this kind of position is whether white can exploit his pawn majority, as the middle game progresses.
We have no pieces traded off the board. Let me ask you, because a lot of times I'm going to be trying to get to that next level of chess by trying to crawl inside your brain today, Danya. Is it too early for a GM to already be thinking about taking this to the end game where you're going to have the outside pass pawn?
Not at all. And I actually think Brandon is thinking precisely about that. Again, having played him thousands of times in Blitz games, Brandon really likes end games. He often trades queens when he feels like he can really squeeze a position. And I really like his last move, bishop H3. He gets the bishop out of the standoff, and he aims at the knight on E6, creating tension on black's center. Now, bishop takes F3, Mike, might seem tempting, but I certainly wouldn't give up the 2 bishops here if I were black.
Yeah, I think that that diagonal is so long and so weak for a long time that I'm going to agree with you there. So rook C8 instead. And are there any tactics where white would play bishop E6, knight G5? Because then the white has to give up the light squared bishop. Seems kind of unlikely.
Yeah, but should definitely be considered because that actually will threaten bishop takes F6, which kills off the only defender of black's light squared bishop. Brandon going queen B3. So he does put pressure on the knight from 2 different sources now. He's threatening bishop takes C6. The move D5 is possible, but that comes with great responsibilities. It slices off the bishop's evacuation route. This is a little bit uncomfortable, I think, for Ryo from a practical standpoint.
So what else to do? I mean, it's kind of interesting. You play all of these maneuvers just to get the pawn to D5, and it becomes kind of a de facto isolated pawn because it's hard to imagine how black's pawn on E7 is going to get to E6 anytime soon. But he chooses not to go for that and plays bishop to D5 instead. I guess white was threatening bishop F6, queen D5 for the moment.
That's right. And now queen A6 is probably going to be met with queen B6, and that is an endgame black is fine with because in the event of a trade, the knight is going to be pushed backward toward B3, and the rook is not going to infiltrate to C1, but it will infiltrate to C2. So Brandon might have overlooked this move bishop E4. I actually thought that he would put his queen on E3 precisely for this reason, and also aiming at the a7 pawn. Now, I feel like the situation has gotten quite cloudy again.
Yeah, almost a tacit draw offer. It's interesting because there's a prescribed number of games they're playing today. This is not like the main event of the JSCC where they play for a certain amount of time. They're only going to play 2 5-minute games. And I have to imagine that if Rayo, equalizes and gets 2 draws in the 2 5-minute games, he's going to feel pretty good about that as the massive underdog.
Yeah, and I always say that the advice that I think lower rated players should follow is similar to the advice that is given to basketball teams that are the underdogs, which is make it to the fourth quarter. Don't be down by 40 when you get into the fourth quarter. The shorter you can make the match, when you play a 3-game match, anything can happen. There could be a mouse slip, there could be a blunder. So I think the key for Rayo is to get into the bullet, and still be competitive in the match. Ooh.
And white avoids that trade that you discussed because the knight would not be able to camp out on a5 anymore. It seems like knight d4. I'm sure it wasn't pre-moved, but he played it rather instantly. So he was expecting queen b6. And now more pressure has unfolded on the e6 knight. What's black going to do about this pressure?
Geez, this position's suddenly getting very chaotic. Knight takes d4, bishop takes d4, and then the rook on c8 is in the crosshairs of white's other bishop. Black could sack the exchange, take stakes, and then take on b4 and try to eliminate the light squared bishop, but that just seems really dubious. Black's other minor pieces are quite flimsy there as well. Man, it's not so easy to find a move. If you move the bishop back to d5, maybe that's the move. Maybe bishop d5 is the move. Because then if white plays knight takes c6, I can make these moves real fast. Then black can take on e3, intermediate move. And obviously black is doing more than okay in this endgame. So maybe that's the solution. But Rayo down to a minute and a half. He's going to have to keep an eye on his clock here.
Yeah, I only wish we could actually get Rayo to do one of these broadcasts either on camera or actually with mic'd up. You know how they do it in sports? They mic up a player who's normally like in the action of playing the sport because he's so bubbly and effusive and bouncing around. He's got that youthful energy that we don't see very often on chess.com. It's kind of fun to watch.
That would be awesome. I mean, that's something to chew on, I think, for subsequent tournaments. As queen takes b4 is played. So this is some sort of an exchange sacrifice. Knight takes c6. Or does he want knight d5? I don't even want to think about that position, Mike. How many pieces are hanging there?
Oh, every one of white's minor pieces is hanging after knight takes e6, except for the bishop on h3. So
that's
I don't even know what black takes.
Wow.
Yeah,
knight d5 is a move. Queen b2. Oh.
I don't know where to start.
I cannot make heads or tails of this.
Yeah, I'm just glad that you're joining me on this broadcast because I don't even know which candidate move looks the most clear to look at first.
He takes on b2. So this gives Brandon another choice. He can actually take the bishop and then try to take the rook with his light squared bishop, or he can take the rook straight away. What worries me the most is now Rayo's clock because he's down to 45 seconds. The position is getting no less chaotic. If I were Brandon, I would just take on f8. And then I would maybe even go after the a7 pawn and try to create a passer. Because when you're up in exchange, the best thing you could have is a pass pawn, because minor pieces often struggle to contain a pass pawn that's supported by a rook from behind.
Let me just remind, we're also going to play 4 games of 3+1, 8 games of bullet. So these matches are pretty weighted toward bullet. Danya, when you said you've played thousands of games with Brandon, I'm going to assume they're bullet games. Is that right?
Mostly bullet games, although I've also played him a lot in 3+0.
Okay, and how is his bullet acumen? How is his build skills?
A great bullet player, and he's gotten better over the months. He's definitely gotten better. He's very fast. In time scrambles, he's ridiculously fast. Now, we remind everybody that there is a 1-second increment in the JSCC. So, flat out time scrambles aren't, quite as likely, but, Brandon's bullet skills are definitely a plus in this tournament. I think they raise his chances.
No score in any of the other games. Looks like it's probably going to be a draw in Praveen Balakrishnan's game against Lucas Cardoso. So back to this game. The time is ticking down, and white is up the exchange.
Yeah, but Raya has something to say about that. Rook 81 counterattacking the knight, counterattacking the rook, counterattacking the e7 pawn. So black wins back the exchange, but now black is saddled with a weak pawn on d6. Mike, the smoke has finally cleared, and it's clear that Brandon is in the driver's seat just positionally.
Yeah, I like giving the exchange back, and perhaps he had to, but now your knight gets to live in the light squares forever. You just clear out that long diagonal, make the bishop on g7, aim at a bunch of nothing. And it seems like this is a kind of position you can squeeze without giving Ryo as many chances.
And this is a typical Brandon move. He gets into an endgame. Now his knight's going to drop back, and the pawn on a2 is untouchable because of a check on d8. Bishop h6 is a nice move. Rook d2, now impossible. So Brandon needs to find a way to hold on to his material advantage. Maybe knight c3.
Yeah, super nice. I thought the bishop would stay in contact with a1, but his point is if rook a1, he just brings the bishop back to g7 with another draw offer. I guess you could then put your rook on. Well, no, you're out of open files to threaten the back rank.
I just think a3. And Brandon puts his rook behind the pawn. By the way, Andrew Hong has won his first game against Tani, so we'll definitely take a look at the second game of their mini match. It was a pretty smooth win, but this is about to enter a time scramble phase.
Yeah, okay, so he gets his rook behind the pawn. That's where you want it to be. Can black create enough counterplay with the c pawn?
Ooh, rook f3. I think Brandon cannot go rook a2 because of c3.
Yeah, then the rook gets buried. It looks like actually black's doing well with this counterplay. Computer disagrees, but you only got one light square left between that pawn and pay dirt.
Uh-oh, but now that's a fork. I think Ryo has to keep the c pawn. That is his biggest source of counterplay, and he does. The eval bar disagreed with that. Rook c7. Knight b5, knight b5. Oh, that's nasty. The rook is dominated by the knight. And Brandon's going to win.
And rook c1 is answered by knight d5. Yep.
And this is a completely winning endgame, 2 pawns up, so we can probably entrust Brandon to convert this with a 1-second increment. Shall we have a look at the second Tani Andrew Hong game?
Let's do that because they played the quickest opening round game. Tani is no stranger to any Chess Kid fans out there because he does a ton of events with us. In fact, he just won a one-on-one match against I.M. Kostya Kavutsky. And you're next going to see Tani on Monday when he reprises his role as co-host with me on his own show, Tani Time. But you don't get to see or hear him today. You just get to watch his play.
Yes, and I just skipped over to the Anthony He Brodsky game because something insane just happened. Brodsky was completely winning, and then he blundered a bishop, and now they're in a time scramble with an F and H pawn. So let's watch the rest of this game. I'm sorry, Mike. I just noticed that crazy stuff
totally
happened.
Fine.
Is black winning here? Probably. But how does he actually win this? Oh, rook g5. Rook g5.
Yeah,
okay,
rook F and H is famously drawn if that white king was in a better defensive spot, but the white king is locked out. So my suspicion is that it is a win.
But should black play h2 here? Probably h2 is winning, and then rook g5. Yeah, no, this is a completely winning position.
Yeah, and you built a little shelter for your king.
Little bridge, and ooh, no, it's winning. King g3 check. I was like, is there a theoretical position that I didn't know about? A win for David Brodsky. That's kind of an upset. You know, I'm expecting a pretty lopsided match. Anthony, he definitely the favorite, but Brodsky says, wait a second, I've got 3 GM norms. I'm not going gentle into that good night. But Mike, back to the Tani game. He has the white pieces here in an Italian.
You almost gave me a heart attack too. In fact, in that end game, if the G pawn was an F pawn, it would have been a funny draw where you're up 2 pawns and can't win in a king and pawn end game, but it was a G pawn.
That's right. Yeah, because the king just goes up and down and then heats up that F pawn when it moves to F2. Okay, so Tani taking his time here. The time was a factor in their first game, and he activates his queen to G3. Now, Mike, I've seen Tani playing the London previously. Are you familiar with his opening repertoire at all? Is this a new thing for him to be playing E4, or was he always sort of toggling between those 2 openings?
In the matches I've seen him play on Chess Kid, he's been toggling and messing around with a whole bunch of different openings, the London being one of them. So he gets lessons now, I think something like 3 times a week with Georgi Kashishvili. So his opening repertoire should be pretty expansive by now. I don't really know what they work on. I leave that to Georgi. But I do think he's gotten a little bit more, like I said, expansive in the different kinds of things that he plays.
Yeah, I mean, he seems quite fluent in the ideas here. He's got the F file open. Generally, I like White's position here as Andrew sends in the reinforcements to the king side, knight e7 coming to g6. So often for White, the question is, do you want to go d3, d4? Because, you know, that comes with certain responsibilities, but that should be considered. Tani moving his knight to the side, knight h4, attacking f7. And Andrew could defend it from g5. He could play bishop e6. Some decisions to be made here for black.
I will say this pawn structure comes up a lot in kids chess and Agiochio piano, because when you play bishop e3, a lot of kids take the bishop rather than drop back to b6 as black. And I almost always teach kids to play this queen e1, queen g3, king side attack plan rather than the d4 central pawn expansion plan. Now, I don't know if that's because I'm instructing kids or if it really is just an easier plan to execute, but that does seem to be what Tani's going for here.
Yeah, I mean, it's very simple. It's clear what the targets are. And at least in Blitz, it's a very practical opening. Knight g5 is what Andrew chooses. Now, queen g3 looks natural. Knight d to f3 could be another option to try to trade off that g5 knight and soften up f7. He goes for queen g3. And my guess is that Andrew will go for bishop e6. He does. Trade. Okay. Still looks pleasant for Tani, but the more minor pieces are traded, Mike, the less impressive White's kingside arrangement begins to look.
I agree with you. I will say with Tani, it's unbelievable how much his resources and his pieces can be dwindled, and he still finds tactical resources at the end of games out of nowhere. So this is one of the, he can take a position that looks rather banal and, you know, basically handshake worthy and create things out of nowhere with the best of them. That really is what impresses me the most about his play.
And his last move is very classy, h3, h4. And it does two things. Yes, he's preparing h5, but he's also depriving the black queen of the g5 square. So what I would do now, I wouldn't hurry with h5 because that would give the g5 square up. I would go rook f2 and double on the f file, and that would accumulate the pressure. And then when the moment is right, you would push that h1 forward. Right now, it's restricting black's pieces. Let's see what Tani chooses. He's taking his time. D4,
I was wondering if Tani would play knight f3 and then h5 and force the knight back to maybe even the square like h8 or something and control the g5 square in the process.
That would have been interesting. He goes for the central breakthrough, d4. He's definitely better here. I mean, the knight could be coming also to c4, but your idea, knight f3, now comes with greater effect because it attacks the e5 pawn. He's got a phenomenal position here.
We have to say, what a cool experience for Tani. I mean, at a time of day when most kids are in school, he's earning a minimum of $200 an hour. I don't want to tell you what my first job paid, but pretty cool. He's a published author. He's living the dream, and he's only 11.
And he's such a sweet kid. I mean, you cannot like interact with Tani and not like him. You just can't.
Yeah, I completely agree. When you put a microphone on that guy, he's just in his element. Okay, now I'm already seeing mates on g7 if d5, but of course, black will throw in knight f5 first.
Yeah, and taking immediately, small problem. Oh yeah, you were mentioning d5, but knight takes f5. Ooh, and the knight is almost trapped. If only White's pawn had been on b4. But sadly for White, there is knight c5 here. Okay, so that's doesn't quite work, but you know, knight c4 is still very much possible. You could still go for rook f2, rook af1. One of the issues, Mike, in such positions is actually that the overabundance of options. It's like going to a restaurant. I actually don't like restaurants where the menu is too large because I get this anxiety. It's like a position like this.
Well, you must be living the dream during COVID when nobody has a menu anymore. You scan some random code.
I'm sorry, I can't stand that. I don't like. I try not even bring my phone to meetups, to restaurants. And, you know, some restaurants you can request a menu, but some go to the next level. You literally have to use the PR thing, the QR thing.
Yeah, hopefully that's a vestige of time gone by and we'll get back to regular menus.
I agree. It's integral part of the experience. D5 though.
Yeah, D5 did happen. I'm just going to give you my personal gripe. When they start verbally telling you the specials and I don't eat meat, and they go on for 3 minutes about the new prime rib thing, and I don't know whether to stop them or not, but okay.
The lamb shank, yeah, that's, you know, with pepper glaze. I don't totally know what you mean. F6 by Tani. This is a classic vintage Tani idea. Whoa, I thought Andrew should have gone G6. Now there's
he's going to play B4 94, yeah.
That's a great positional idea. And then he's going to have total domination over the F5 square. G takes F6 was a big mistake, I think, but Tani taking a little bit too long. He's got to go B4. Plays it.
Tani played the number 3 seed Andrew Hung. Is his nickname Speed of Light? Is that his username on chess.com?
No, I mean, that's his chess.com. Yeah, that is the chess.com name. I thought you meant like, is that his real life nickname? And I was like, maybe, but I mean, Andrew is from the Bay Area, but I'm not intimately familiar with this deck. Now, one idea, by the way, for Rook G8, Mike, there's Queen H3, and then White will be threatening Queen takes D7 with a fork on F6 to boot. This is dangerous for Black.
Yeah, and if we play your idea, Black can't even play the Rook G6 defense because H5 removes the Rook from that defensive square. So Black has some definite defensive issues he's got to solve.
And I'm keeping an eye on some of the other games as well. It seems like Lucas Cardoso putting on the heat on Praveen. Brandon is down to Queen for a Rook and a piece, but no game is as interesting as this one right now. And there's Queen H3, threatening Queen takes D7. King has to move back, and now I would smash this Rook into F5.
Yeah, you can double Rooks. You can play Rook H5. This is a perfect Tani position. It started out a little quiet, but this is the kind of position he loves.
He goes Knight G3 going to F5, but his time is really worrying me because Andrew, he's one of the trickiest players in his opponent's time pressure. He knows how to create problems when you've got only a couple of seconds left on the clock. He's got 30 seconds, though, himself. E4 solidifying that F5 square.
What a treat for Tani to get to play so many games against a GM. It is first to 7.5 points today. That will be the winner. But right now, Tani's trying to get the score back to even in the second 5-minute game.
And he's allowed Andrew's Rook to infiltrate via the queen side. Will he grab that pawn on A4? He does. And Tani going full steam ahead with that H5, but I'm not seeing it. I think Andrew can just keep taking pawns. Takes, and King G7. And Black might be consolidating here.
Yeah, too bad for Tani. In order to break through, he had to get rid of his superstar knight.
Yeah, and now his whole initiative is evaporating. Andrew's king. Wait, Queen G6 there was an idea. But with 2 seconds left, he's just doesn't have quite enough time. Rook takes H6, it's still not over, but Andrew, he gets his queen into a good defensive square. I think he's going to win this one.
Yeah, probably just Queen F4 here, right? Get the queens off the board.
Yep, forcing the queen straight, and now he's up a gazillion pawns in the end game. Sad for Tani, but a solid defensive effort there for Andrew. Just not quite enough time. I switched over to the Ryo Chen game. He is trying to equalize the score. He's up a queen. He should be able to win this.
Yeah, queen for Rook and minor, but the queen's got so much space that, Black's reasonably solid. I guess the only thing you don't want to do here is end up with queen versus like light squared bishop and Rook where there's no breakthroughs and the light squared bishop lands on C6. You're basically just trying to avoid the blockade positions here as White.
Yeah, and I think the evil bar is giving a big advantage for White. In my experience, these positions are actually 3 results are possible because this A pawn, don't sleep on it. It can be on A3 in the blink of an eye. And with 14 seconds left, this kind of stuff can be hard to contain. I would go B5 here.
When the queen was on A4, I was just wondering if White could have played bishop B5 to try to break down the defense that way. But we're a long ways past that now with 10 seconds left for White. That's not going anywhere.
Ooh, and Ryo taking with a pawn. He gets a pass pawn of his own. Knight F6, I think, was necessary there. Now D5 is going to come with great effect.
Yeah, notice Ryo could have played bishop F7, queen C7, but again, we reach one of those solid positions you want to avoid your opponent getting.
Right, and queen C7, by the way, would have been possible. Knight back to C8, attacking the queen. Brandon holding on with his last D6. D6 is going to come with great effect.
Yeah, the queen always wins in Blitz. Come on, there's no way you can defend this, right?
That's true. No, at this point, bishop F7 and Brandon's whole position has collapsed. Bishop G6 was mate, but this is completely winning as well. Bishop C6, Bishop C6. This is Mike, this is a chance. Black could get a fortress here. I know it sounds crazy, but these can be hard to win. Mark my words.
Yeah, I agree. I think White has just enough pawns. White's going to find a way to break through because that Rook is not going to find shelter on F6 or G6, but it might take a while.
It might take a while, and G5 is exactly the right thing because what White is doing is depriving the Rook of the F6 square, which is one of the key anchor points. And Ryo is just driving that pawn up to G6, and now he's going to have checkmate. Good technique by Ryo. That was very smooth.
Yeah, cool mate too.
Equalizes the score.
Nice job by the 8th seed, actually.
And Panda equalizes as well, winning over Brodsky. We have 1 game remaining, and that is Cardoso Balakrishna. And this is, I think, also going to be a draw. And they're going to have a 1-1 score.
Yeah, their opening round game was also an opposite colored bishop draw. So wow. I would have to say Cardoso, even though only about 2250 FIDE, has not been worse in either game against a GM.
He's a very experienced Blitz player, and he's going to try to use that. He's just Praveen just declined to draw. I don't know. if Praveen just didn't see it or not. I don't think he's got too many chances here. Wait, A4? Why could have tried A4 at some point, I think. Okay, this is going to be a draw.
Yeah, it's funny. If this was one of our main JSCC matches, sometimes you keep playing because you have clock considerations, but there's no clock today, no match clock. They're just playing a prescribed number of games. So I think it's your explanation makes more sense. He just didn't see the draw offer.
Yeah, sometimes you just go back and forth. No, you offer a draw. No, I offered a draw. And then you keep miscommunicating. But in any case, 1-1 is the score in this match after the 5-minute portion. And that's it. The 5-minute portion is done. 2 games played in each of the matches. And Mike, they're all going to be competitive. You can just feel it.
Yeah, the low-rated players actually held their own. I mean, Ryo was much better. Sorry, Tani was much better in his game, and we could have 4 matches that were even closer. But I think it's nice to see the youngsters do so well against the not quite as youngster.
Yeah, it always is. And we will keep an eye on the 3+1 segment, which is coming up. 4 games of 3+1. But first, a short break. The players need a breather. We do as well. And so do you. You're watching the Junior Speed Chess Championship presented by the SIG. The 3+1 portion coming up on the other side of this break. Chess.com Rapid Chess Championship, the RCC, continues this weekend featuring the top 100 players, top 10 women, and top 10 juniors in the world. Watch as the very best compete for their share of $20,000 each week, culminating with a $150,000 prize finals in late August. Catch all of the action every weekend right here on chess.com, and I will have the distinct pleasure of once again commentating this weekend's RCC. It's been incredibly fun. But so has the start of the JSCC second qualifier presented by SIG. Mike, as we were discussing before we went to break, all of these matches are competitive. And for Tani, he's down 2-0. He's going to have to speed it up a little bit, but that second game was encouraging.
Yeah, I totally agree. And I think Tani's even more in his element at the 3 and the 1. In fact, when I, arrange matches for him on Chess Kid, he always emails back. He's like, why is there not more bullet? So don't sleep on Tani. He just needs a couple of wins in the 3-minute to make things interesting. And speaking of interesting, H4 on move 5 here.
H4 played by Brandon, a move that he has been playing quite a bit in Blitz. And the idea, this has gotten quite popular even in over-the-board classical chess, just trying to checkmate the King's Indian. I mean, as a King's Indian player, I do take it personally, but, I also understand that, people tend to follow the computer recommendation nowadays.
Yeah, I'm on Team King's Indian also, but I can also tell you that when I sat across from Emery Tate and I knew the H-pawn was moving in the first 5 moves, it did not leave a good feeling in my stomach even before the first move was played. It's scary to face this stuff.
Especially from someone like Emery. I can imagine when he pushed the H-pawn, you were saying your prayers.
Absolutely. But we've got 4,000 people choosing to watch us and not Tiger Woods return to golf. So we thank you for being here. There's going to be 4 games of 3+1. And Ryo has done just fine. He lost a very complicated opening round game that anybody could have lost because there were so many tactics. And then won convincingly in round 2 against the number 1 seed.
Yeah, no, this that second game looks really smooth and his technique was great. This time he's taken already over a minute while Brandon still seems to be in his preparation. The move B2, B3 opens up the diagonal, but King F1, wow, what a move. And now the point is that if you grab this rook, you're going to have major problems on your dark squares. This is basically unthinkable. I mean, you're just going to get checkmated here, or you're going to lose a bunch of pieces.
Yeah, this is the kind of position I would show in Chess Kid to describe to kids that points are not everything. It would be this exact position. The dark squared bishop more important than the rook.
Yeah, free
and if
exchange. It's winning.
If I may, we never actually got to our trivia answer from before the break. So in 2016, Brandon Jacobson won a premier event on Chess Kid called Conic in the under 12 section. Who won the under 8 section that same year? And the answer is now Grandmaster Abhimanyu Mishra.
Oh man, that is not who I had in mind. That's pretty cool.
Who did you have in mind?
No, I missed the mark. I was thinking Tihan Chernaev, but I guess he's probably even younger than that.
Yeah, he's younger than that. Exactly. I do want to report Tihan, a former Chess Kid commentator and co-host with me, family doing well in Germany, as well as can be expected. So we're very happy for Tihan and his family, and we wish them well. And he's back to streaming. So that's awesome. That's usually a nice return to normalcy if you can get back to streaming. So good luck to Tihan and the Chernaev family.
Great to hear. And Hess, I don't know who invited him into the chat, but I have to begrudgingly admit he makes a good point. This does look like Gregorio Parin's game versus Hikaru Nakamura from the most recent Grand Prix in which Oparin was winning. Mike, this looks terrible for Black. I don't know exactly where Ryo went wrong, but this looks ugly.
Yeah, permanent weakness on G7, and you're going to have to cover up that weakness forever because the H6 pawn's not going anywhere. Don't really know what to say for Black's hopes for defending.
I don't think there are any. Now F5 is falling. This queen on B6 is ridiculously misplaced. It is just a passive spectator, and moving it back, there's just no time. He's got 30 seconds. There's no time on the clock. And when you're 2 minutes up in a 3-minute game, that is not generally a good sign. Unfortunately for Tani, he has just lost his 3rd game, and things seem to go off the rails pretty quickly here. He had a fine position, I thought. Oh, he lost his bishop. Oh, and just somehow Andrew went C5. And that bishop just doesn't get out of B4. White is threatening A3, B4. Probably
yeah, the first time I saw a trap like this, I was always surprised the bishop couldn't get out. But you're right, I didn't see a solution.
Yeah, maybe moving the queen, but that still seemed pretty shoddy. Man, tough going for Tani. He's got some recovering to do. I've pulled up the Praveen game against Cardoso, and it looks like for the first time in the match, Praveen has a really dominant position here with the white pieces.
Yeah, he needs to get something going. He didn't get anything happening all in the 5+1. Praveen, currently a student at University of Chicago, and let me go for another trivia question, Danya. This is a bit of a subjective question. Who's the most famous chess player ever from University? Oh, something's happening on the board. I can see your face.
Sorry. No, whoa. No. Finish the question.
Who's the most famous graduate of University of Chicago ever? Chess player.
I'll marinate on that. I was marinating on why black can't just take the knight. I think both players assumed that this was made. It's not made. The rook just blocks. But Praveen just got off the hook there. Now white's winning again.
Yeah, sometimes you get lazy. You think, oh, the knight can never be captured because the G file's open, and then neither player analyzes it for a while. And it's a big difference here.
I mean, you should have just put the other rook on E1 and kept the G rook to pin the G6 pawn. Now I think Cardoso has missed his chance. Knight H6 and F5 looks crushing. He's got 16 seconds. It's quite unrealistic, I think, to expect.
You know what's funny, Danya? Right before this show, I just recorded a video for YouTube for Chess Kid. There was Miles Leboyevich, where Leboyevich left his knight on G4 for 21 consecutive moves with a white pawn on H3, where it could never be captured. And this reminds me of that, except this knight could be captured, but both players forgot about it.
Yeah, no, that was, an opportunity. And now this is just a completely devastating attack. Knight takes H7. The worst kinds of attacks to face are ones where you're actually down material and you're getting checkmated. You don't have anything to suffer for. Okay, even just rook takes D5 is fine. The business-like move. This is crushing.
Probably just trade and play rook E1 is the first thing I see, but see how he decides to play this.
Yeah, he's got so many winning moves. Your knight back to G5. I mean, all right, Praveen. let's see something.
Yeah, knight G5 even more convincing, forcing the opponent to take you. I wouldn't have let the king out of there, but I trust Praveen's got this under control.
Yeah, he just wants to take some pieces. He says, you know what? I might not checkmate you, but I'm going to take all of your pieces. Queen F7, queen takes C6. Another knight goes down. Okay, I think resigning
reminds me of an old school Michael Shahadi quote. When asked once how Mike beat an IM, his answer was, I just took all his men off.
Right.
And, that's what Mike did there. Yeah.
Now, we haven't spent as much time in the Anthony He Brodsky match. I've pulled up their game. It's a tied match right now, a time scramble. Looks like Anthony's in the driver's seat, but not by a lot. Ooh, never mind. By a lot. I meant to say by a lot. Whoa.
Yeah, open G file is the name of the round. F6 was the threat. Where's the black king hiding? Nowhere. There's your answer.
Yeah, nowhere. And that turned around really quickly. I mean, that looked like a double-edged position. Maybe a little better for white. G takes F5, led to instant death. Alexa, behave, please. I'm commentating. All right, so they are... Now Anthony, he has a 1-point lead. What else catches right? Brandon won, by the way.
Yeah, let me just see if I can channel your Alexa, if I can control your Alexa. Alexa, please switch to the Tani game as it is the most deep into the middle game. Let's see if that worked. Nope, didn't work.
It
did work.
The Tani game. Wow, amazing.
By Alexa, we really mean Matt. We should.
All right. Tani is down to 20 seconds. Is he having internet issues?
I don't know. I wonder if he just struggled with the transition of 5 to 3. It's funny because, again, on Chess Kid, he plays a lot of matches that are 5 and 3, but you never play 2 games of 5-minute and then do the immediate switch. You've got a lot more 5-minute games. So I'm wondering if he just hasn't made the mental switch to playing faster as you need to do when you switch from 5 to 3.
It is hard. It is hard because you just, you know it in your mind, but it's hard to actually apply. Now he's down to 5 seconds. The problem is that this complicated middle game, they're nowhere near an end game. They're nowhere near clarity. And you can make 5 or 10 moves without a blunder, Mike, but you'll co-sign me on this. When you're talking about 25, 30 moves in a complicated middle game, it's virtually impossible unless you're Alexander Grisham.
Yeah, I do wonder why Andrew just hung the b5 pawn, but I think Tani can get back to his roots when you've got 5 seconds left. What are his roots? Throw all your pieces at the black king and see what happens. That doesn't normally work against grandmasters, but if you got 5 seconds, you might as well try it.
And he's doing pretty well so far. He anchors that knight into b5, free moving knight takes d4, gaining a second. Maybe swinging that queen to g3 could be interesting. Okay. Yep. Oh, now it's taking d4, I think.
Yeah, well, queen h7 is probably not enough for the piece, is it?
I don't think so. Queen h7, king f8, the king runs to e7.
Uh-huh. But black fell for it, or if you want to call it that. Is the queen overworked?
What is going on here? Apparently, queen c6 was winning.
Yeah, because you can't play f3. I was just about to.
Pin.
Yeah, but the bishop retreats. Queen c6 is one of those quiet moves. It reminds me of that Fischer game where he played queen d7 and white just resigned.
Wait, who was his opponent?
Oh, don't do that to me. Burn Fischer.
Oh, okay. I only know the like game of the century, Bird Fisher, but I know they played more.
Yeah, I think it might not have been Byrne, but it's that game where Fischer played queen d7, and then the game ended, and all the spectators thought Fischer lost, but actually queen d7 was such a quiet move, but it was winning. Do I have the game right? Oh, somebody in the chat back me up on that.
You just got burned. Oh, with 1 second. Tani's doing really well here. He hasn't lost, but he loses a pawn on e5. And as I say that, has he forced a queen trade? Let's see. Queen g5. I would try to keep the queens if I'm Andrew. Does knight c7. Bishop f1 looks really scary, though. Oh, and that's a huge weakness, Mike. This is looking really grim. Queen f2.
Yeah, it's over. And just to tie a bow on things, it was Byrne Fischer, 1963 U.S. Championship Brilliancy Prize, Queen D7 White resigns. Go look it up. It's a cool game.
I'll definitely look at it during the break, actually. And
this is one of those
I like
games
to get educated.
Danya, you know this game. You just don't know that you know this game. But trust me, you know.
Okay. Yeah. I'll look at it. Okay. But Brandon, in the meantime, he lost their second 3+1 game. So this match is still tied. And here he goes again with h4. Ryo needs to find something against this line because he cannot keep losing games with black here.
Would you ever just completely change the makeup of the game and just play h5 just so you don't enter all of the same general types of attacks?
100%. And I would even go so far as to say I would sometimes play an unfamiliar opening. If I can sense that my opponent is better prepared,
yeah,
I think drastic measures are necessary almost immediately. You just can't keep going into the same stuff again and again in the hopes that, oh, maybe I'll find something here.
Well, bishop takes c3. The first time I saw this idea was Zinjihashvili DVD back in like 92 or something. But it's certainly pretty risky. The idea is that if white could take his c3 pawn and throw it in the trash can, he would, and there'd be tremendous pressure on the diagonal, but there's no way to get the bishop and the queen working on that diagonal together because his own pawn is in the way.
That's actually a really I think that's a concept which speaks to the beauty of chess. You know, this notion that you could have your pawn and that pawn could actually be a detriment to your position. Just that thought philosophically is kind of interesting. But does this bring a lot of relief to black? I don't know. I don't love black's position here, especially in the context of a blitz game with this permanent weakness of your king. And okay, trade on e5. And then maybe Brandon will bring a rook to e1 and try to attack down the e file.
Yeah, we have to say it's antithetical to a King's Indian Defense player to just give away that bishop. So this move never appealed to my taste, but it's at least a little bit defensible based on what we talked about. So I guess if you're black, you're hoping for a position where you get knight versus bishop that's aiming at a bunch of nothing or something.
Right. And the more trades, the better for black, because the less the chances of some sort of a mating attack. Brandon getting his bishop out. Ryo needs to find a way to develop his own pieces as well. I have a piece of news for you. Lucas against Praveen are in another opposite colored bishop endgame. We don't have to go there. Just wanted to point it out.
Unfortunately, Tani is down 4-0. But Ryo will not go away. Ryo defending the chess kid mantle. Of course, Brandon's a former chess kid, but Ryo's more of a current chess kid and playing some creative chess. But we need to develop here, Ryo. Doesn't matter if you're playing kids or adults. You better get your guys out here.
Knight d7, knight e5. Got to get that knight into the center. And he sacrificed in exchange. I would not go pawn hunting here, Mike. I agree with you. I feel like he's got to go knight d7, knight e5. And then you start thinking, he takes the pawn. I feel like he's allowed Brandon maybe to play e5 and sack the pawn, but then I guess he could collect it with his queen. Bishop g4. I don't like this for Ryo because now knight d7, Brandon's going to snap that knight off in an instant.
Yeah, you're right. Queen h6 was too much. The whole idea of the exchange sack was to put a knight on e5 and basically say, there are no open files. My knight can compete against any rook that you've got. And now the knight doesn't have access to e5 because it's going to get taken.
It's going to get taken. And then Brandon's probably going to go queen f3 and he's going to try to grind a win out in this endgame, which is by no means one-sided, but white has these ideas of pushing the central pawns. And now rook e1 looks really good for white because now Ryo has basically allowed white to go e5 in some of these positions.
Yeah, there's no natural spot for the bishop like there was for the knight. So that little toggle of moves, taking on h6 first, I think you've really isolated the issue for black here.
Apparently, the trade of rooks is not that bad for black, and you can see the eval bar reflecting that. Black can try to set up a fortress, and let's not sleep on the connected passers here. Practically speaking, though, it just feels like white's going to be able to win this.
In the Brodsky game, both players have 2 seconds left with a queen and rook. Okay, now it's down to a rook end game. But we have to say that Anthony He versus David Brodsky is becoming a very close match.
Yes, it is. And another draw in the Lucas game. Praveen only up by a point. All 3 opposite colored bishop end games have been a draw. But what's going to happen here? David, he's going to have to contain Anthony's connected passers. I don't think he's going to be able to. These are so much faster. Whoa, rook d3. Oh, rook d3 and rook takes g3. Wait, I thought rook takes g3 was the move. But then black promotes. Black promotes. Yeah. Oh, and stops the pawn. Apparently.
So we almost had like
during the break, we'll show the draw there.
That was amazing. Whenever there's dueling rook pawns, I have to say it's like, it reminds me of Searching for Bobby Fischer. Wasn't the exact position, but that final game was very reminiscent.
That scene, right, where you promote with the skewer. I've watched that scene like probably 50 times by now.
That's because you've taught kids summer camps in the South where it rains and you need something to do, so you put the DVD on. That's
exactly right. And every student I've had, every chess kid, figuratively, that I've known, I've said, you have to watch this movie with your parents. It's going to bring tears to your eyes. I mean, the scene with where Josh loses that fast game, it still like gives me the goosebumps. Because it's very relatable.
Yeah, and you probably know this, but I actually played Josh in that tournament in real life.
Wait, in that like Scholastic tournament?
Yeah, the one that is immortalized in the movie. It was the '86 Nationals, and guess what? It was in Charlotte, not Chicago. And I played Josh in round 3 of that tournament. And no
way,
they did not put me in the movie.
That's crazy. I didn't no idea actually.
Well, nobody knew Josh was Josh or that it was going to be a Hollywood movie. It was just a game back then.
Did you see the cameramen?
No. I think.
Wait, what am I saying? It wasn't. I forgot that it's not a true. So like, there's an actor. Yeah.
Yeah. It's not a documentary.
Dumb question. I'm sorry.
That's all right.
I don't know why I asked that. Okay, so Brandon's gonna win this, I think. Check and a5.
Yeah, he's avoiding it though. I don't know why. King c6 almost
takes rook before rook c4. No, don't do that. There's king b3. King b3. Oh my God, it's a draw.
Okay, time to break out.
A way to screw it up.
Secrets of pawnless endings. Now the king is close to the correct corner, which is the opposite color of your bishop. So you actually, if you have to go to the corner as black, you do want to be in the dark squared corner because you can stalemate yourself by putting the bishop beside you. So that's kind of the one thing to remember in rook versus bishop. But of course, white is not happy about having to try to slime his way into a win. This is not a winning position, although you could win it if you play indelicately.
Yeah, and black could easily blunder the bishop or walk into a fork. Although with these 1 second increment, Ryo should be able to save this. Brandon knows all of the tricks in the book. Oh, 1.3. Will he make it? I don't think so. He's about to flag. Oh,
yeah. You can't pre-move because you don't know where the rook is going to move to attack your bishop. Oh no, because he was probably had his hand on the bishop.
Oh, Tani won the game.
Tani
with a win. Tani with a win.
Oh, that's good for him. All right.
Wow. Good stuff from Tani. He brings the lead to within 3. Let's see if he can keep the positive momentum going. And in our Anthony He match, Anthony's starting to break away. But David is winning here with the move e3. With a crushing attack on the c2 pawn. Will he find it? Let's see. Okay, Mike, I think I stopped hearing you for a second.
Oh no, I was just checking out Tani's final game here to see what his opening was, but they're still very much in the opening phase. That's all.
Gotcha. Yeah, no, I'm keeping my eye on this game for the time being. It looks like Black should win this one. There's a huge pressure down the second rank, and if Rook E2, there's Rook B8 to E8 with a skewer against the queen. Looks like Brodsky's going to bring this to within 1.
Just to tie a bow on my last trivia question, any final guesses? Who's the most famous chess player graduate ever of the University of Chicago? I mean, it could go on to be Praveen one day, but he's not a graduate yet. Most famous. It's a bit of a trick question, but I think you'll agree with me when I give you the answer.
I assume this person's a grandmaster.
No. So I couched my question carefully. Most famous chess playing graduate.
But okay. It could be someone famous who's not necessarily like that good necessarily.
He is famous for chess reasons, as well as some other reasons.
Give me the first letter. What are his initials?
You really want the initials? Is that a little bit easy? Okay. R.S.
Robert Sess.
Right. Robert Hess just became a supercomputer. Yeah.
Right. Richard. I have
sounds like
Raunak Sadwani.
Sounds like Sex Ringfield.
Jeez, I don't no idea.
Rex Singfield.
Rex Singfield. Oh, I see. I was not.
Yeah, you're not going to get hired to be a grandmaster in residence in St. Louis ever again.
No. Not after this pathetic display.
Okay, but I mean, famous chess player and graduate. I mean, I fulfilled all the tenets of the trivia question there.
No, you absolutely did. I was just taking this in a completely different direction. I was going through the grandmasters, and it's funny how I was just thinking in a completely different direction. Brodsky is thinking in the direction of converting his extra queen, which he has to, in order to keep this match competitive.
Yeah, and like unlike that last game, or that last time where Ryo had queen versus rook in minor, seems hard for white to be able to set up any sort of fortress in this position. Too many advanced pawns, and the bishop is not really working with the rooks right now.
Yeah, and black has h4 at some point to separate white's kingside pawns, and then there'll be pretty easy pickings for the queen.
Yeah, you could even just trade rooks now, play h4 and queen g4.
I have one for you.
Yeah.
Who's the highest rated player to graduate from Stanford? It's a trick question.
Is it not you?
No.
Oh, is it Nagy?
Yes, it's very much a Nagy.
Okay. How close is it between you and Nagy in rating?
It's like 40 points, I think. He's at his peak, he was like 2670, but he's definitely higher rated still.
Okay. That's good company to be in, though.
Yeah, not bad. Okay, this is completely winning. We can trust Mr. Brodsky to convert this. Let's tune back in and see if Ryo can equalize the score once again against Brandon.
Let's take that trivia question further. Who's the most influential chess person to graduate from Stanford? Who's made the biggest mark in the chess community?
Alexandra.
Oh, you might be right. I was actually not. I was going to say the CEO of chess.com.
Oh, that's right.
He got his MBA.
Oh, am I going to keep my job at chess.com?
We need to edit that out. Matt, let's have a power faileur.
Yeah, I think we need some editing right now. Can we have some audio issues like inserted into this part of the broadcast?
Eric say that. That's right. And you're in pretty good company. You got strong grandmasters, one of the world's biggest streamers, CEO of the world's biggest chess site. You guys have got a factory over there in Stanford.
Not bad. Yeah, not bad at all. If only we had a chess club. Now, rook e2, Ryo's just blundered. He's blundered. Oh, he blundered a piece. Rook takes e2. Oh, Ryo lost his mind here. Knight takes f3 check, and you can't take with a knight because you lose the queen. And Brandon's going to pull away here just a little bit. That's a tough one.
Still, though, he got 2 games here in the 3-minute. Actually, no, one of the games was from the 5-minute. I forgot that. But still within striking distance. They're going to play 8 1-minute games. So if you go in down 4-2, you could go 5-3 in the 1-minute segment. It's not unreasonable.
Oh, yeah, definitely. No, he's still within striking distance. First of all, Brandon has to convert this advantage. Oh, looks like Matt caught our mics for a second. Thank you, Matt. You know, he's always there for us. He's always there for us.
By the way, Tani just down on time again, 50 seconds to 1 second. That's been kind of the story of his match day so far.
I thought he could have maybe taken that pawn on b7 there. This looks really nasty, hard to defend. He's still got the bullet though. He's gonna give it the old up. That's game.
And we have a correction coming in. Sammy Reshevsky went to University of Chicago. So thank you to National Master Jeremy Kane for that correction. I think Sammy Reshevsky still trumps Rex.
Yeah, just by a little bit. He was decent at chess.
Yeah.
He was okay. And Brandon is going to win this game. He's up 800 pieces. Resignation. And we have 2 games remaining in the 3-minute segment. We've got Lucas against Praveen, who just seem to be in an endgame every game.
Yeah, Lucas has played, shall we say, stubborn chess, but I mean that in a positive way. He's just not given a lot of openings to the Grandmaster. Praveen just got his Grandmaster title last year, late in 2021, I believe.
Yeah, I think I actually played Praveen at the US Masters in Greensboro, where he got one of his norms. He made a draw in the penultimate round. Very, very strong player, and he's, you know, sort of positionally solid. You can see that here. He doesn't mind going into endgames. Now, black is better here. White's got very bad pawns, 2 bishops, control over key files. Lucas has got to be very careful here. And h4 is a nice move, Mike. Good understanding.
Yeah, not just sitting and waiting for the action to come to him. Even though his opponent has the bishop pair, he's actually opening up the king side right when the white squared bishop went to the queen side. So that's kind of interesting. But it does seem like black has most of the opportunities to open the board whenever he wants to here.
Yeah, and there he goes. Rook h5, trying to create as much counterplay as he can. But the bishop could probably just defend that pawn from f6. Praveen was threatening rook e2 check, so white could not have taken the pawn. Now, don't take with a knight because of rook e2. And I would try to keep bothering the bishop with rook h6. He does. That's his only source of counterplay.
Yeah, kind of annoying for white, though. If his knight ever moves bishop f1, is going to start to invade the position. Not completely a winning move, but, you know, rook e2 obviously is even better in case of knight c1 or something.
Ooh, rook h8. Ooh, that was a really bad move. He is allowing Praveen's rook to infiltrate. Oh, Praveen had that was crushing. Rook h8, rook h2, Mike. I don't know what.
Maybe he didn't want to free the knight. As soon as the rook leaves the e file, the knight moves, and maybe he didn't want to let the knight get to like f2, but the rook gets to h2 before the knight gets to g4. So I'm not sure. Maybe a miscalculation.
Yeah, now he plays it. And as you pointed out, the moment the knight moves, you also have bishop f1, which basically ties the knight down on e1. So it's, I mean, I don't see this going well for Lucas, who's going to go down 2 points if he loses this game.
This is the problem with bishops. Even though they might not have openings yet, they always find openings because the board always gets more open rather than more closed.
Yeah, I mean, bishops are just better than knights. I think the consensus, the jury is in. The jury has reached a verdict. It's like most... Oh, wait, did Praveen have bishop e8 here? Just bear with me for a second. Bishop e8. Oh, and the bishop f6 is unstoppable and the rook is trapped. Isn't that a cool idea?
Yeah. It reminds me of that c5 move in the Tani game where it, you know, a completely free move and yet you can't do anything to rescue your piece.
It's one of the worst feelings when, you know, your piece is trapped out of nowhere and you're sitting there and you're like, is it really the case that I can't free my piece? Everybody can relate to that. Now, Praveen's going to win anyway. He's just taking all of white's pawns.
Yeah, and you almost feel robbed. You're like, I got my rook active. That's what I'm supposed to do. And it's precisely because you got your rook active that you got it trapped. And so he just trades into a winning king and pawn endgame. I'm not really sure if Lucas is going to even play any more moves.
No, especially because the pawn promotes, and that is that. One more game remaining, and it's a very competitive match between Brodsky and Anthony, which is going to go either into a tie or, let's see, or a 2-point lead for Anthony in the event of a win. But Brodsky with the 2 bishops here. He's getting low on time, though. Let's see what happens.
2 bishops, but the g3 bishop not really playing right now. So that's probably white's biggest problem, is just how to activate that bishop.
Yeah, this bishop is stuck on I-77 in rush hour.
That's a Charlotte joke, kids.
Yeah. Exactly 3 people in chat probably got that.
And yes, when we pay the ridiculous toll to use I-77, it goes to a company in Spain. Let's not ask questions at a time like this. That's just the way things work in our city.
Right. Okay, so one idea for white, yeah, bishop f2, get this bishop back into society, maybe go rook e1. Oh, but the e5 pawn's going to be hanging. So how do you deal with this 4 seconds? Ugh. Whoa, d3. Oh, black wins, d2 and bishop a4. Naroditsky just blundered.
Yeah, you probably have to sack the bishop now, and he does. But
Yeah,
not
it's
enough
over.
play by far.
That was a heartbreaker there for David, who just forgot that pawn was faster than it looked. And Anthony's going to win this one.
Anthony is nominally the favorite. He's the 4 versus the 5 seed, but he goes into the bullet up 4-2. And we've got 3 matches at 4-2. Tani did sneak out 1 win to get on the scoreboard, but he's going to be down 5-1. There are 8 bullet games coming up. It is Tani's favorite. He's only 11, and he's already got a win against a grandmaster with the whole world watching. He expects more out of himself, even though he's only 11. He's got that high expectations, but should be a fun bullet.
Definitely. And yeah, he's got a chance to come back. He will not go gentle into that good night. I was going to show one endgame from the Naroditsky Anthony match. Let me see if I can pull that one up. This one. So remember this endgame with the 2 pawns. There was a moment where white actually could have made a draw. Let's see. It was somewhere around here. Let's see if we can find it. So a7, rook g8. And apparently there was a draw here. I think it was actually just giving a check, Mike. And if the king moves to g6, you go rook d3 now. And rook takes g3 is coming no matter what.
And if you play g2, then rook g3 check.
Yep, and then white actually wins. You take the rook and promote with check. And if black's king, stays along the h file, it doesn't matter. Because eventually, I guess it can go king g4, but I think you just keep checking. In any case, there was a draw, and it's something like this, but with no time on the clock, it's almost impossible to work out the details.
And can I just ask you, can you go back to the initial position with the black h pawn back on like h6 or h5 that you were looking at? And put the rook back
like this.
Earlier than that?
Earlier than that?
Yeah. So in this position, so g3 was played, right? Now, put the rook back on d5.
Mm-hmm.
Is black threatening? I know it's white's move, but is black threatening rook h5 in this position?
Oh my god, that's so cool. Yeah, he is. Look at that idea. Rook h5, g2. And the h pawn is covering the g5 square. That's super cool.
But white avoided it, but it just came to me that rook h5 was a real threat if white had played the very natural a5.
That is really cool. Although I guess g2, of course, also should do the trick, but that is a cool idea.
Yeah. Oh, well, who knew, 5 remaining pieces on the board, 5 fighting pieces, and such rich tactics going on. Troitsky-esque almost.
Chess is an incredible, incredible game. So the bullet games are about to begin, and we will have 8 bullet games. So there is a chance for those players who are behind to come back. Nobody is prohibitively down. Even Tani, he's got 8 games with which to work. Let's see if he can get this close.
Yep, Tani is trying to beat the speed of light. Now, the speed of light, I had to look this up, of course, 300 million meters per second. Tani's fast. I don't know if he's that fast, but he has to speed things up. He was behind on the clock by minutes, seemingly every 3 and 5 minute games. So he's got to pick up the pace.
He cannot afford to take, 20, 30 second things in the bullet portion. I think he knows that. And it's really all about making that mental adjustment. You were mentioning this. When there's multiple time controls in a match, as we see, by the way, Ryo going right back into this line, I really dislike that choice. He's got to change things up. He's got to realize that this is not working out for him.
One wonders if he had his coach, Grandmaster Rashad Babayev, on the phone for that very brief portion between the 3 and the 1. I don't think the rules preclude that. I know if they went on break, they could totally open up a chess book or something during the break. But I would not have gone back into this either. I don't know what he's got planned for us.
Although the fact that Brandon is castle kingside really means that Brandon was worried about his king becoming unsafe. And now Ryo doesn't really have to worry about an attack. He's got a pretty nice position here, but again, it's taken so much time off of his clock that I'm not sure it's worth it.
Well, let's see if he can at least finish his development in this game. In fact, he does.
Yeah.
He's trying to prove that the B pawn is a poisoned pawn. And if white takes it, well, certainly some tempos are gained. Queen A5, threatening rook rook E B8.
That does look really good. And that might have forced Brandon's queen back. He goes knight E5. He goes for the center. And now Brandon, he's going to escape. The queen's not going to get trapped. I would go queen H4 here. Knight D3 also looks really good. Brandon's on the ropes.
Crazy bullet game because there's play on both wings, but the B pawn was used as bait.
Yep. And now black's got incredibly active pieces. Queen A3 maybe defends everything because bishop takes, queen takes. You want to be very careful about, obviously, giving up that bishop as we've seen in this match. Brandon not seeing a move, though, as he drops himself down to 25 seconds.
I think queen H4, bishop E5 is a problem, too. That kind of idea.
Ooh, but he did take on C3. Was that necessary?
He's fallen in love with this idea for the second game in a row.
I don't like that at all. Now he gives Brandon free counterplay for the rest of the game. And he can repeat moves, but Brandon is more than happy to make a draw here, I think. Man, that was anticlimactic.
I mean, I guess you could reasonably say I draw as black, I win as white, but you're really cutting your margin very close when you're down 2 points with 8 games remaining.
Exactly. Every game is golden. Now we're watching Tani attempting to come back in this match, but this is not looking good for him. He's down on the clock again, and he doesn't have much to show for it. King A3.
Yeah, I mean, he's hoping he doesn't get mated so he can win the B3 and the D4 pawns, but his king is running out of squares, and it feels like there's going to be a mate.
It does, although the knight on E2 is currently hanging, so Andrew, he could even go knight C1 and try to reroute it to D3. Lots of options here. And you can see Andrew's time management really good. He can take that extra couple of seconds and figure out the approach. Although, whoa, now he's got to go back with his queen. Now it's a game again.
Yeah, we're long since past the point. I was actually thinking he could have sacked the knight, played queen H8, knight F8, queen F6, and won on the diagonal, but white didn't want to risk that.
He had rook G3, though. I think Tani was winning there for a brief instant with rook G3. And wait a second, now it's not clear again. Rook H3. Rook H3 is mate. Oh my God. Rook H3 was mate.
Just missed it.
Oh, it was mate in 2. Oh man, that is a backbreaker right there.
That's the problem in bullet when you don't leave yourself very much time. Okay, now he plays a C3 Sicilian, but mostly I'm just hoping he gets one of these attacks with ample time to convert.
Yeah, he just needs 3 or 4 more seconds. I mean, he sees the stuff in Puzzle Rush and literally at the speed of light. So, but it's just different, Mike. You know, in a match situation, it's just you're just getting nervous, and it's just not the same thing.
It's tough. Remember, his book is called My Name is Tani, I Believe in Miracles. He's going to need one, though, down 6-1. But I'm super proud of the way he's played, and he's just awesome. Remember, he's 11 years old. So he's going to get to play in this tournament for 9 more years. He'll do fine. Yeah,
he will be just fine, and we will hear a lot of him in the JSCC for years to come. This is, as you said, great practice, great experience, and I'm sure he's having a good time. David also needs a miracle. He is down by 3, and Anthony is one of the best bullet players on the site, bar none.
Yeah, I don't know as much about Anthony. I guess that is partly because of his location being in Seattle, about as far away from Charlotte as you can get. But I know that they know him well up there. And what's the status with his GM situation? Does he have any norms or anything?
I don't know. I think he maybe has one. I could probably inquire during the break, but I think he recently became an IM. He was an FM for a while, ridiculously underrated FM. And recently I saw his title change on chess.com, which more accurately reflects his strength, let me tell you. But by the way, this game has taken a turn for the worse for him. He's made several mistakes, and David seems to be very much in the driver's seat now.
Yeah, kind of position where black is almost certainly going to at least lose the exchange back, but then you're just got 3 pawns against none on the king's side. Not going to be a good situation.
Precisely. Okay, queen G6, queen back to H4, but now the queen is kind of trapped, and he's got to force the trade. That was a big mistake for David. Uh-oh. In come black's rooks.
Yeah, so he's going to give away the C pawn and hope for a mate on the last rank.
Yeah.
Does
Anthony
not.
says, not on my watch.
Probably a lot of players this age have had their norm opportunities stall just because of COVID. So would not be surprising me if he was actually closer to GM strength rather than newly minted IM strength.
100%. And he's going to win this game, King G7, and he's going to grind him down. Let's quickly check into the Praveen game, which is pretty crazy. Praveen has pulled away. He's up by 4. And Lucas, he needs to start winning and winning now. But this looks terrible. This looks like mate is coming. Queen takes G4 up next.
Yeah, I wish that knight had stayed on F6 and there was a queen takes H6 type of checkmate. But that didn't happen. He's still going to mate probably a little more conventionally.
Yeah, and sometimes there's like rook E8 ideas. He just brings the rook up to E4 and bishop G5. Okay, he just takes the knight. All right.
I have to say, Cardoso was keeping it close early against somebody who's about 300 feet 8 points higher than him. But Praveen started to show his class now in the last few games.
Yeah, and you'll sometimes see this happen, and in these matches, get close, and then just at some point he pulls away. Tani, by the way, he's completely winning here, and he still has a couple of things to say. He should be able to convert this, but can he keep his composure?
Praveen trying to be the first player to advance. He only needs to draw, and he played the Berlin as black. Come on, come on, Praveen.
You can do better than that. Let's see if Tani's pawn's so fast. Andrew stops it. Andrew banking on his own passers, but they're not going anywhere.
Yeah, the G pawn's just going to run, and that's going to be it.
Yep, yes, it is. G5. And say your prayers. G6, G7, H8. Tani's going to take that guy and promote. Okay.
Yeah, Andrew just making sure that Tani's got enough time, but this is well within Tani's ability.
Yeah.
And there you go. 6-2.
Sure.
He stays alive.
He's still in it. 7.5 is the magic number that you need in order to win the match. And we'll keep a close eye on this as we see Brandon pulling away in this match. It looks like he's winning another one here, but he just allowed. What did he just allow? G takes F6. He blundered a knight. G takes F6. Oh, he missed it. Oh, man.
Yeah, he takes the knight, and he could have played knight H7 there.
But this might just be mating. Look at this. Rook takes H6 is unstoppable, and Brandon is pulling away officially. Oh, Queen takes A3. Sense of humor for Rayo there.
Okay, so far, all of the rankings favorites are ahead. I don't want to switch over to it, but I'm keeping an eye to see if Praveen officially advances. He's got the totally normal endgame in the Berlin.
This is like for a bullet game. This is hilarious. Yeah. He's worse.
They got to move 25 or so with basically no time off Lucas's clock.
Yeah, he's got these nice looking pawns, but it's always the Berlin problem. Like, how do you actually make progress if black just goes back and forth?
Still though, come on, you're like, what, 18, 19 years old? Live a little. You have like 5 games to get your draw. You play the Berlin.
I know. We need to have a talk with Praveen during the break.
Yeah, the bishop's going to go F1, E2, and then try to get to D1, and he's trying to activate that bishop.
But White should be winning here, and I think he's going for the right approach. Knight E3 and Knight D5 with total domination. This is what Praveen gets for playing the Berlin, though.
The arc of history is long, or at least not this time. The arc of history is rather sudden, but it bends toward justice for playing the Berlin.
Next time I see Praveen at a tournament, I'm not letting this one go. I'm going to let him know that we were not impressed with his opening choice.
Okay, he's going to have to sack the bishop here. And knight B5. Don't even get to sack the bishop. Nice move by Lucas.
Indeed, and Lucas stays alive. We'll keep an eye on this one. Let's check out Tani's match. Can Tani pull out another win here? He's got a huge attack. But where's the move? Queen F6. Lining up the battery. And he keeps the queens on the board. This is so close.
Typical Tani not wanting to trade queens just to win a pawn.
Knight C4 looked really good there. Knight D5 and Knight C3. He's winning. There goes an exchange.
He's going to have to walk to a very dangerous diagonal. Bishop takes.
Bishop C3. Tani plays with such energy here. Can he finish it off here? Bishop back.
8 seconds is a relative eternity for Tani these days.
Yeah. But Andrew is so tricky in time pressure. A5, Tani, every move.
He's going to
better
give the
than
pawn.
last.
Yeah.
Look at this. Opening up the A file. And Rook A8 even looks good after Queen takes A4. And
Yes,
Andrew plays it and he flags, and Tani wins another one.
If the queen moves, Queen B2 is mate. How cool is that?
That is so amazing. And if the bishop takes the rook, then rook takes C2 with a crushing attack. Tani now seeing the puzzle rush tactics. And we have David Brodsky. Looks like he is on the ropes. Yeah, looks like Anthony has officially won the match with 8 points to 2.
Right, congratulations to Anthony. How cool is it? The Hong Tani match, which was the biggest blowout, is now the closest match remaining after Tani wins 2 in a row.
Crazy. And Brandon is about to win his game and win his match to get to the semifinals. Yeah, it's mate on G3 and a good fight by Arayo, but just like some of these other matches, he pulled away in the end. Let's go back to the Tani match. This will be an epic comeback. Tani's better out of the opening.
Yeah, a reminder to the viewers, once 7.5 is scored, we don't make the players play the remaining game. So we only have 2 matches that are still happening right now. Praveen's still trying to get that draw that he needs. And Tani trying to go 3 in a row and make things really interesting. Andrew's not been able to get to 7.5 yet.
You can sense that Andrew is a little disconcerted. He's not playing well in the opening. He's giving Tani what he wants. B4, knight e4. I mean, Tani's dominating here. Praveen, by the way, he's got a nice position, so I think he's going to pull it out. We'll update you on the result. E4.
2 relative latecomers in the game. Tani didn't learn until he was, I think, 8 years old coming to the U.S. And Andrew didn't learn until he was 7, which is still pretty young, but not as young as many. So both of these players spotted the field 1 or 2 years of training and are still doing awesome.
And B4, bishop C5 looking good here. And you can sense that these wins gave Tani confidence. I don't like his time management, though. He's got 24 seconds. That is a little bit nerve-wracking. But here he goes. Bishop up to C5.
I'm going to say it's a little unnerving probably for Andrew to play Tani, because when Andrew made his final GM norm back in September of last year, he beat both Wesley So and Jan Nepomniachtchi in an online event that same month. So he goes from beating So and Nepomniachtchi. Now he's got to play the kid. Now he is the favorite. And the last couple of games have been shaky on his part.
And this one is as well, as Tani continues to mount the pressure. Bishop takes C8 and bishop takes A7. He could snag a pawn. He's down to 10 seconds, though. He's got to move.
Tani's going to play F6 in a second. It's the kind of Tani. He's going to play F6 at some point.
Rook D1.
Yeah, Rook D1 simpler.
Rook D1 wins a piece because the knight moves. Then you lose the bishop. Knight takes C4, though. Could muddy the waters. Oh, he doesn't lose the F6. F6 looks great here.
F6 and then swing your knight to G3 and get your knight in.
Exactly. He goes knight C3. That's a little bit inferior, but he's still got total domination. Andrew now getting low on the clock.
3 seconds, though. Tani reverting back to his old ways.
Bishop takes C5. He's allowed an intermezzo. Oh, this is going to be rough. Rook takes D8. I think Andrew's off the hook.
Yep, and the queen's overworked after rook takes rook, right?
Oh,
queen takes.
better.
Oh, even better, yeah.
And he blunders queen E1 mate.
Yeah, he had pre-moved, perhaps. I'm not exactly sure, but well, that stops the bleeding for Andrew. Now he's got 4 games. He only needs a half point, and actually, he's got 5 opportunities to get the half point. No, four games. Yeah, he needs a draw in 4 games.
That was a rough one. Tani was dominating there, but he's going to hold his head up high. He's giving Andrew a run for his money, that's for sure. And match is not over. By the way, Praveen has succeeded in winning his last game, so he hits the necessary 8 points, 7.5 technically.
Yep, the 1, 2, and 4 seeds advance, and the 3 seed was being challenged a lot, but now needs just a draw to get past the upstart author, Tani Adewume.
Yeah, great stuff by Tani. Sorry, Mike, go ahead.
I was just going to say, even if Tani doesn't advance today, a reminder that he will be hosting his show with me on twitch.tv/chesskid on Monday at 4 p.m. Eastern time, and maybe 5. The point is, Tani time is back on Chesskid on Monday.
And it's Tani time in this position. Andrew has just blundered a pawn and opened up Black's bishop. Once again, a dominant position for Black. Queen should come to A5, Rook B8. This is right up Tani's alley. These are the positions he thrives in.
Let me ask you, Danya, as one of the preeminent bullet players of the world, would you rather have the extra pawn here or the 10 seconds?
Extra pawn for sure, because these positions are very easy to play. I mean, you castle, develop, rook b7, rook b8, and just crash through on b2. Take it and rook takes b2. Sack that baby.
Yep, queen's a little bit overworked here.
Tani taking a long time there. He's trying to calculate out the win. You could also take and play queen b4. But then Andrew can escape to d2.
I was wondering if he was calculating move order, if he was thinking about rook b2 instead of bishop h6. This is easier to calculate the way he played it.
But look at the clock. He's down to 4 seconds. And rook takes c6 was a threat there. And now Andrew blasting open the king side. All of a sudden, rook takes g6 is a perpetual.
Yep, and he only needs a draw.
That's a great idea by Andrew, and he's going to force perpetual down 2 rooks to win the match.
Ooh, there you go. A bailout, but when you've got a 4-point lead, a bailout is all that you need. So the top 4 seeds advance to the semifinals, where we're going to see Brandon play against Anthony He, and we're going to see Praveen play against Andrew Hung.
Yeah, these matches should be really close, and some of the lower seeds, including Tani, they gave the top seeds a run for their money, but in the end, the top seeds prevail. They stay strong in bullet, and they pull away. We've got 2 incredible semifinal matchups, so please do not go anywhere. We've got so much intrigue ahead, but we will take a short break to let the players gather themselves for the semifinals. You are watching the Junior Speed Chess Championship second qualifier presented by SIG. We will be back with the semifinals in just a couple of moments.
Welcome to my world. Time to attack!
A knight on the rim is grim. Are you sure you know what you're doing?
everybody buckle in. We are back at the semifinals of the second qualifier of the Junior Speed Chess Championship presented by SIG, here with FIDE Master Mike Klein, Fun Master Mike, watching some excellent matches. Mike, as we take a look at our bracket, both of these matches are going to be barn burners.
Yeah, what a day. 4 of the most up-and-coming American players, 3 grandmasters and a soon-to-be grandmaster. I think Anthony, he will make it one day. So what an event. We've got Tiger Woods playing. Baseball season's officially underway, but this is a banner day in sports. ESPN's going to be making documentaries about this day someday.
Yes, and especially if these matches are going to be as close as we think they are. We've got Brandon facing off against Anthony He and Praveen Balakrishnan against Andrew Hong, all grandmaster matchup. Now, for Brandon, once again, don't discount Anthony just because he's the only IM left. I've sung his praises, and I think there's good reason for that. He is an excellent blitz and bullet player. He's got a good all-around style. He doesn't have any clear identifiable weaknesses. You know, don't sleep on Anthony. Anybody could win and qualify, literally anybody. And that's why I love watching these types of tournaments. There's just no way to predict what's going to happen.
Yeah, it's my first exposure to him. As I mentioned, he lives about as far away from where I live as you can be and still be in the U.S. But it's nice. And these are people that are going to be household names playing at the U.S. Championship in the upcoming decade. So you might as well get to know them now.
They're getting younger and younger. Yeah, I mean, and they're getting stronger and stronger. When I was playing the U.S. Junior Championship, I was basically the top seed and I wasn't even a GM. Now, Mike, if you're not a GM, you're almost not qualifying. It's crazy.
Yeah, absolutely. You can look back on any of the next generations and they make the previous generation look like they weren't applying themselves. But access to information is so much flatter than ever before. Some of these kids got their start on Chess Kid. I got to pub my own site. That's how they make my paycheck. Brandon Jacobson, former Chess Kid, played a lot on our site, played a lot of elite events, and now he's the #1 seed. And don't forget about us, Brandon, okay? Don't forget about us. He's a nice guy. I've met Brandon a few times in real life. Very nice guy.
Yeah, no, I'm good friends with him. He's great, and he's incredibly dynamic player. So always fun to watch. And obviously ridiculously fast.
Well, who do you think has the biggest chance of scoring an upset? Anthony over Brandon or Andrew over Praveen? We're talking about rankings upset.
I'd have to say Andrew over Praveen. Just because, I mean, I really don't know. Andrew, I would say, is almost a favorite in Blitz against Praveen. Even though Praveen, I guess, is higher rated, according to FIDE ratings. But I feel like Andrew is the more experienced Blitz player. I've just seen him a lot more on chess.com, and I feel like that counts for a lot in these matches.
Got it. And don't forget, whoever does win the semifinals and goes on to win the finals punches their ticket to the main event of the Junior Speed Chess Championship. So although $500 is on the line for first place, the big thing is that you get to play, I was going to say with the big boys, but you're playing against other juniors. You're playing against the more elite juniors. You know, it's funny. I was actually talking with Nihal Sarin, 2-time winner of this event back in Riga in November. And he loves this event so much. He watches like all of the qualifiers. He watches like basically every match that has to do with this tournament. He's such a fan of it. Then he goes on to beat you in the tournament. So that's his
right.
Thing. Yeah.
He watches you and then he crushes you. That's fantastic, though. Nihal, of course, will be trying to defend his crown. There we go.
Okay, so Brandon against Anthony He is underway. Brandon gets white, and we have a Grunfeld to start things out.
Now, I don't think Brandon's going to be playing any H4 stuff here. That would be a little bit too brazen in the Grunfeld. And this is one of the many, many viable continuations for white, this bishop b2, rook b1 line.
Yeah, the STEM game that I use to teach kids the Grunfeld or how to play against it or how to play with it is this famous game Kramnik's Fiddler from Dortmund back in the 90s. And it's just this classical game where black is attacking the center, white's defending the center, and it all comes down to it's a battle of wills. You know, whoever wins the center wins the game.
Mm-hmm. And that's often how the Grunfeld is decided. It's a very hard opening to master, but probably from a objective standpoint, it's I would say top 3. Like Queen's Gambit to Klein, Grunfeld, it's up there. I mean, nobody's even come close to proving an advantage if black knows all of the theory.
Yeah, I mean, MVL lives and dies by it, right? And you can know it's coming and still not be able to defeat it. So very interesting opening. I've never played it myself, but as a King's Indian player, I like to think of it as like a second cousin.
I played it once or twice. It's just so crazy how pushing the pawn in d5 leads to such a different opening than playing d6. It's not even, it's not even close. There are some similarities. Well, your bishop's being encountered for one thing, but the zen of the opening is completely different. And we see Brandon with the two bishops, Mike, probably a tiny advantage here, but Black's got nice minors. The knight could be coming to e5. This is pretty solid for Anthony.
The reason I like this opening is because it almost always conveys some sort of imbalance. Often the imbalance is white completely controls the center, but then black wins all the queenside pawns. And that, I have to say, due to my style of chess, that's very disconcerting for me, because I like to feel like I know whose imbalance is more important. And in the Grunfeld, it's very off-putting. I can never quite tell whose position I like better.
Completely. I think that's a great point. And this is a case in point. I honestly cannot tell who's better. The eval bar is giving approximate equality. You could make a case that black is better. Minor pieces, rook on d8. You could say, well, white has two bishops. Two bishops, very important. But Brandon's last move, disliked by the eval bar. And it looks like after the bishop drops back to b6, white will lose the battle over the d file. And that's the main artery to, the position. Queen f6, though. Okay.
Now you have to help me here. Is black trying to play e5 to deaden the e pawn and make the light squared bishop a bad piece?
I think Anthony is. Now, I would be, disinclined to do that because I would want a knight to go to e5, especially because f2 is under such pressure.
Yep.
But let's see what Anthony chooses. Wait, bishop takes f2 check here might be working. Bishop f2, king f2. And at a minimum, there's rook takes d1, bishop takes f8, king takes f8. I can guarantee you that that's what he's calculating right now. He's thinking about it. And I'm pretty sure it works.
Yeah, white has rook b8 at the end of that, but that's just a fancy rook trade. It doesn't actually get anywhere.
Right. And that's the problem with allowing this stuff. I mean, in my experience with Anthony, he very rarely misses these kinds of 2-3 move tactics. He sees almost all of them in a blitz game.
The interesting thing about the qualifiers is that unlike the main event where you're going to play 3 hours or so, you're going to play 5 minute, 3 minute, 1 minute, and then you're going to go about the rest of your day. They have to go 5, 3, 1. Then they got to come back to playing 5 again. And if they advance 3, 1, and then back to 5. So we're throwing them through a yo-yo today if they keep advancing. Okay,
yes, we are. Well, they got to earn their way to the JSCC. And you know what would be incredible, Mike? Is if a JSCC qualifier actually won the whole thing. That would be crazy. Quite the story.
I'm trying to do some mental calisthenics here. If king f2, is there a line where you play queen h4, take the bishop, lose your knight, play rook d2, a rook d1? Are the king's just going to move back? Okay.
Were you thinking of some sort of a fork?
I was looking in this exact position. Is there something with the king and the bishop? But there's nothing, is there?
Yeah, that's why I think you actually have to play rook takes d1, bishop f8, yeah. And now there's king takes f8. But this is bad apparently, maybe because of e5. Let's see. It's important to play. Oh, and Anthony sees it immediately. He gives an intermezzo check on d2. And this was a crucial check to get out of the crosshairs of the queen. Whoa. Oh my God, Mike. Now bishop h6, there's queen h4 check. Can you believe this level of tactics?
That is wild. And due to my past days of working with Grandmaster Malik Kashian, we have to show the mate if the king had walked to e3 instead of e1. Because there's a Matanovich there.
Ooh,
Queen g5,
nice.
mate, and it's just too pretty. Got to show it.
Wait, a Matanovich? Is that after Alexander Matanovich?
The Grandmaster that's like, I think still alive today, right?
Yeah. Is that mate named after him? I actually never knew that.
No. I think the joke was when I commentate with him, Matanovich would find weird mates or was a creative player. And so it didn't matter the kind of mate, but we're contractually obligated to show weird mates and then somehow give an homage to a historical player who was very creative.
Oh, okay. That's fair. I like that. I like that routine. Brandon now down 0 minute. He doesn't see a way to extricate his bishop because he can't. Now, you can give the bishop up for the pawn, but Mike, the problem isn't that what black is up material. It's the fact that white's king is a sitting duck. And look at black's dominance over the center.
Yeah, and in fact, he's done what you mentioned. I was trying to deaden the bishop by physically occupying e5, but black is just aiming at e5 and never letting the pawn come forward because then the white king would just be toast. So he's actually managed to do what I want to do, but in a more, I don't know, flexible way, maybe is a better way of putting it.
White is basically toast here. I mean, Brandon is going to have to play with ridiculous precision for 20 moves. I mean, any little mistake could lead to instant checkmate. Rook d3. Now, you could give a check on c8 and try to trade rooks. Okay, Anthony just wants his rook back to d8. Check on h4. It can be hard in such positions to actually win, right? Everything is great, but as the great Tarash said, I'm going to butcher this. Good pieces don't win games. Good moves win games.
Don't know. Just going to claim ignorance on that one.
No, I'm so bad with reproducing quotes. It's like I'm notoriously bad at that. I always butcher and confuse them.
Danya, if you butcher a quote by him but get it a little bit right, you can call it the semi-Tarash.
Oh, that's actually very good.
Okay.
No, that is actually genuinely very good. That is better than any of the puns I've made in the last month, and Hess can confirm this.
Okay, well, I'm glad I got one today. By the way, quick.
Damn. Okay.
I should have just kept the joke going. Thank you. But it looks a bit equal in the other game. I would stay here to see if black can convert this because the other game looks pretty equal and not as exciting.
Agreed. I was also keeping an eye. It's just in an end game, likely to be a draw, but this is completely winning. I mean, black can force a queen trade because white's king is so weak that you just can't. Yeah, there we go. And Brandon's going to lose the first game.
Yeah, on an open board, the rook dominates, and there's definitely an open board. So black waits to take. I'm sure black will take here. Yep. And the king will occupy the furthest advanced dark square.
Yeah, you can even give up f7, although there's no need to do that. Anthony playing rook d7, though Brandon getting his king centralized. A little bit of caution should be exercised here for black, but it's hopeless in the long run here.
Yeah, the rook just has to find any open file. Anyway, I'll make a statement. Whenever the rook gets to the white half of the board, black is then winning.
Right. C2, C1, D1, anywhere.
Yeah.
But he is trying hard to create complications, and Anthony is not showing confidence. F5, though, that looks like it clinches it because the rook is going to have its avenue. Rook takes d4.
Yeah, we'll probably see resigns there. And Brandon is behind.
He is behind. He loses the first game with white. A great tactical display by Anthony He. We here see Praveen. I think he's just blundered c5 or f6, and he's going to lose this pawn. Yeah, he's going to lose that pawn, and he's going to be in dire straits here in the second game. 7, rook d6. Very instructive moment, Mike, because it's so easy to just push your passers and think they're invincible, but they're very far from invincible.
Yeah, there's a fine line between strong and weak when one pawn goes it alone and goes on a little walkabout down the board. Another problem for white is that all those queenside pawns are on dark squares. So once the bishop is removed, they're going to be targets. Oh, this is a little surprising. I see what he's doing, but I was expecting a c5 bishop e5 idea instead.
Yeah, I'm trying to calculate. There's a pawn endgame that could happen, which is surprisingly close to being a fortress. I do think it's winning for black. Like bishop takes c5, rook takes c5, takes. But it's close. Andrew's just sort of trusting his instincts. He's got 14 seconds. But he should be able to win this. It's a very easy endgame to play.
Now the pawns are going to be targets. It's funny you mentioned what you said because you weren't 100% sure the king and pawn game was winning. I wonder if white would have gone into it hoping there was some chances rather than avoiding it, because the usual rule of thumb is never go into a king and pawn endgame. Keep the rooks on the board and give yourself some chances, but you can only mess up your opponent's pawn structure by going into the king and pawn endgame.
This again makes me think of the searching for Bobby Fischer scene. And let me ask you this, Mike. Do you feel like that game, did that scene actually happen or was it dramatized? Because it feels to me that nobody would be naive to the point where they would, just think that Josh is sort of fooling around, right? I feel like Jonathan, his opponent, would at least smell a rat and think about it as Andrew wins the game here.
He does. The whole thing was fictionalized. I can tell you in real life, Jonathan Sawyer was the opponent, not Jonathan Poe. And the game actually ended in a draw. It's online. You can find it. I believe it ended in king versus king. and Josh was worse most of the game. So none of that was real. The entire final scene was choreographed. I want to say Joel Benjamin was commissioned to create that position. I could be wrong on that. And there's actually a cook in the entire tactic.
So there's an alternate solution.
No, there's actually a problem in what Josh plays.
Oh.
If you not the king and pawn part, but if you back up earlier, where when he offers the draw, then he starts blitzing out moves. Somewhere in there, there's a problem with the position that was created. So everything was fictionalized for Hollywood. I mean, you might remember the players weren't even notating when they started blitzing out those final moves.
Right. No, that
all.
all got abandoned. And I assumed maybe they were under 5 minutes, but and the whole thing about blundering a queen and then winning it back. I mean, at a level over 1600, that happens exceedingly rarely.
Yeah.
But yeah, the scene that always makes me tear up is the one where Josh loses a game in 7 moves. And then his dad and it's pouring outside, and his dad is sort of pacing back and forth and asking, how could you have lost the game in 7 moves? Why didn't you take your time? And Bruce told you time and time again. And then Josh sort of sits there and he's crying. And then eventually he says, why are you standing so far away from me? And then his dad has no words for that. So
yeah,
very touching scene. Highly recommended.
I grew up thinking it was a chess movie. It's really more a movie about how to raise a prodigy of anything and how much to let your child be a kid. And yeah, I didn't understand a lot of the dynamics between Joe Mantegna and his wife. But yeah, how many kids grow up afraid of their fathers, afraid of disappointing their fathers? All of them, I didn't understand that when I was a kid, but it makes more sense now.
Right. There's a lot of layers to that movie. There's a lot of layers here to this position, as Anthony has white. He's leading by a point. And Brandon, this is right up his alley. This is a classical Sicilian. Queen probably is going to drop back to b7, I would imagine, to keep these pawns protected. Whose attack is stronger? Ooh. Queen takes f6. Apparently, white can just grab this pawn. And he doesn't. This still looks dubious. That knight is hanging. This is... Ugh.
Yeah, I'm taking a look at both games. I can't decide which one I like more. This one's fascinating, and so is the other one. But
yeah, let's see, because I feel like this one's about to reach sort of the climax point, because something's about to happen here. Rook e4, some pieces are about to get lost. I don't know who's going to be losing the pieces and who's going to be winning them, but man, oh man, rook d8 maybe.
Black almost can't move here.
Oh, look at this line. Rook takes b4. Takes. And if you take, then I take. Oh, good. Watch this happen. King a8 by Brandon. He says, I don't want any of that. Rook c4.
Yeah, not distracted by pawns, going for more.
Rook d8. There's still rook takes b4 potentially. Nah, that doesn't work. Okay.
I mean, if black does nothing, white's knight will just find its way to c5 or something. Like black has to do something at some point. Finally,
right. And here he goes. But queen e6. Whoa, queen c5 stepping right into the pathway of the rook. There's a potential repetition. Queen e6 there was very strong according to the eval bar.
Yeah, there is 0 chance white's taking repetition here. I'm just going to go ahead and put that out there.
Well, especially with the extra minute and a half on the clock. And Brandon, the one thinking now, I don't see what black does other than rook d8. There's also the similar move. Oh, no, rook d7. What am I saying? Rook d7. Daniel Naroditsky offers another genius move. This is the moment of truth, Mike. He's taking the repetition.
No, come on.
Queen e6. Queen e6, and white is dominating.
Yeah, I don't understand this at all. I wasn't even looking at the clock when I made this statement. It just looks like all of white's pieces are better than their black counterparts, and black can't move. Black's like
you're absolutely right.
Ball.
No, you're absolutely right. This was a big miss by Anthony, who could have gone up 2 points quite possibly. I mean, this position is just horrible for Brandon. And he's going to be kicking himself, especially if that costs him later in the match. All right, back to the other game.
Yeah, we didn't see this, but Andrew Hong spent a lot of time, like more than 30 seconds on one of his previous moves, trying to keep the black king in the middle of the board. Let the king castle, but I guess his point is that he's going to collect himself a pawn and just try to win little bit more mundanely.
And this was a Vienna again, but I think much to the positive surprise, I think, of a lot of viewers. Vienna not featured too commonly in Grandmaster games, but here, Andrew trotting it out and getting a great position.
Yeah, both of the favored seeds are struggling. Neither one will actually have the lead going into the 3-minute. Just a matter of whether or not Praveen can get back to even here, or he's probably just would accept the draw. Of course, he's going to be down a pawn for no compensation. But right now, the 3 and the 4 seeds are looking pretty good.
The one thing that might be in Praveen's favor here, if he trades everything on d4 and then he goes queen g5 check, he might be able to pick up the g2 pawn. The problem there is that white can just ignore everything and go rook d1 and go for d-file domination. There could be even a back rank mate or some sort of a mating attack. I mean, this is bad either way, but Praveen with a big decision to make here. Will he trade on d4 or will he make a move like rook d5 and kind of accept that he's a pawn down?
So your idea is to trade once on d4 and play queen g5.
Or potentially twice, because at the end, the rook on h1 is going to be hanging.
But if you okay, I see what you're saying. If you trade twice and queen d2, you take the e5 pawn.
Bingo.
And then white doesn't really have rook e1 because queen h2. Okay.
Right. So he goes queen g5 check first. I guess that's the most flexible move. Now queen takes e5 doesn't promise too much relief because after the trade, white takes on e6 with a risk-free pawn up endgame. So that's one option. He takes on d4 once, twice, and there he goes. Rook d8, though. Interesting choice, giving up a7. Giving up a7. What do you make of that?
I was actually wondering if he'd go after the e6 pawn, but I guess he's playing for back rank stuff because after you take on g2 and the rook moves, then white has to worry about just the h pawn and the back rank. This looks weird to me.
They're taking each other's pawns, and who takes more pawns? Okay, well, he's got to take g2, I would imagine.
Yeah, seems that way.
Now, rook g1, probably the most accurate move here. Although rook c1 seems a little bit safer, getting the rook to the other side and preventing any ideas with a back rank mate.
Yeah, and before you think rook g1 makes no threat, actually it does, because queen a8, you sack the queen for the rook with check, and then you pick off the black queen. Not that black's queen would just sit on g2. That would be kind of silly.
Right. Black's just going to make some luft on the other side of the board.
I don't know. I guess black could play rook d7 or rook d2. I mean, I guess black has some sort of like reasonable move. I don't know.
Yeah, and queen f3, if you want to move the queen, you should probably move it to a square where you create at least the threat of checkmate.
Yeah.
But 48 seconds now for Praveen. He's got his back against the wall. Going down 2-0 against Andrew is not the greatest of situations. Doesn't see a move.
Okay, threatening mate on d1. And I imagine we'll see some sort of luft move here. And you think he's going to go back? Okay. Yeah,
I think he's going to go back because you want to defend e5. Yeah. But you could also just say, I don't care about the e5 pawn. You could also go a4 and try to shove this pawn up the board and use it as a battering ram to get rid of black's remaining defensive pawn on b7.
I wonder if you play queen d3, I don't think it works, but you at least have to analyze queen d1 and the king and pawn endgame if the black king can get to d5. I don't think it gets there in time, though.
Yeah, because white can probably push that pawn up to c4 when the time is right. Ooh.
Yeah.
Rook takes g7. King b6. Rook takes b7. That's brilliant. And he has to go into the queen endgame, which is winning for white.
Yeah, after rook takes rook, well, okay. I guess after queen takes, you have some sort of pawn move that does not allow a perpetual.
Such as a4, I think.
Yeah.
Creating a maximum amount of luft. And queen a4 check, I don't know about that. King back to c7 and there are no more checks. That was odd.
You're saying better to keep the queen in touch with the b7 pawn and just play a4 directly?
Bingo. Yeah, no, it was because anytime the queen would leave b7, you would take that. That is a really puzzling move. That gives black chances because now if Praveen can take the pawn SS would say it's not about the quantity of passed pawns.
Yeah.
Amazingly, Black will have the only passed pawn, Mike.
He might play Queen F4 to both guard mate and guard the E-pawn. He chose not to, though.
Strange play by Andrew in this stretch. He's given Praveen tons of chances.
But you're exactly right. Not number of pawns in Queen and pawn games. It's got who's got the furthest advanced pawn. And okay, by the actual measurement, the H pawn is the furthest advanced, but the E pawn is the scariest one.
It is, and it's going to be pushed. There he goes. And if white overpresses, you can lose these positions too, like by accident, allowing the pawn forward. Queen D5, Queen F4. He's preparing E4.
Yep. I think white wants to check on D8, play A5, check on B6, and play A6. He wants to get a tactic going with his queen and his pawn.
Yeah, no, I totally see what you're saying. And he also wants to win the black pawn via a fork.
Yep.
Oh, but now there's got to be something here as he continues to push his pawns. Queen C5 and B5 looks really strong. There could be a mating attack here. Yeah, there's going to be a mating attack. I don't think Praveen will pull this off with 5 seconds left.
Yeah, probably B6 is 1-0 here if the queen doesn't get back to defense.
It is, because worst comes to worst, Andrew could just pick off the pawn, which he does. Very practical decision-making there. And that's it. He's going to easily hide from the checks. And even A6 is crushing. I would go H5. And if A7, there's a stalemate. Okay.
That would be fun.
Oh,
to get
look
that
at
wins
that.
the queen.
A little sundial, a little skewer, and a big gain at the end of it as Andrew goes up 2-0 against Praveen Balakrishnan, who's going to have quite the comeback that he's going to have to make in the 3-minute portion. Mike, that was a fun 2 games, and this is going to be a fun 2 matches.
Yeah, overall 4 games played there in the 5-minute, and the top 2 seeds didn't win a single one of them. So they need to get moving and grooving, as my tennis coach would say, in the 3-minute segments. We've got 4 games of 3-minute, 8 minutes of 1 minute, a lot left to play for, but it's going to be quite exciting to see who qualifies to the main event of the JSCC.
Indeed it is. We will let the players catch their breaths, and we will go on a very short break. You're watching the Junior Speed Chess Championship presented by SIG, the 3+1 portion, coming up in just a couple of moments.
Classified trading is a game really that you're playing with competitors and basically every market participant in the world. My path, I came in as a poker player, but I think that the main thing that everybody has in common is a sense of competitiveness and interest in gaming and strategy in general. Yes, you can actually use gaming skills for your career and for something to do on a day-to-day basis.
Welcome back, everyone, to Qualifier 2 of the Chess.com Junior Speed Chess Championship presented by SIG. I'm here with Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky. But before we get back to the action, we want to give away some free stuff. And because Chess Kid is a big part of this event too, we actually have some chess kids that are playing in the event today. We want to hear from you, dear viewer. Tell us about a time in which you lost to a kid, or at least were taken to the end of your abilities against a kid in a chess game. We want to hear all about it. Tell us in the chat, and some of the best answers will win Chess Kid Gold memberships, a great thing for your kids to partake in. So we've all done it. We've all gone to play over the board. We're expecting some grizzled old man and some little 7-year-old with a lollipop sits across from us. And we want to hear all about that experience. Did they sit on phone books? Did they, I don't know, eat chicken McNuggets at the board? Tell us about it.
Bring a teddy bear to the board. I used to have a booster seat that I sat on back in the old days.
Let me ask you, did you ever bring the book that you wrote to the board and like sit it across from your opponent or anything?
I mean, I feel like I think I played some guy who actually bought my book beforehand, and it was really weird. Like, I think he asked me to sign it, and it just created a weird dynamic. Like, I'm supposed to play you, but you know, it was nice. It was nice.
Well, my dad used to do it. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
My dad would arrive at the board, and my opponent would say, "Mr. Klein," and my dad would say, "Yes." And my opponent would say, like, "We're playing." And my dad's like, "No, you're playing my son."
Right.
You know, you get the point. Yeah.
Well, you were Mr. Klein. Yeah. Which Mr. Klein am I playing? Exactly. I remember this one time I won the last round of a tournament. I was maybe like 8 or 9, and it was my first prize. And my opponent came up to my parents who were watching the game, and he said, "I gave your son a Christmas present." And my dad got so angry. Like, he didn't like the way that was phrased. And I was like, "Dad, like, it's okay. Like, I won the game. We're moving on." But I just remember that. That's an inside joke in my family now.
That's very funny. Well, back to the action. Brandon Jacobson has had his hands full against Anthony He, and you called it. Even though he's only an IM, he is a beast in online chess. And right now, he's got a 1.5 to 1/2 lead going into the 3-minute segment.
Yes, he does, but he's got a pretty passive position here. Brandon, a big fan of these collie setups. Brandon has some weaknesses on the queen side. This pawn on c3 needs to be kept under close supervision, but he's got the classic sort of London system-y sort of clamp going in the center, Mike.
Yeah, the bishop is wiggling its way out to the h6 square, but I'm very worried about the weakness of the a3 f8 diagonal. I just wonder, how does white reroute? White can play c4 at some point, not too early because you'll weaken d4. And you can never take because the knight would take back and plop itself in. I don't know. Somehow that diagonal is going to become a problem at some point, I feel like.
I agree completely. It's just kind of makes it difficult for black to coordinate the pieces to communicate between the king side and the queen side. You really would want to put a queen on e7 to connect the rooks. But Brandon taking a while if you're deciding where to put his queen. He goes back to d1. And I guess that, so knight takes e5. And if rook takes, then there's knight takes d7 and there's a skewer. Maybe Anthony will sack the exchange here for some sort of activity, but I doubt it. I feel like he's probably going to go bishop c6.
Yeah, now what do you think about black's plan of going back to f8 and just trading bishops?
Not bad. In general, trades are good for black here.
Yeah, I mean, obviously he has to take care of this threat that you pointed out first, which he does with a6.
Bishop c5 by Brandon continues to improve. Down under a minute now is Anthony. And another thing he's going to have to keep monitoring is the possibility of bishop takes f5, which, if it comes at an inconvenient moment for black, could be disastrous.
And if it comes like right now, I know it's black's move. Which way would black take back?
Probably the e-pawn. I wouldn't, I wouldn't be okay with weakening my king side with g takes f5. So queen f3 could be a prelude to that in order to discourage e takes f5. But there's your move, bishop f8.
Yeah, I feel like it had to be done at some point because the diagonal that white control was more important than the diagonal black control. Black wanted to keep controlling c1 so that the c3 pawn would be a little bit weaker, but you just couldn't allow all those weak squares.
I don't like knight d6. I think Anthony should have gone f6 and chased that knight out of e5. Now queen h6 is one thing to consider. I mean,
and then a rook lift
could come. Yeah, or a rook left, or rook e3 immediately.
Mm-hmm.
And that would also discourage f6 because then what you could do is take the bishop and then go rook e1 and put pressure on e6. But c4 by Brandon, assault on all sides now. Anthony's in big trouble here.
Yeah, I liked your idea of queen h6. Probably you have to play rook c1 first, maybe, but then you can't play f6 because knight takes g6 must be winning with the rook lift coming.
Right.
So queen h6 right away would have stopped this f6 idea. Actually, you can almost consider rook knight g6 anyway.
I was thinking about it, knight g6 and queen h6, but I guess black can defend with rook f7 there. I feel like for Brandon, it's not worth going for something like that because he's positionally so much better. But what does he do? Maybe just drop the knight back to f3, but then you drop c4. F6 is a great move by Anthony. Great practical chance.
I wonder if bishop g6, hg6, queen h6 was even worth considering, but okay, we're past that now.
Okay, so b4, b5 is the clinical plan, but f4 by Brandon, some prophylaxis to start. Okay. Bishop drops back to f1. Anthony's gotten a little bit active, but now he's got this big weakness on d5, which Brandon could attack together with the pressure on the queen side.
Quick check of the other game, and Praveen has more space, but the material is still equal, so let's keep it here.
Okay, c6 is interesting in this position to create a passed a-pawn. Anthony, though, doing a great job of creating counterplay, and Brandon now down to 30 seconds himself. Can he keep his cool here?
Queen h6 would have threatened rook e5, or maybe it wouldn't quite work, but okay. Just an idea, it doesn't quite work.
Well, there's some of these ideas with bishop c4 in the right circumstances. Rook ac1 could be considered, but Anthony is ready to push his pawn to d3 now, and it could turn from a weakness into a strength. Is he turning this around? c6. I think Brandon should go c6.
Yeah, and if takes, do you take on a6 probably?
Yes,
no?
Definitely. Oh, he takes c6. Unexpected there. What is his idea? Bishop takes a6. Back to e5 goes Anthony.
He still gets a passed a-pawn, but now it's on a4, not a6. That's the difference.
I like rook ad1, getting everything into the game. King g7, great move, escaping these various skewer ideas. d3, bishop takes d3. No, that doesn't work.
I think rook f7 is coming at some point.
Or rook f8, also back to d2 he goes. Anthony navigating this position. Oh, bishop takes d3, but he's given up the pawn. Oh, that's a big loss for Anthony. Rook d5.
Brandon up a pawn, Praveen up a pawn also. Both players trying to get their first win so far in the semis.
Brandon is very close. Bishop b5 is crushing. And just move the queen back to a1. And he wins the piece. And Brandon survives and wins to equalize the score. Can Praveen win the game here?
Yeah, he just got a second pawn right when we were speaking, and he's almost about to play. Oh no, he's pinned. The bishop's pinned. You can't do that.
Whoa, Praveen with a huge mental lapse.
You can't do that. I see the point, but the bishop was pinned.
Yeah, but you can. I mean, that is basic stuff. Bishop, and now, if anything, he has to make sure he doesn't tilt his way into a loss.
Yeah, he's running away from his own b pawn, and now we might see our second rook versus bishop endgame.
And if I'm no, this is a draw because the bishop is anchored to the pawn. So unless Praveen checkmates his own king, this should be elementary. But Andrew could play this until tomorrow morning if he wants.
Again, there's no match clock, but they could just play it to make me late for Atlanta Braves opening day first pitch.
Right, exactly.
Which is at 8 p.m. tonight. I think we're okay.
Yeah, I think we're fine. Although, given that white can push the pawn every couple of moves, or like 50 moves, this could last a while. Okay, bishop f8. I don't see the reason to move the bishop at all. No, this is king f5, and I think Andrew might actually repeat here. Although knowing Andrew, he's going to play this for forever. He's going to play this for 50 moves.
Any kind of psychological advantage to making your opponent suffer a little bit here?
Well, I think at this point, now that Praveen has identified the right bishop and pawn setup, he's literally just moving the king back and forth. And there we go, draw by repetition. But Andrew, he's a fighter. He's going to squeeze every position. So,
well, he was down 2 pawns for nothing there, and it wasn't really through any action of his own. It was Praveen forgetting his bishop was pinned. But another Vienna here, and but Praveen should have been down only 2-1. Now he's down 2 games still.
And he goes for queen e7. I don't know. I only know queen e4 check there, which leads to a approximately balanced endgame. don't know if Praveen is entirely confident in these lines. Let's see. Should d7. He sacked the pawn, but he's going to have really quick development, and he's probably going to castle queenside real fast.
Yeah, it's only a half pawn too. It's a c3 pawn.
Right. Okay, bishop f4, but g5 could also be a problem. This is dubious for white, that's for sure, but can Praveen navigate the complications? It goes g5.
Okay, now you can't wait, can you play queen takes e5, bishop c6, queen e3?
Right, but white will, I feel like white will gladly trade queens.
Got it.
The problem is if white castles queenside, there's bishop g4, which ends the game because the queen can't move, you get checkmated. That's the problem with, not developing your pieces. Gosh, this is a potentially catastrophic for Andrew.
Yeah, I don't even see any bailout moves because your queen has to get off the d file, but you have to finish your development too, and you can't do both in the same move.
I think this is the winning idea. F5, and you can't en passant because your queen's going to hang. You're going to lose the knight in the game. This wins the game on the spot for Praveen. He has to see this. He cannot leave these points on the table.
Well, I wonder if he's debating between that and bishop h3, which has similar ideas. Now, your way is much more direct and clear, but he may be thinking of two different bishop moves here.
Definitely. And it's easy to get overwhelmed when you've got so many discovered attacks. But this is well within his level. He plays bishop g4. I think he's zeroing in on it. And if he finds f5, the rest should be pretty straightforward.
Yeah, Andrew might be thinking about how to bail out and sack the queen here, but you can't really even get two pieces for the queen.
Right, that's the crazy part. Bishop takes c6. Yeah,
There's
maybe the best practical chance.
But you know what? You can now play c6, bishop e4, f5.
Oh no, that's crazy. Look at that idea.
Hey, I learned from the best.
And then you win another minor piece. I mean, this is just a disaster. And he plays bishop takes c6, which is, I agree, the best practical chance. But let's see if he follows in on Master Mike's footsteps here. c6 and f5 ends the game.
Well, I followed in your footsteps because you showed me this. So.
Fair enough. I appreciate it. Okay. He plays c6, step one. I feel like Praveen's angry after that last game. You can tell he's on a mission.
Yeah, destroyed white's open here. We might not see another Vienna Gambit.
No, I think he's going to retire this permanently after this game. Let's wait until he finds f5, and then we'll switch to the other game.
Okay.
Oh,
You already switched. You have high confidence in him.
No, let's wait until he finds f5, because if he doesn't find f5, okay, he does.
He's probably calculating bishop g5 here.
Which is played.
Okay.
Just queen e8, simply.
Bishop f6 is coming with tempo, but you can win the bishop and the knight if bishop f6. So.
It's fun. Oh yeah, that's also true. Funny, white gets a brief initiative, and then once everything dies down, you just lose a lot of your pieces. Okay, what do we have here? Looks like a good position for Brandon.
Yeah, his pieces are a little more cohesive, I'd say.
Although he is down a pawn. He's clearly got full comp, but he's got 29 seconds now. Bishop takes h4 is tempting. I don't know if he's trying to make it work or what, but he's down to 20 seconds now.
Yeah, move. Bishop takes, pawn takes, and then queen f3, but then white's going to offer a queen trade.
Yeah, it's complicated. He does it, but queen e2, and I didn't see anything there. Queen e2, queen f1, and if white's queen travels to g2 and puts its body, apparently that was not the best move.
Well, queen f1, queen rook f1. E3, rook e3 doesn't work.
Rook takes.
No. Yeah, okay. Good
also,
point.
Another problem, Mike, is queen f1 and knight g2. The knight can drop back and use itself as a defender. Anthony is sharp right now. Rook g4. Got to be tried.
Yeah, got to keep material on the board. I agree.
Brandon's way too slow here, and he allows a trade. That's really bad. Oh, man, Brandon with a meltdown here. You have to try rook g4. As he tries to hunt for white's pawns. That's his idea, but it just doesn't seem like enough. But he's taken a bunch of pawns. Maybe I'm wrong.
Weirdly, Andrew has not resigned, so that other game is still going on, but this one's more interesting.
Yeah. Andrew actually is doing his best there. We might be able to switch back. Rook d3, queen e2, and Brandon doing a great job, actually, holding on. He's making me eat my words. And he's won another pawn. Look at this.
Yeah, that
And
is a
now-
lot.
Oh my God, and Anthony is just losing his mind here. He's panicking d4. He doesn't know what hit him. Rook g3, maybe? Knight g4, rook g6, and d4, threatening h5. Brandon might win this game.
Yeah, we went from Black not wanting to trade because he was the sacrificer and the attacker. Now most trades would probably lead to a winning endgame. You just have too many pawns.
The pawn just promotes. I mean, queen c2 is coming. Whoa, but taking was probably not the best. Queen b1 won on the spot there. Now Anthony's got chances again. Although with 2 seconds on the clock, can he hold it together? He wins a pawn. He wins another one. Oh my God.
Yeah, they're all going to fall. Amazing.
Oh, they're all following, and now it's White's who's winning again. I don't know about the rook trade, though. That could have given Brandon now chances if he can trade that last pawn. Oh, but he loses another one, and he loses the game.
Yep, h5 would have answered by knight f6.
Yep, takes, and king e3. Beautifully done by Anthony. What a heartbreaker there, Mike, for Brandon, who could have won that game in one move with queen b1 check.
Yeah, that was Duke UNC. There was a lot of lead changes there in that one, and Anthony he retakes the lead.
And Praveen has made a bit of a hash of this. I mean, he's got a lot of pawns, Desandro.
A bit of hash. Yeah, you know, on Chesscom, we're not allowed to mention drugs. But I forgot we're on chess.com.
Yes, exactly. Rook takes b5. That would have been another pawn. That was a free pawn. Praveen is now down to 10 seconds. He's not finding it. He can't move the bishop. He can't give checkmate. He keeps going back to this position, but he's not coordinating.
Kind of
my
amazing,
God, is Andrew
actually.
going to save this? Bishop f8, bishop h6, maybe. I would move the bishop at some point. Okay, that eval bar working, getting a workout in, getting its cardio done.
So what's the winning plan for Black? I'm not following it.
I think we just saw it displayed. C4, but DC, or BC rather. 5 man. Now 1 second for Praveen.
I should take on B4. Yep.
It's
He's going to
over.
play
He takes A3.
rook
It's coming.
E3 F C3.
Goodbye. Whoa! Why did he do that? Now he's giving him checks. What is he doing? Queen
Oh, he won the queen. This was the most amazing game I have seen on chess.com this year. The willingness for Andrew to keep playing chess when he was totally lost after move 13, it pays off. So kids that are watching, this is why you don't resign the chess game.
But you can't. You have just bishop. Take the pawn, for God's sake. Bishop c3, anything. What is bishop e1? And then bishop c3, just oblivious completely to White's checks. Praveen, he is just not maintaining his composure in the final stages of the game. And the fact that he got half a point out of the last 2 games is unbelievable.
It's like he mouse slipped his bishop 2 squares. That's
Right.
not what happened. He was clearly too tempted by the capture. You're exactly right.
I've never seen anything like that. I mean, that is the swindle of the century right there for Andrew.
Yeah, and not only to just get the checks at the end, but for the king to walk to c5 and win the queen right away. Amazing.
The good news for Praveen is that, you know, they're still early in the match. It's quote unquote only a 3-point lead, but he has to avoid tilt and he has to convert those positions. I mean, that was some beautiful opening tactics that all go to waste due to that, you know, meltdown in the final moves.
Andrew Hong, the man who got his 3rd and final Grandmaster norm in Charlotte, shows you why chess is a game that's sport and not just science. Because the only reason to keep playing that game at several moments is because there's a sporting element involved, especially with the clock ticking down. And that's what makes this event so exciting, actually. Not just to have slow Grandmaster grinds, but to see true lead changes and unexpected things happen in the course of just one single game.
Yeah, we've already seen our fair share of these as we have a pretty peaceful end game between Brandon and Anthony in this game, but it looks to me like White's ruined pawn structure is counterbalanced by the active knight on c5. So this is probably closer to equality than to anything else.
And Praveen's game is similarly rather quiet this time around. They had to slow things down a little bit. Gives us a chance to catch our breath too.
Oh, my lands. That was just wild. Praveen doesn't seem to be tilting, though, which is good.
Well, it is pretty clear whoever does advance out of this qualifier to play in the main event of the JSCC is going to be battle hardened. They're not going to have any experiences that they cannot draw from when they get to the main event, whoever they may end up playing.
My goodness. I mean, and our first qualifier was equally insane with a final match that went into overtime, and they were just going back and forth, win, 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 win. I mean, you know, everything might seem easy in comparison. That's like, I always loved playing my next tournament after the US Championship was always so much fun because I'd play at 2,500 and I'd never be happier to play at 2,500. I'm like, I just played Wesley and Kamsky and Caruana. You know, I can take this mediocre GM.
Yeah, it's like when you go from the amusement park's largest roller coaster to its third largest, and you're not afraid at all anymore.
Are you a roller coaster fan?
I spent my time on the Dutch machines of death. Yeah.
Have you been to Carowinds?
Grew up at Carowinds. You forget I'm an OG Charlatan.
That's right. You're one of the few.
Yeah.
I have not been to Carowinds yet, and there's some roller coaster. I'm a big roller coaster fan, and I have not gotten a chance to visit yet. That is the local theme park.
They got some good ones. Yeah. Some of my best memories were staying that final hour when the park cleared out, and you could just go over and over on the same roller coaster when you were 9 years old. And some of the highlights of my youth were spending afternoons there.
Right. That makes sense. Okay, so Praveen was better. Now he wants Rook E8 check, but is that so dangerous? Wait, Queen B8. I'm trying to puzzle together the right sequence here. I can't quite put my finger on it.
You can't go too wild because of your own back rank, but I see what you're trying to get at.
Maybe check and Queen F4. Oh yeah, I think that's it. Check and Queen F4. And then the problem for black is that if you go Rook D3, to keep contact with the pawn, you lose the rook. And otherwise, you lose the very important F7 pawn. But Praveen, he misses it. He goes Queen B4 straight away. Rook D3, there's this weird geometry.
Yeah, he's just trying to drive the rook away from F2 or D4. He's just trying to make the rook get to a slightly worse square before making any active operations.
No, that's a really good practical move. Yeah, and I don't see a move for black here. I mean, if you go Rook A2, then you've kind of left your king to the wolves. 28 seconds for Andrew. Can he pull out another miracle? Rook C2. Oh, there's a cool line. Queen B1, Queen F5. And if Rook E2, there's Rook C5. I think Praveen doesn't see it. Queen F5, Rook E2, Rook C5, and black gets off.
And I guess you play, what do you play here?
Well, you have to play Rook. I mean, you could play Rook F1, but that doesn't exactly, you know, make black shiver and fright. Black can go G6 then and protect the queen. Rook C5, that's the key. And man, none of these tactics are favoring Praveen. He cannot catch a break.
Still, though, this is the kind of game you got to pull out. You know, you've already lost a game you should have won, or actually maybe several, but now you got to find a way to win a game you shouldn't win.
And let's swing back to Brandon's game, which is really close to winning, but I don't think it is winning. I think this is a theoretical draw. Crack open Dvoretsky, page 484.
Wow, my intuition would have said that there's a way, but I trust.
Rook G8. Sorry, Mike.
No, you're right. He just slipped to the right. He made the mistake of getting an active piece, and then he went from I can't move my king to an open file, I can't make any progress, to hey, look, my king can do stuff, and then he forgot. No, your king can't do stuff.
And big win for Brandon there. There were several drawing moves. You have to keep the king sheltered by the opposing king so that there's no rook move with check. And the final game of the 3-minute portion for these two is going to be a very important one. It's going to set the tone for the bullet.
Praveen and Andrew are still battling in that game. It has become a rook endgame, and both kings are getting active again.
Praveen's got the extra pawn here if he takes on d5. He's going to try to promote, and he wants to put this rook in front of the pawn. Okay. Now, Andrew's approach is to give up the rook for the pawn and try to promote his other pawns. Check, d7. No, this should be winning for white. Yeah, king e7. It's winning, completely winning. d7, and it's over. King d6. King d6. Okay, this is also good enough. And just rook takes f4. Well done by Praveen. No, leaving absolutely no doubt.
Nicely done. Not even allowing the rook versus pawn position.
I mean, even if white had promoted and finally Praveen pulls one out, that's a big one, cutting the lead to 2.
Yeah, the cheeky move by Andrew there, but who's to blame him? I mean, he's been saving lost positions for the last 30 minutes. Might as well try this little rook idea.
Right. I mean, everything's been working out for him. Another Berlin. Praveen has clearly not learned his lesson.
Final game of the 3-minute segment for
Draw.
both semifinals.
Oh, d6. Actually, that's an attempt by black to avoid that Berlin draw, which I think Andrew was going to justifiably make, but this is considered an incredibly dangerous line for black. I strongly dislike this choice by Praveen.
Yeah, so black gets no space and white gets control of the open file, and white has the happiest pieces. I've never seen this line before, but it totally makes sense that white has compensation.
I mean, this is just not a practical opening. And if I were Praveen, I'd play bishop b7 and castle. I would just leave the b7 pawn, forget about it, and go for development. And love that choice. At least he gets his king into into safety. Still a little bit dubious, but at least you won't get checkmated in the center.
Okay, this move destroys the bishop pair, of course.
Mm-hmm.
And I like how white's pawn on f4 just stays there. No need to push it and free the knight. The knight basically dominates the pawn dominates the knight right now.
Right. Andrew developing his knight, check on d4. Praveen trying to get active, pushing the queen out of c6. And probably white is a little bit better here because black's got, the weak pawns on c7 and a7. Ooh, yeah. Nastiness.
Yeah, he only pushes the pawn once the knight moves, and you're right. f6 is a problem. The queen swings to h4, bishop's coming into g5 at some point, but f6 is the immediate problem.
Yeah, f6 is a great move by Praveen. It slows down, it stops the progress. And now f5 has become a big liability because the knight's making contact with it, and Praveen can continue tickling that pawn. Queen d5, he's taking over the initiative.
Still, though, this move is interesting to me. It forces the knight forward, but maybe the knight wanted to come e2, f4, e6 anyway. So forcing the knight there may not be so bad.
Right. Yeah, interesting. So now the question is, can white generate timely counterplay on the king side? Bishop h6, knight h5 is the immediate threat. Maybe it's worth tucking the king away on h8.
Yeah, white's play is fairly transparent. When you play queen h4 to g4, it's pretty clear what's going to happen the next couple of moves.
I wonder what the threat is. He doesn't move. Wait, what? Bishop h6, knight h5?
Yeah, how is he guarding it a third time? And like I said, it was pretty transparent what white was up to.
He's not. That is a shocking move by Praveen. He's just completely ignored the threat. And he's had a couple of just very confusing mental lapses in this segment that is about to potentially cost him another whole point.
Yeah, rook f7, bishop h6 was actually multiple threats because you're kind of threatening bishop g7, rook takes. Well, that's just made if rook takes, but you're threatening f6 as well. You could play knight takes f6. That's what I meant to say. Knight takes f6. I got my overworked rook right. I got my order of moves backward. Yeah.
This is a disaster. You got to play king h8. You got to spot the threat there. And Praveen, if he loses this game, he goes down by 3, and he's going to have his work cut out for him in the bullet segment against one of the stronger, maybe perhaps after Brandon, the strongest bullet player in the field today.
Honestly, I'm surprised the eval bar says white's only up 1.4, so it looks a lot better than that.
Apparently, there's a crazy defense. Knight takes f5, and if rook takes f5, queen g6 Praveen misses it though.
Yeah, that's tough.
And just F takes. It's crushing. Andrew has plenty of time here to puzzle out the complications.
So F takes, H takes, and then
Just knight takes G7, I think, is simplest.
okay. And your pieces will untangle somehow, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, and if queen takes G6, then a check on E6 would do the trick. Rook F7, and now, okay, I mean, even knight takes G7 is probably winning, but this is where Andrew has to find an accurate move. He plays bishop takes G7, which is also crushing, I think. Knight E5, I guess. Yeah, queen H4, it's over. Everything collapses here.
So Andrew looking to go up 3 games into the bullet segment, which means that Praveen would have to win 5.5 out of the 8 just to get to a tiebreak. It's a long road to go for him.
And the thing is, Praveen actually is getting good positions out of the opening pretty consistently. He was much better even here. If he had played king H8, he should have won the game. But you know, he's losing his mind in these critical moments. He's got to work on that in the bullet. Match is far from over, but you know, he's going to have to improve his level of play considerably. Rook G3, look at that. Andrew doesn't even want to take the queen unless it's on his own terms. Okay, he's going to win this one. Let's go back to the Brandon game where he's down a rook. Brandon, what happened here?
I don't know. I just took a look 5 seconds ago, and
God,
there was a
Mike,
rook on the board.
A rook in one move. There's a rook, and then there's no rook. But Anthony, okay, he trades queens, and he's going to win. Oh my God,
so
Brandon.
it looks like both of our underdogs will go into the bullet, one with a marginal lead and one with a very healthy lead.
Seatbelts fastened and mandatory. Anthony goes up by 1 point, but anything can happen in the bullet. And Andrew putting the finishing touches on his victory. Rook G3 check, and that's going to lead to resignation, I think. One last try, rook E1 check and D3, but okay, that's not serious. Okay, rook E1 check. There it is.
It's H4. Yep, we see it on the board. Bishop's trying to make its way around to D6. It got there, but too little too late.
Yeah, he doesn't even care about that rook. He cares about the H7 square. And it is official. Andrew winning the last game, going up by 3 whole points going to the bullet. We will have 8 games of bullet and we've got 2 players, both of them have some coming back to do. Don't go anywhere. These are 2 fascinating matches. We're going to go on a short break. When we come back, we will have the bullet for you. You are watching the Junior Speed Chess Championship second qualifier presented by SIG. Back with the semifinals bullet in just a couple of moments. Welcome back to the second qualifier of the JSCC presented by SIG. The bullet segment is on, and we are watching it with FIDE Master Mike Klein, Fun Master Mike. Mike, buckle in. Here we go. Brandon down by a point. He's playing aggressively.
I have to say, Danya, you are even entertaining on mute because you had such animation in your voice. And I just watched the movie Coda last night, so I'm trying to be a lip reader. Anyway, let's get into the games here because we've got some comebacks that are needed. Comeback from Brandon is marginal. The comeback from Praveen is massive. Let's see if either one can make a big rally here in the bullet.
And as I said before the break, for Praveen, he's doing things right in the opening, but he has to stay composed tactically as the game enters that middle game. That game where he was up with Queen, that was incredibly painful. He's got to push it away. But let's watch Brandon here as he's got the center. But the Grunfeld is a great bullet opening because you have so many tactical opportunities. I would throw an F5 here if I'm Anthony.
Yeah, F5 trying to take advantage of the fact that White has played G3 and weakened the knight on F3. So tell me about the merits of C5 here. Is Black building up for C5 or is the D5 advance going to pretty much nullify that idea?
Yeah, well, I mean, now the position changes completely. We have a huge
Didn't give it a chance to answer, yeah.
I would have kept attention if I were Brandon. I think what he's banking on is the fact that his rook is going to infiltrate either through C1 or D1, and his bishop is currently dominating the knight. But Black is the only one in the pass pawn, which could become important in a time scramble, as Anthony hunting for White's pawns and vice versa.
Learning opportunity for me. We don't do a lot of bullet on chess, kid. Oh, no, you missed it.
Oh my God, knight F4 check ended the game immediately. Sorry, Mike, continue.
I was just going to say I made the mistake of asking you a positional question in bullet, and I can see that is not something I'm going to do again. Let's stick with the tactical stuff.
Shocking miss, knight F4 check. Understandable blunder for Brandon, but Anthony sees that stuff 100 times out of 100. Okay.
Yeah, Black is still for choice, but I'd rather have a rook versus bishop position than this one.
The blunders are possible here for either side. Forks galore. Brandon going after the FG4 pawn. Ooh, okay, that forces a trade. That should clinch the draw.
I think he's going to play it out, though. I think the knight can dance a little bit and have some fun. It should be a draw. I wonder, should have White played King G5 there with latent ideas of H5? He's going to play it now. He's going to play it now.
I thought Bishop B5 trapped the knight there. This is close to being a win for White. Knight D6, knight D6, and then King E6. I think, yep, and he finds it. Good stuff by Anthony. This is the drawing idea.
Yeah, your king sits on F5 forever, your pawn sits on G4 forever, and that's all you have to know.
Yep, and you can just close your eyes here, basically. And Praveen's game also ending in a draw, which is obviously a great result for Andrew.
Andrew, 2.5 points from clinching. And he only needs 2.5 out of 7.
Brandon's the one who's got to be a little bit careful here. Knight takes G3, forces the draw. And Anthony holding the black pieces here in game 1. Let's switch back and watch Praveen's comeback attempt just for a little while.
Okay.
He cannot afford to lose this game. Another Berlin, Mike. I just this gives me major anxiety just looking up Black's position here. But I guess he's comfortable. He's got over a minute.
Same pawn structure and same idea coming. F6 is still an idea. Remember, in the first game, Black castled and had to play F6 himself, but was dead lost even after finding those moves.
That was bad, though. Takes in Queen F3 looks pretty devastating as White will take B7 and sink a knight on C6. He doesn't play it. Takes in Queen F3, I thought, was just pretty prosaic there.
Not only that, but Rook E1 kind of gives up on the plan of F6 as well, and suddenly Black has crawled out of this a little bit.
Especially because Andrew took about 20 seconds there. Yeah, to see that. Now, Praveen is very much in the driver's seat. He's got to deliver here. Queen D7, Rook E8. He's got to play confidently. So far, so good for Praveen. If he can continue the pressure. Takes D4 and takes F5. He can win a pawn. He does. And now he's winning.
Yeah, he can't challenge on the E file yet. His own A pawn is hanging, so he's taking up other measures.
Andrew going for the attack, though. Wait a minute. Bishop H6? Oh, that could be a nasty counter chance. Goes Rook G3.
Probably Bishop H6, Queen G6, but yeah, I get your point. The nice thing about White's position, White can just chuck everything at the king. He's down 1 million pawns.
Exactly. You have nothing to lose. And rook c1 almost traps the queen. You have to watch for that as well. I would go king h8 here. I think that's the only move. But Praveen seems to have an aversion to them. There he goes.
Well, he
Is
learned
there
his
a queen
mistake.
Trap?
Remember, Danya,
Bishop
king h6
h6.
played it anyway. This is a lot of shades of the last game they played. The exact same ideas are coming up.
That's an incredible move by Andrew in a bullet game. He spots that after GH knight takes f6, there's an unstoppable discovered mate. And now is there rook e1? What a calm move there. Apparently not a good move. Rook e8. Praveen's rook comes to the rescue and pins the knight.
Yeah, our eval bar is drunk in this game. It's just wobbling around,
It is.
back and forth. Bishop g7, and now f6 is going to be taken at some point, maybe right away.
Rook g8, though. Praveen is going to block that check with the bishop. He should be able to win this, but he can. It's still easy to blunder.
Yeah, there was no knight f7 mate anyway because of that bishop on c4.
Oh my God, this is so scary. Rook e7 is coming. Knight e4, queen e5,
Right,
intercepting the rooks. He should win this.
Takes. Okay, finally gets a discover attack on the queen, does nothing.
And bishop e6, anything should win. Oh, queen g2 mate. Bang.
All right, Praveen is back in this. We have ourselves a match. He closes the lead to 5-3. Still don't like the opening, but he made it work.
He did, and he wins a big, big game. He had to win that one. In the meantime, Brandon getting himself pinned, and he can move his bishop now because the rook is untouchable because of mate. Oh, he just blunders. Knight takes f6. Don't miss a fork now if you're Brandon. If he doesn't miss a fork, he should win this.
Yeah, this is my nemesis. Knights running around boards and in bullet chess. I can't
The
take
worst.
it. Yeah,
The absolute worst. He's winning on the position, and he just trapped the knight. Oh, look at that move. Rook e8, rook f4. Oh, and Brandon's going to promote that pawn. Great calculation and time pressure. The match is tied, Mike. This is going to be, oh, is this going to be epic?
4-4. We're an hour in. We've gone nowhere. First to 7.5 wins, and they've got 2 of their 8 bullet games in the book. So 6 left to play. And if anybody goes +1, they take it.
Praveen with another essentially must not lose situation. As I don't love his position, though. He's got very passive pieces. He's got a weak pawn on d3, and Andrew, with almost all of his time still remaining, playing very confidently in this position.
Yeah, if he gets his knight to f4, he might even look to completely change the character of the position and swing the queen around to the king side somehow.
Yep.
Might take you a while, but what's white doing in the meantime? I'm not sure.
Absolutely nothing. You can't even move the rook because then you give up a2 and the bishop swings back to b3. Total paralysis here. And c4 could be considered at some point as well. Let's see what he ends up doing. Queen takes a4, though. That's a good move by Praveen. And back to c2. He's stabilizing the position.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of funny. You don't normally trade a center pawn for a side pawn, but your d3 pawn was so weak, and you get some pieces off the board that it actually turned out okay for white.
It did, as Andrew trying to keep the rook anchored on t3, trying to goad Praveen into taking and giving him a far advanced passer. Praveen saying not a chance. He's still not threatening anything because b2 is going to hang in the end. But a4, great move. Queen a6.
Yep, need to stay in touch with the c4 pawn.
Now a trade. I still like black here. White's king gives me the heebie-jeebies. Queen takes c4 and bishop c4. There might be a checkmate.
Well, he's going to play it. We're going to find out.
This queen d3 is very Monka-esque. This is scary.
Okay, bishop a4 is the idea.
But what does that threaten, says Praveen. And he has a perpetual if he wants it. I would even consider going for it with white. King, maybe g4. A little brazen, though.
This is tough because, yeah, were it not for the match situation, he'd probably take a draw in a heartbeat there, but he has to think about the fact that he's down 2 games.
Exactly. Brandon, in the meantime, with 10 seconds, down a pawn, but he's got active pieces. Okay. Bishop c4. That's a scary move. Whoa, knight f4, he blunders a piece. Oh my gosh. Walks right into a fork. Mike, what did we say about knights running around the board?
Yeah, knights go up in value in bullet chess, I'd have to say. Sometimes you're not even trying to fork. You're just moving the knight around attacking stuff, and you accidentally attack two of them at the same time.
That's kind of what happened here. As Brandon, he should be able to convert this, and that means he'll jump up into the lead by a point. Anthony missing some stuff that he usually doesn't miss. Okay, but nerves of all kinds are a factor in this match.
Pawn's getting a little scary, but the bishop should be able to corral it.
Just get the king closer to the pawn. Just to avoid giving the commentators a heart attack. Oh, and he's just in time to stop the pawn, but don't flag, he's gonna flag! Oh my god, oh, knight b3 blows a piece.
Any checks are annoying. Okay, still winning for white, but not as easy.
Or is it? But no, it should be a draw now. In fact, black might be in the driver's seat if white's not careful. Anthony's gonna pull it out here. Oh my gosh. Or is he? Brandon still with some chances. Oh, he's going to go e5.
Yeah, he's going to keep the pawn alive.
Okay. Okay. Oh my God. How many turnarounds in this game have we seen? E6. Now it looks winning for white. King g5 there.
He might be trying to gain time on the clock with a bunch of moves.
And he has black Zugzwang. Knight f7, though, he's going to win the pawn, or is he? No, he's not. Brandon with some great knight maneuvers. He loses the piece, and then he wins the impossible endgame.
I can't believe he kept both pawns on the board when they both looked weak.
Oh.
Okay, he wins it. Not cleanly, but he wins it. And I think he takes his first lead of the match. Brandon Jacobson, the #1 seed, finally is in the driver's seat, but still 2.5 more wins needed for him to advance to the finals.
My Lions, what a ridiculous game we just saw. And in the meantime, Andrew Han attempting to take his lead all the way to the end. He's got a good end game here, despite appearances. I think he's up a pawn. I'm having a hard time counting, Mike. It's been a while since math class.
Yeah, it depends on if you count the two F pawns as one or as two. We'll just leave it at that.
Yeah, plus the bishops are... The knight has no good infiltration squares. That's the problem. A win here would put him within a point.
And if the national championship basketball game showed us anything, you cannot sit on a lead. You have to take it to your opponent and keep playing your same style. Sorry, Tar Heels. We'll get them next year.
D4, that was devastating. The knight was hanging. Now his position is collapsing.
Yep, and when the bishops come alive, that's when they show their strength, and it was just a matter of time before white found a way to open the position for these bishops.
Bang, bang, bang. Bishop a2. He doesn't want to give up a single one of his pawns. King d3 would have been good there.
Let's see if we're going to have an instructive moment and have a two bishops checkmate or something like it. Probably not, because now we have same color bishop endgame.
And you
Quick
know what's
check, and the bishop is the correct color of the rook pawn, so white doesn't even have to worry about the bishop sacrificing for the f pawn.
But how do you get this king off of, like, how do you go around the king? That's going to be the hard part. H4, H5, I guess you can start. You can just push the pawn to H6 and then think, because there's nothing to lose there. The bishop is anchored to the pawn.
Right. Good point.
Ooh, I don't know about. I hate F4 because that puts the pawn in a dark square. It was a really bad move.
Now you're going to have to move your king around the world. Literally, the king is going to have to go up to like through D7 and E8 or something.
F4 was unthinkable, and now Praveen has a fortress. And the moment you move your king to the other side, you go King G4 and win the pawn.
Yep, good point.
Yeah, there's just nothing that he can do. Bishop D8 though. Bishop D8.
Well, you can put your white bishop on G5 and then try the king run, maybe. Okay, now you're losing the pawn.
Bishop F4, and Praveen holds it. A big draw, but another half a point closer to victory is Andrew, still a 2-point lead.
Kids, do not put your pawns in the same color as your bishop in end games or middle games or ever. Just don't ever do it.
Great illustration of that as Brandon wins another game convincingly. He's starting to pull away from Andrew. Both matches at 6-4 right now.
I think that's the third straight win for Brandon. And yeah, he only a point and a half away from overcoming some early struggles. And that bullet play that you spoke of at the beginning of the entire show is starting to show for Brandon.
Yeah, he just seems to be playing with so much more confidence right now as he gets up into a good position with the two bishops. You can just, Brandon is a confidence player.
Let me ask you, you play a 100-game bullet match with Brandon with increment. What's your expected score?
For me,
1+1.
usually, I mean, 1+1 maybe like 765, 35, something like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's respectable for Brandon.
Yeah, I mean, he's very streaky. So we've had matches where it's one-sided, and yesterday we played a 20-game match, and I think he beat me 11-9. So he's in pretty good form these days. C5 check, maybe. I mean, you can just sense that the energy in his play is rising. He's just completely in control of these positions. And Anthony, he needs a miracle right now, because if he loses this game, I mean, it's all but over. And he's tilted. You can just sense it, I think. C5 check from all sides comes the attack.
I was just checking to see if Praveen and Andrew were repeating that same line in the Berlin, but Praveen is white this game, so it's not possible.
Oh, queen b6 check. I was thinking that, no, but even without losing the rook, the queen is swooping into f7. That would have won on the spot.
Yeah, black's piece is a little disorganized here. Knight on h5 is the biggest problem.
Queen f7 again looks very good.
Yeah, even better, because now the knight's hanging.
Brandon just has to keep his composure here. Bishop back to c5 is the sort of positional approach. You can just go after the b7 pawn. Nothing wrong with that. Take, yep, just takes a pawn. And now maybe even a queen trade is good. Just don't let the knight back into the game, because we know what knights cause. Knights cause trouble. White's king, Mike, is just a little bit flimsy here.
Yeah, white would give anything to get the queens off the board and stabilize the position with the two bishops and the extra pawn, but
that's what he's trying to do. But queen b2.
It's going to give a check and force the king back. And now you want your darks. Okay, you finally got the queens off the board, but it's going to cost him his c3 pawn, maybe.
It is. He's still in the driver's seat. He should be able to win the a5 pawn, but can he? No, Anthony keeping it protected. But even a draw in this game is not bad for Brandon. That puts him within a single win. Oh, and he's got the pawn. Look at him go. What a move. Now, and this should end it.
Now, if you're black, you should have played like knight. Actually, never mind. Starting to get the knight to b5, but there was no path to get him. Okay, got to c4. That's what I was going for. But still
right, it's still 93. If you can try to build the blockade, trying to get his king in. But look at bishop g4, pushing it away. And in comes the pawn. Okay, that's just another free pawn. Oh, he's got him pinned this way and that way, and pawns are pushing, and it's over.
It's like a forever pin, but a weird one.
Jeez. What a crushing win. Brandon within half a point of the match. Praveen.
That was really cool. He carved out. That was Brandon Jacobson, more like Brazilian jiu-jitsu there, the way he carved up his opponent with those bishops. That was really nice.
Praveen trying to save this game. Queen h4 and a1 queen, he's going to lose. And Andrew also within half a point of winning the match.
Wow. So two players, well, we got the Masters on, so I'm going to borrow a golf term. Two players are dormy. Any score wins for Brandon or for Andrew.
Interesting. I didn't know that was the term.
In match play, dormy means if you lose one more hole, you lose the match.
Very cool. Now, Anthony, don't sleep on him. He is capable of a comeback, but the way Brandon is playing right now, the confidence level, you just can't see it happening.
So if we had to pick a player to rattle off 3 straight wins to go to tiebreak, you think it'd be Praveen, not Anthony, just because of how Brandon's playing?
No, I think it would be Anthony, just because his style is a little bit more explosive. What worries me about Praveen is just that he's a little too solid, I think, for 3 wins in a row. And this is already terrible for Brandon as the knight reroutes to d5.
Yeah, and by the way, Praveen is repeating that same line in the Berlin that's been giving him some trouble, it looks like. But we can only concentrate on one game at a time. And since both players are on the verge of advancing, we'll stick here.
And Anthony, he's got a dominant position. Queen takes d6 here. Queen takes c3. Oh, he takes b8. This is completely winning for white. And this will be win number 1 for Panda, getting him a little bit closer to that comeback.
Yeah, he struggled on the bullet, that's for sure. But he really dominated the first 20, 30 minutes of this match before Brandon took over.
That's right. And Andrew, by the way, he can trade everything and go a pawn up in the endgame if he wants to, and he does, and he should be able to pull it out. Look at the time situation. Jeez, this is a win this is resignable for Brandon. Every pawn disappearing from the board. Oh, goodness gracious. 5 extra pawns.
And
He
meanwhile,
swindles this.
Andrew is still up a pawn. He undoubled his pawns, but allowed some counterplay. But he's still better.
Yep. Let's quickly check into that game as Anthony wins the first of the 4 he needs to win.
Yeah, remember, Praveen can't even settle for a draw here. So this little toggle, he can't do it. He's got to play something else.
And Andrew, more than happy to repeat. I mean, this is unwinnable position. He's just down a full pawn. Praveen might also just bite the bullet here and acquiesce to the draw. No, kudos, trying everything.
Remember, Andrew played on down a queen and won a game. So you're only down a pawn here. You got to put things in perspective.
Fortune favors the brave. And, sometimes it can be liberating to play in such a scenario where you have nothing to lose. You're already, nobody's expelled. Bishop c7 ends the match.
That's how I treat every game I play. I go into every game liberated, thinking I'm not expected to win anything.
Okay, well, we can trust him to win. Let's go to the Brandon game. Whoa.
In everything, there are limits.
DC. He's going to blunder a piece. Bishop e5, rook c1, and then bishop on d4 is going to be lost at the end of the line.
Rook on d1, overworked piece, kids.
This is easy, and he sees it. Oh, my lands. Brandon with a meltdown here in game 2. He's going to lose. Oh, that was wrong, though. Bishop c5, I think, was the best move. But why? I don't see why. Queen e3. I think the reason why is the queen could have moved to e2. He misses it. And he should lose this.
Still, the B pawn's a little scared with those bishops sort of shepherding it down the board.
Yeah, no, this is he's got chances now as the e-ball bar reveals. And it's official. Andrew pulling out the draw there and winning the match. We're down to this one. Bishop c7. Look at how the bishops are blocking off the knight. He should be able to hold it.
Yeah, it's got like a police escort to the other end of the chessboard here. That B pawn.
Oh my goodness. Rook c2. I would go rook c2, but then b6. Nope, that doesn't work. You've got to try something.
You know what? Oh, I got it. You wait for the pawn to get to b7 with your rook on b2 and you play knight d7.
Oh, that was super cool. But what is he trying to do? He's just letting White promote. It's over.
Yeah.
And Brandon is going to win. And Brandon is going to win. He wins the match. He is going to be in the final against none other than Andrew Hung, the 2 favorites, Mike. It wasn't easy, but they made it.
Yes, Brandon avoided catastrophe there. Now, it should be fair, even if he'd lost that game, it would have come down to the 14th and final game. But we do get the 2 favorites in the final. And I'm sorry, wait, we have Andrew Hong. Yeah, Andrew Hong was actually the 3 seed. So small upset over Praveen. We have the 1 versus the 3 coming up in the finals here. And it's going to be a pretty exciting one.
It is going to be a very exciting one, and the format is going to be exactly the same. We will have a 5, a 3, and a 1-minute portion. You do not want to go anywhere because this is going to be an epic, epic finals match to determine who gets that coveted ticket to the JSCC. So do not go anywhere. We're going to let the players catch their breath, and we will catch our breath in preparation for the final. You're watching the second qualifier of the JSCC presented by SIG. Back with Brandon Jacobson versus Andrew Hong in the finals in just a couple of moments.
This is going to be a real-time breakdown of Danny Wrench's games all time on chess.com.
That's cool. Oh! In the last month, I am playing 83.12.
I'm less accurate than them in every stage.
Yeah.
Man, that stings a little
You
bit.
should
Okay.
do the more game review.
Okay. Yeah, thanks a lot. Okay, so
Tuesday sucks. I gotta stop playing chess on Tuesday. Oh, it's because it's Title Tuesday.
Look how many blunders there were back in December 2020. And now December 2021, 1,600. Don't look at this number. Look at this number. Best.
Let's go to tactics. Mates. I'll probably need to work on these ones. Yep.
Every single rook fork that has presented itself to me, I have found. No one has a higher percentage of rook forks than I do. Yes, correct.
These are literally the knight forks that you missed.
I missed knight d6?
You saw it just now.
What the is wrong with me?
I could have done here and then taken this pawn, and I'm winning because my pawns get held together. That's probably the coolest part about this feature.
Like these positions against Hess? Rook there for rook e2! And he blunders maiden one! Oh my goodness! I'm awful!
Welcome back to the Junior Speed Chess Championship presented by SIG. We are watching the second of 3 qualifiers. The third one is going to be tomorrow morning, starting at 8 a.m. And we've got our 2 finalists here with FIDE Master Mike Klein. Mike, it's been an epic tournament so far. Brandon Jacobson against Andrew Hong. We are set for an amazing showdown.
I agree. Andrew was able to finish off his mini upset. Brandon was able to hold off or really make a comeback and avert the upset to get into this. No money's on the line. They both get 500 big ones for making it to the finals. But the key prize here is that the winner gets an automatic slot into the JSCC itself. We were just talking about, wouldn't it be cool if a qualifier went on to win the whole thing? I could see someone like Brandon making a deep run in the JSCC main event, but he's got to get past his opponent here, Andrew Hong, first.
Absolutely. And I think for Brandon, and really for both of them, I mean, both are pretty streaky. I mean, at their best, I think Brandon and Andrew are both capable of really defeating anybody. They've got that explosive component to their styles. Let's see who can keep their composure, who can push the fatigue aside and perform the best in the finals. The game has begun. We've got 2 games of 5+1 to begin, and Brandon going for his trusty, I don't even know what to call this. This is sort of like a Kali system. I don't even really think it has a name.
Yeah, it almost looked like he was playing like a reverse Benoni. Now, it didn't work out that way because Black did not play D5 to D4, but it almost seemed like that's the kind of system he was going for. But the yo-yo continues. You know, both of these players had to play a lot of 1-minute games. We gave them about a 4 or 5 minute break. Then they come back, have to go back to 5-minute. So we went from, I don't know, from heavy metal back to like easy listening jazz for just a moment because we've got more heavy metal coming up later on.
That's exactly right. And speaking of heavy metal, H4 by Brandon, that's a pretty typical move in such positions. You're going for knight G5, making his intentions absolutely clear. I've always found these positions to be really, really dangerous for Black, just because of the way that White's pieces are all sort of pointed at the king side.
And it should be noted, if we go all the way back to the opening round, Brandon Jacobson played H4 very early twice against Ryo Chen's King's Indian Defense Benoni type setup. So he seems to be comfortable in positions where he throws the H-pawn down the board quite quickly.
He's a big fan of these sort of cagey, slightly offbeat systems, but ones that are still positionally sound. You know, White still has very nice development. He's got all of the key central squares under his control. And, you know, Brandon thrives in these sorts of environments. Bishop F6, not favored by the eval bar. Queenside castles is a possibility, you know, throughout the next couple of moves.
And then we've got the players on camera for the first time. Brandon looks like he's playing a classical chess game. And that's not the kind of pose you generally have in an online blitz game with both hands over your ears. Maybe he's got like voice control of his mouse or something. No, not really.
Right.
But yeah, it's quite interesting to see them for the first time. I have a question. You know these players better than I do. Does Brandon play these offbeat H4 systems in classical chess or just online?
He's a little bit more classical, for lack of a better word, in classical chess. So I think online he's a bit more experimental. But no, I've seen him do this stuff in class. But I've also seen people like Wesley play this H4 system, this exact one actually, in classical chess. And Bishop B5 by Brandon, another sort of developing move that I wasn't expecting. I was thinking that he would put his bishop on D3, but there he goes, knight G5. Oh, scary. And the other knight comes to E4. He's not letting Andrew breathe here.
Yeah, probing for weaknesses. Now the G6 becomes a hook pawn, hook meaning target, and now the H pawn, when it comes forward, of course, you don't want to do it right away and hang your knight on G5, but this is going to be White's long-term plan.
Yeah, and I guess the question for Andrew, he should probably trade on B2 and then maybe play H6. And then it's possible that Brandon just wants to leave the knight on G5, fishing hook style, and queenside castle.
Exactly right. And yeah, that video I recorded later today was a fishing hook where the knight was literally on pre for 21 consecutive moves. So that's coming to the Chess Kid YouTube channel soon. Got to plug my home team.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And Andrew, deep in thought, he's got both of his hands on his head, but he's got a pretty good reason for that. A difficult position here. He could get checkmated in the blink of an eye if he's not careful.
Well, I have to say, Andrew's lighting setup wins. So if this match ends up tied 7-7, Andrew with the better camera, I think he takes it. That's not the official tiebreaker, but
he's got some great quality there. Yeah, absolutely. Brandon is like, I've dealt with those, but bishop c4 actually looks incredibly hard to deal with, at least at a cursory glance, because bishop takes d5 and knight f6 becomes a big threat.
Right. So bishop c4, I guess knight ce7. But then you play knight f6 anyway. Yeah, you're still losing some control of f6, huh?
Well, no, I think after knight c7, actually, I think that's correct, because here after the trade, it looks scarier than it is. I mean, black can play knight d5 and force the queen off of f6. Apparently, the move here was to shove this pawn down to h5 and to rip the h file open, but not an easy move to see, as Andrew immediately pounces with knight c7.
Okay.
Taking my Klein's advice.
Now, is there any utility in h5 now? Do you get a second chance? It looks less likely to work here with the knight covering g6, but just checking.
It's possible. h5, hg, there's knight takes g6, as you said. Well, you could just play that position slowly, but Brandon, that's not a good sign. He goes knight f3. I still like that move. I think that's the best that he can do, sort of reorganizing, and h5 is still a possibility.
Well, these players have our full attention, quite literally. This is the only game left. This is the finals of the second qualifier. We've got one more qualifier coming up tomorrow. And remind me, Danya, have we announced the invited players yet to this tournament?
Not in this broadcast.
Okay.
We'll definitely get a chance to do that maybe before the next segment starts. But we've got players like Nihal, big Indian contingent of incredibly dangerous players, Pragnananda, Arjun Arigaysi, really looking forward to watching them play. We've got so many juicy names in this field this time around. Can White go knight g5? I think he can. I think he has to.
Did the knights switch places, or is it me? Wasn't the other knight on g5?
That's absurd. Oh, Brandon doesn't play knight g5 was crushing. And to me, Brandon's success in the match really depends on his ability to find these types of moves, which, this is the move he should have found in his sleep. Now, he might still be a little bit better, but the worst is behind Andrew.
Okay, chat, we need a name for this. So Danya's already pointed out when you leave a knight on g5 to be captured, it's called the fishing hook. But what is it called when the knights switch places and the other knight becomes the fishing pole? So we need a name for that when their fishing pole changes. So help us out, chat.
Switcheroo.
The fisheroo? Fisheroo?
Ooh, okay.
I don't know.
I'm just trying that. All right. In the meantime, Andrew's clock a little bit concerning. He goes g5. It's his turn to create some play on the king side. And he's threatening gf and queen d4 check. That could be a nasty idea with a potential pin against that knight.
Yep, it's a good point.
Bishop f3 is possible, I guess, but Brandon's position no longer inspires confidence. Takes and takes, maybe?
Are you saying take on f4, maybe sack an exchange? Okay, you just played a normal move.
I would take on f4 and go queen d4 check in a heartbeat.
Yep, totally makes sense. The white king is feeling very uncomfortable. And if you block with your rook, you're just asking for the knight on f6 to enter at a very inopportune moment. So, yeah, I don't know how white would respond. Okay, sack a pawn.
That move by Brandon. Classy as he gets his knight over to f4 and involves the queen, which is well worth the pawn. And if Andrew takes, he runs into rook g3 check.
Okay, so black's getting rid of white's best piece by playing knight c6. Good fundamental chess there.
King f7, vacating the g file. Important move by Andrew. Knight d3, knight e5 would be ideal. Plays it.
Yeah. Knight g4 probably is the response. Okay, you want to go backward? I guess so.
Then he might try rook h3.
Okay, and I think queen d6 is not winning, but you're threatening both the knight and the h2 square. Yeah,
that's a great catch by you. You might have to go knight f4.
Yeah, knight f4 is why I said it wasn't winning, but it's certainly scary.
And it looks like Andrew's taken over the initiative. e5 and queen h6. I mean, lots of ideas here. Rook c1 might have been a little bit too slow.
You don't see this very often. White set up the fishing hook, and yet it's actually black trying to checkmate on the
yeah, black says, hey, you've abandoned your fishing pole. Let me take a stab at that. Okay, now what to do here? Andrew down to 40 seconds. Rook C8.
Okay,
he's got mating ideas.
I'm going to read user Monarchgate 50 suggestion. So when you have one knight that's a fishing pole and you switch to the other knight, he calls it the bait and switch. That's pretty good.
That is pretty good.
Yeah, I like it.
You know what else is pretty good is what Andrew just did here. Neither of the rooks is touchable because of the checkmate along the first rank.
Wow, that's fascinating. Yeah, that's nice.
Whoa, the rooks have switched places. Now, what is that? We have so many weird maneuver, but I would go rook h3 now. Rook h3, rook h7 looks real scary for black. That king could get caught on the crossfire. And man, rook h7 is death if you can get that rook there.
I don't know whose king is safer anymore.
No clue.
Wouldn't it be funny? So now white is attacking down the H file. It's a seesaw.
Unbelievable. How many switches of the H file have we had? And I think Andrew underestimated this move as he dips to 25 seconds. Rook H6. Ugh. Oh man, this is getting scary for black.
Whoa. The queen's gonna swing around and
Rook C1 was apparently winning.
Obviously.
Of course, natural move. The point is that the knight jumps back into G4 at the right moment, and now it again looks like black's got the initiative. D1 by Brandon. Wait, is there rook H7 and queen H5? I think there's rook H7 and queen H5. You didn't see it?
Top short, yeah.
There was forks there, forks everywhere. Oh, now, what's going on here? Still rook H7 is interesting.
Yes, and our schizophrenic eval bar continues to do its thing.
But Brandon has lost the thread here. Knight G4 is coming with great effect. Although the rook can drop back to H3. And Brandon holds on. Oh, queen B2. 5 back to E2. E4. Again, the H file has switched hands. E4 maybe by Brandon. Oh my God, Mike, what is going on here? Queen takes G4, there's FG.
I'm just trying to play catch up here.
Feel like Andrew's winning. Queen takes, rook H6, are forcing the trade. It's not over yet.
Better take with the knight, yeah, before something bad happens. You could have traded queens there. Could have played queen D4 and calmed things down, but he didn't.
Oh, queen B2 check. One last hurrah by Brandon. Queen D4 maybe?
1 second.
He's not making it. It's over. And
Andrew no checks
wins
even.
The first.
Wow.
Wow.
A lot happened there in the course of 10 minutes.
That's the kind of game you could probably analyze for like an hour afterwards. That's how many tactics there were there.
All right, hold on to your seats, kids. The players are only separated by 9 points on chess.com. And as you can see, even the games themselves have fluctuations much larger than that. We had larger than a +9 eval fluctuation. I'm sure of it.
Grandmaster Jose Martinez and Ray Robson in the chat. Jose saying, is it possible to have both of these guys in the JCC? Sort of a Hunger Games ending. Peta and Katniss just signing the piece of chords. Unfortunately, there is only room for one.
Yeah.
Wait, Bishop F3 and ED, that's a free pawn.
Now, last year, I have to say, I have no idea what the invites look like this year, but last year, a couple of the players in the qualifiers impressed us so much that when we had an open spot for the invites, I believe Pultinavicius from Lithuania actually was able to get into the main event by playing so well without winning the qualifier. Again, that's not my purview. I don't make the invites, but it's possible you could impress us so much that we would send you an invite.
Okay, that's pretty promising.
If they're not already taken, and I don't know if they are.
Right. Good to know, good to know. And Brandon has just won a pawn out of the opening. Both of his openings have looked excellent so far.
And Ray, before you ask, if you get a fake ID, make yourself 10 years younger, we'll have you back.
Mm-hmm. Wait, can I do that too? I don't really need to commentate, right? I can play.
You work for us, right? You can do whatever you want.
Yeah, but I'm under 21. Rather, yeah, and I'm under 21.
Yes.
And I work for chess.com, so they'd have a vested interest in having me.
Okay, so trying to get rid of the knight. We have multiple pawn captures here.
But at the end, you won't be able to capture e4 because of bishop h2 check.
Good point.
This is a complete disaster. I mean, Andrew is lost. He's just down a pawn with a terrible position. F5 is coming. Ugh.
As Danya said, you cannot weaken your queen with rook takes e4. Bishop h2 would win the queen. So now white has to play around the pawn rather than try to win the pawn.
Trying to prevent f5. That was queen b3 is a nice move. You can see how resilient Andrew is. He doesn't go down without a fight ever. Rook
Might
e8,
look
maybe?
weird, but maybe queen h4 here. I don't know. It looks weird to guard the pawn with the queen, but okay. Didn't see a
that
way to
looked
kick the queen out of it.
Huh. Goes rook
Yeah,
e8.
because I was going to try to play like knight f4 as a follow-up or something like that.
Yeah, now the problem, the queen could end up in the crosshairs of the rook. Rook 81. Andrew trying to get his pieces into the game somehow, and he's doing a pretty good job of it.
I think he's going to try to put his queen and his bishop on the same diagonal. He's going to play like queen f6 and either put her on e5, or if bishop c3, he's going to put her on f. I don't know. I think he's going to try to activate that diagonal somehow.
Yeah, I mean, I think that that's the biggest problem that Black has to solve right now is where the queen should go, because you can't just keep it on d8. He offers the trade of bishops. Andrew could respond with rook ad1, probably should, and then maybe take on d2 with the knight, go after the e4 pawn. At least it's some counterplay, and then maybe your move, queen h4, comes into play. I'm taking with a knight here for sure.
Yeah, Black would like to get his queen to g5 and his knight to f4, some kind of combination there, but he's going to lose his pawn in the process if he tries to go for that.
I really don't like bishop takes d2. I thought Brandon should have moved his queen and tried to trade on his own terms. Now he simply might end up losing this pawn.
Brandon did not have the best 5-minute in his last round, and I believe he only was up one, or he was tied 1-1 against Ryo in the opening round of the 5-minute. So if my memory is right, I don't think he's been ahead in the 5-minute or at the conclusion of the 5-minute in either of his matches so far today.
Right.
And he certainly won't be today since he dropped the opening game.
Yeah, and I mean, it's not because of the opening. Brandon is impeccably prepared, but it just seems like he's got his chances in the early middle game and he's lost the threat a couple of times. Let's see if he can maintain the extra pawn here, as Andrew looking for ways to surround it with his queen.
What do you think about rook e3 and just doubling rooks? It also helps guard any kind of shenanigans after knight f4.
Old school. I like it. Except there's maybe rook a d8 after rook e3. But then maybe drop the queen back to c2. Yeah, not sure. The problem is as soon as you allow f5, then Black no longer has to worry about the safety of that pawn. You know, I was going to say g3 is interesting because there's a queen takes f7 threat after queen h3 94. Knight e5 though looks interesting.
Yeah, I wonder if we're going to see another h-file attack. Could you play rook e5, rook h5?
And that also defends against queen f7, incidentally. I love that move.
Okay,
Goes h6.
Not quite as exciting, but it gets the job done.
Knight d6 maybe? Keep going for activity?
Or rook d6, but yeah, okay.
Brandon bringing his queen back, consolidating his material advantage. He's got excellent winning chances here.
So that was a minor win by White. White would have loved to have just won the e-pawn cleanly, but winning the e for the h, it's a minor win.
Right. Plus, now, well, Brandon getting his rook into the game, this f3 square really worries me. There's the idea of pushing the h-pawn forward. I just feel like, from a practical standpoint, this is almost indefensible.
I see.
Given the abundance of ideas that Black has here.
Yeah, getting White to play g3 certainly did not help White's defensive cause.
No. Now Brandon winding his tentacles around White's position. Queen d5, attacking a2. f5 is also potentially on tap.
Both players look pretty calm. Still a lot of time left in this game.
Yeah. Knight c3. Wait a minute. Knight f3 check? and white can resign because there's queen
I think
c4 and knight d4.
Yeah, Andrew just rubbed his eyes when he allowed the knight to f3. He just like completely. I understand the sentiment. My eyes are sore too, but it was definitely a frustration type reaction from Andrew.
Except there's b3. Oh, brutal. Queen coming to h1 with checkmate. Well calculated by Brandon, and that's going to end the game immediately.
Yeah, Brandon takes a sip of his iced coffee, and Andrew looks away. Andrew's played back before down a queen for a rook, but here he's just in massive trouble.
Yeah, slightly different opponent, and it's going to be 1-1 after the 5-minute portion. I feel like Brandon wants it to be tied going into the bullet. I think his greatest superiority lies in the bullet, and Andrew has to try to make that push in the subsequent 3-minute segment.
And it's not clear if Andrew's actually doing any real thinking or if he's just wanting an extra minute to collect his thoughts here.
I think that's exactly what's going on. I think he's going to either resign or he's going to let his clock run out. Nope, I stand corrected. Oh, that is nasty.
Queen takes c3, very nice.
That is nasty. That's much better than knight takes c2. Okay, Andrew.
Okay, he's making more moves. Quite interesting. Down a whole rook. Okay, there we go.
Now he's done. And Brandon with an excellent game with the black pieces right out of the gates. He ties the match. It's 1-1. Nothing is decided. We've got 4 games of 3+1 coming up. All right, we've already got a barn burner, and we have more epic stuff to go. So do not go anywhere. Cancel your work meetings. Make sure you're watching the rest of the JSCC presented by SIG. We've got the 3+1 coming up in just a couple of moments. Okay, the players have rested. We are back at the Junior Speed Chess Championship Qualifier number 2, presented by SIG. Mike, 4 games of 3+1. What is your read on the match right now?
Nothing's been decided yet. Obviously, they've gone nowhere. They're still tied 1-1. I agree with you. If Brandon is down only 1 game or even equal, he's got to be considered the favorite going into the bullet. But I will say this, Andrew, there's no quit in his game. And I don't know if he can make the kind of comebacks he made in the earlier rounds against the number 1 seed, but he's proving to be a pretty tough player to put away. And I just enjoy watching Brandon because I know he's going to play h4 in the first 6 moves, and we're going to have an exciting game when he's white.
That's exactly right. Andrew taking some time on move 1. And I feel like for Andrew, the keys to the kingdom consist in getting a good position out of the opening. You don't want to keep setting Brandon up with the type of aggressive position that he wants. Let's see if Andrew can make some modifications, and I kind of like it. Queen's Gambit accepted, peaceful, fundamentally sound opening. That's, I think, what he needs.
Unfortunately, very little chance of seeing h4 in this position. I will jump out of my chair if I see h4 right here.
You never know. Ooh. I don't know if it's normal to give up the dark squared bishop. I mean, I don't know anything about these endgames. I know they're theory, but that's all I know is that it's theory.
Well,
what the theory actually is.
Yeah, my guess would be if you take the bishop and the knight takes, you can't play e4 to get your dark squared bishop out. And if you play b3, maybe black can play b4 to shut down that diagonal. I don't know, it's just a theory that black has a way of sort of corralling the activity of the c1 bishop.
Yeah, that makes, I actually think that's a very important point. If white plays b3 there, trying to get the bishop to a3, the only idea, yeah, a4 is a typical move in such positions, trying to essentially provoke weaknesses on black's queen side, and knight often comes to a5 here when the pawn on a6 can all of a sudden end up being weak, even in response to b4 straight away.
And if we go all the way back to the very first game we looked at today, when Brandon played against Rayo in game 1, he got his knight to a5, and the bishop on b7 had nowhere good to go on the diagonal. Not quite the same position, but it would be the second time Brandon's gotten an outposted knight to a5.
And Andrew just completely ignored that. He's going to lose a pawn. Or am I missing? Even bishop d2 here looks pretty nice. I feel like Andrew's not sensing danger that awaits him on the queen side. He could end up losing both of these pawns.
Yeah, I wonder if he's going for activity on the second rank or something, but I don't know. Brandon was worried about something and did not play it right away. Now the
knight
knight
f5 still looks good here.
Well, now you almost have to do it because
Yep.
what are you going to do? Play a knight c1 or something? Yeah. Okay.
Ooh, no. This is definitely bad for black. Let's figure out why. I think knight takes b4. And if rook takes d2, there's an intermezzo check on c6.
Yeah, or exactly, yeah.
And I guess knight takes b4, black should play rook takes b2. But then there's even knight takes d5 check and then bring the other knight to c4. I mean, white is spoiled for choice here. No, this is really, really bad.
Like there's too many minor pieces fighting for too little territory.
That's right. Knight ac6 check looks good, just snagging the a6 pawn. I mean, this is totally winning for white.
Yep, and the rook on b2 also needs to find its way out of there at some point as well. So in addition to white winning based on the past a pawn, this rook on b2 seems a little suspicious.
100%. And knight e4 can always be met with bishop d2 to e1. There's no danger there. Bishop, yeah, he just takes everything here. Look at the eval. It's completely overwhelming. Bishop
And
e5.
if memory serves, black has moved the king, which is important because that means the rook on h8 can't get in the game.
Have you ever done that? Like, have you ever had a situation where you didn't remember if the king had moved?
I almost had one right there.
All right.
It's been a long day.
Touche.
I've never castled twice in a game or anything like that. So, and luckily, you never have to worry about that dear online chess player who's never had to worry about that over the board.
Right. I know some story involving Korchnoi, but I don't quite remember it. By the way, I think knight d4 traps the rook. Because after rook c3, bishop b2, or rook b4, bishop a3, the rook is trapped in both cases. Okay, this is also perfectly good enough.
So yeah, Danya, if you go to Tim Krabbe's Chess Curiosities website, he does chronicle all the times that somebody castled twice in the same game. And there are at least a couple of occasions where I think a grandmaster has done it.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes the game is long and you just like forget. It sounds weird, but it does happen. And knight e4, a good try by Andrew. As you said, no quit in his game. He squeezes every last chance out of the position.
If you trade bishops and play e4, knight takes b5, and then e takes d5, feels pretty winning. I don't know if it's the only way to win.
Knight takes c4 though. What if I just take that pawn?
I was hoping for bishop c4 stuff, but yeah, it doesn't lead to as much, does it? I agree with you.
I feel like Brandon should have trapped that rook when he had the chance. That would have ended the game immediately. Now, the eval bar didn't like it. He goes for this simplification. He wants to take on d5 twice. And this, of course, is a huge... But g6? G6? This is a really poor conversion here by Brandon, and he's given Andrew serious drawing chances now. If he pulls this one out, Mike, that would be ridiculous.
I think he's going to trade rooks here, save the knight, and just make black occupy some square on the a file. And this may not have been clean, but I do think this is not too difficult for white, actually.
The problem is that I feel like black can actually plant the knight on a6. And the moment you move your rook away, I attack the pawn with my rook. Also, a5 knight b3 is just a draw. So Brandon should make some luft.
Yep.
Which he does.
Yeah, I did not appreciate how quickly the knight could be the blockader, not the rook.
Yeah, if you can get the rook to blockade, then I feel like white should be able to overwhelm black's defenses. But now, Andrew bringing his king in. This is really close. Knight e5, knight c4 might be necessary to anchor that pawn, defend it a little bit better. Gosh, Andrew is ridiculously resilient.
Yeah, and when your knight goes to c4, then you can put your rook on b1 and try to get it to b6 and try to play that way. But the knight never has a home. That's the problem.
Right. Okay, there goes the knight to b6, but black's going to keep pestering it. Rook b4, there's a6, though. Oh, a6, knight takes a6.
You could almost push here. He did push.
I guess knight a6, and then you try to keep the knight confined to the pin. I've seen a lot of those positions. I never know what the eval is. White should be able to win that, though.
Yeah, the black king is not really going to be able to ever do anything active in those positions, but it still might be the best try.
It definitely is the best try.
Yeah.
And so Brandon's plan is to somehow extricate that knight.
The king can never go to f6. The king can never go to the 8th rank. So those are two no's.
Right.
White just needs to figure out the rest of the no positions.
2 seconds for Brandon. Make a move. He goes rook a5, and he decided that he can't extricate his knight. Otherwise, goes for a 2-on-1, 3-on-2. This is a draw, though. I mean, there are some chances here, but not many.
Yeah, were it not for the 3 seconds, he could have always bailed out into an endgame like this. But I guess he went for it quickly just to make sure he would not lose on time.
Nah, but Brandon could have made a bunch of moves with his king there, and he could have done this whenever he wanted to. I don't like this decision at all.
Yeah, I agree with that idea.
Still chances, though. I've seen so many of these endgames lost with limited time on the clock. It's easy to make a small mistake. H5 check is the best practical chance here. And then forcing black's king to be accurate. Yep. Uh-oh.
King hides on h4.
This is close. Rook d6, king g5 is going to repeat once. I don't like king g7. Oh, rook f7. Uh-oh, rook a6, and black is holding.
King went this way. Okay.
Don't
is there a
go
stalemate?
G5.
Rook f5? No, it doesn't work.
Now he's losing. King back to f4.
Right, rook takes g4.
Oh, look at you. Wow, you're going to take it there. You spotted that instantly.
Well, I was looking for stalemate only. I mean.
Oh, my goodness. And he missed it. And now it's over. Now it's an easy win. Ooh.
Yeah. This is the annoying part when you have rook and 2 against rook, but it's G and H. It's always that little bit harder than if you had F and G for reasons.
It's the hardest one. It's definitely it's the hardest one because there's stalemate tricks, but Andrew is not defending it well, and he gets mated. And that is a heartbreaker for him after such a resilient defense at the last moment.
The only good news for Andrew, and if you look at his face, he did not realize he missed the stalemate, and nobody's going to be able to tell him. That's a good thing. Okay. He does not realize that he could have gotten a half point in that game.
Oh, if he knew that, ooh, it's very hard to focus on the next game when you have that circling around your mind.
Yeah.
Ignorance is bliss in the case of a match. Andrew going positional here with the king's in. Ooh. I don't like that move. I feel like after knight d7, black might get e5 before white gets e4.
Yeah, it's a pretty optimistic play by Andrew.
Yeah, he has to avoid tilt here because you lose 2 or 3 games and you dig yourself into a huge hole going to the bullet.
This is putting the cart way before the horse, but has Brandon ever been above 3,000 in Blitz? I assume he has at some point if you're 2950. Okay.
I even think he's been over 3,100 once.
Okay.
In fact, I think he crushed me in a match once to get over 3,100. So he's, by his standards, he's pretty low, quote unquote low rated in Blitz. I feel like he's solidly 3,000 level.
And is he a chess professional now, Brandon?
He actually is a student at Columbia.
Okay.
So he's sort of, I think, mixing and matching. He's full-time student, but he's also playing a lot and studying. He's got a very full plate.
Any indication if he'll make chess a career, or do you think it's too early for him to decide?
I think it's too early to tell. I think he's still sort of weighing his options as far as I can tell.
Okay.
And, I was in his shoes, so I can definitely relate to that dilemma. And I made a terrible choice, of course. Decided to stay in this toxic world. Work for chess.com.
Well,
terrible.
In the words, yeah, you moved to the worst city. In the words of Mitch Hedberg, I used to be a hot tar roofer. I remember that day. And that's how I feel about being in the chess world. A lot of people would love to do what we do.
Absolutely. No, it's amazing. I'm very thankful for the existence I get to lead and the time that I get to go to bed.
This knight on d4 would be thankful if it could find a way back to somewhere useful.
Such as f3.
That's where it's wanting to go.
This looks incredibly flimsy for white. Just look at all these weak squares everywhere. Knight e2 is also a threat, by the way.
Yeah, and if queen e3, then the knight comes to c2. It's such a razor's edge. I thought the knight was weak, and now it actually... Oh yeah, the knight's hanging as well. Good point. I thought the knight was weak, and it turns out it's actually quite well placed, attacking all those light squares.
It seems like Andrew... First of all, Andrew should play 1e4, I think, because that's his... that's what he knows best. He kind of took Brandon into the kind of position Brandon loves playing. Positional, lot of nuances, and he is getting severely punished for that. E5, though, let's see if Andrew can whip up some complications as he did in the last game.
Brandon is back to his game in 2 hours pose. Let me see if I can mimic it here. So this is only 3 minute, Brandon. You were in the 5 minute, we let you get away with it, but in the 3 minute, I'm not sure I'd recommend this.
Jeez. He's sunk into the tank. Knight e2 check. Does he win the exchange here, or will he go knight f3? I'm leaning toward knight f3. I think you should eliminate this bishop. I think Brandon is going to do that. He likes getting rid of good pieces.
Yeah, and there's a lot to be said for making your opponent worry for the rest of the game. If you play knight e2, white doesn't have to worry. He sacks the exchange and, tries to keep some passed pawns. But knight f3 means that white has to worry about mates on g2, and it probably means white does not get to keep his c6 pawn.
Exactly. Knight f3 is a huge buzzkill, but Brandon, he might be in classical game mode, but he's down to 59 seconds. He's got to make a move. There's also knight takes c6. You just take that pawn.
Looks quite professorial in his approach to the game.
Yeah. I think he's in the library. I mean, he's going the full 9 yards.
Okay, so he just plays the calm knight takes c6, and now white finally gets to make an active move after defending for a while.
I think knight e5 is possible here. It goes back to e6. The eval bar doesn't love that move. I mean, maybe just rook ac1 and white sort of stabilizes all of his pieces. Yeah, actually, I think that's what white should do.
It does feel like Brandon is kind of, I don't know if chicken out is too strong, but it does feel like he's played a little bit passively here. And
he chickened out.
Okay, fair. You can say you guys are both in the Grandmaster Club. I don't want to be too harsh.
I'm good friends with Brand, so I can give him a hard time. And now knight f6 check at a minimum gets into an opposite colored bishop position where white's got very serious drawing chances.
Yeah. That'd be a little bit chickening out too, but maybe a good practical choice, actually.
Yeah, because otherwise Brandon has finally gotten this light squared bishop situation, but knight f3 check was such a better version of that. And Andrew was going to take on a7 as well. You should pull out a draw here.
I think there's still some annoying things that white has to work with here. I mean, that king, whenever that king's on g2 and your opponent has a bishop on d5 like that, I mean, the same could be said for black, but at least black has a pawn on f7 to guard the second rank.
That is true. I think the most prudent approach for white is actually just to sink the bishop into f6 and then go rook d1, rook d8 and trade the rooks. Don't dilly-dally with the rooks are on the board.
Yeah, black's decision to try to grab for the a pawn and get one set of rooks off the board, I feel like is black's way of not trying for too much.
Right.
If black had kept more rooks on the board and tried to coordinate either on the first rank or the second rank, that would have been a way to fight for the win.
But bishop e6 here is a chance, I think, because then there's rook. Oh no, but rook c2, there's even rook e2. And even amazingly, the eval bar actually giving white the preference. And Andrew could move the king up to f3. Oh, rook e6! Oh, Brandon blunders! Oh my God, he's gonna lose.
And if you play rook b3, white has kept just enough pawns on the board to play rook e3 and still win.
Oh my God, and he gets mated, rook e8. There's no stalemate. That was a utter and complete meltdown by Brandon.
Yeah, it's amazing. It's actually Andrew that was shaking his head. I mean, we know Andrew was the beneficiary, but Andrew could not believe what happened even more than Brandon. Brandon kind of stayed like a statue.
But guess what? All credit to Andrew, because he's creating the conditions where he's forcing Brandon to make all these decisions. Whoa. Oh, no, Brandon's played this against me. Oh, Brandon beat me in this line in 15 moves. This is very, very dangerous.
Brandon Fishing Hook Jacobson. He's not just playing this on tilt. As we've said many times, this is about the 5th or 6th game he's played H4 in the first 6 moves.
It's crazy. And I remember very clearly losing a game in like 15. But Brandon knows this line inside and out. So Andrew has fallen into some home cooking. But Andrew's resilience has been unreal. It's kept him in this match. The score is 2-2 with 2 3-minute games remaining.
How do you classify this? Is this a Nimzo? It almost looks like an Owens defense.
Yeah, almost by transposition. But this move, E4, oh, and that's already losing. I think that's what I played. No, just takes in Queen H5, and the rook left through H3 is going to be decisive.
You convinced me for what it's worth. Not that it matters, but I don't see a defense.
I honestly don't know why Brandon's taking so long and bishop takes F6. It's automatic.
Making Andrew suffer a little bit. I mean, black can put his bishop on D6, but I assume that's not enough to defend.
Right. And in the early going here, it feels like Brandon's issue in these winning positions just might be that he's not trusting his gut. It's easy for me to say here, just sitting and sipping my coffee, but you know, I feel like he knows how to win these positions. He just needs to go for it. And here he goes.
Interesting his queen stops there, but I guess the point is he's going to play E5, but not right now. F5 covers up.
I would have played Queen H5 instead of Queen G4, so that I could lift the rook in without having to worry about the queen getting vulnerable. Exactly.
Yeah.
Still good though.
Is he just going to take on C7 and play a chess game? It almost seems that way, actually.
Right. I've seen worse ideas.
Huh. What's also weird is
he could also develop.
What's weird to me is you said he played this against you, and I would classify this as kind of a trap opening. I don't mean to be too derogatory. And yet, after Queen E8, he did not know exactly what he wanted to do, which I find very strange.
Yeah, I mean, Queen E8 actually, I guess, is just a huge mistake. So maybe it wasn't in his file. But I seem to remember Brandon telling me that this is a genuinely dangerous line. So even in a classical game, it's not that easy to refute.
Okay.
Interestingly. So rook H3, lifting the rook up. I mean, Andrew has just walked right into it with King G7. If he pulls this out, I don't know what I'm going to say.
Well, it'd be even more shocking in the last game, I'm sure of that.
Yes, this would be, in fact, much crazier. Rook H8 may be the only move just to try to evacuate the king through F8.
Yeah. I'm not sure if our viewers heard that, but somebody wants access to FunMaster, and I should tell them that FunMaster is closed right now. I got things going on.
Feel free to take that if you need to, by the way.
Oh, no. It's just people wanting to talk to me about something I don't want to be talked to about. I'm much more invested in this game.
It's funny. I had that happen in the last JCC qualifier. Right in the crunch time, I got a doorbell ring, so I can relate.
If you come to my house with a clipboard in your hand, I do not want to talk to you. Full stop.
Fair. Brandon
okay,
chewing on what to do here.
What kind of miracles could black be going for? Now, remind me, Danya, if the king hides on H7 at any point and E5 happens, can black cover up with F5?
I mean, amazingly, that's what he's contemplating. Boom, boom, boom. And if you take on F5, it's not so clear where the mate is. But what I would do is actually go knight D5 in order to, do this thing on steroids. He goes E5, F5.
Okay.
And G4 blasting through. That's also good. This is crushing for Brandon.
Yeah, I like your style points with knight D5, though. You definitely convinced me.
I mean, everything is crushing here. This is going to be a walkover, I think. F6. Whoa. GF and rook G3. Oh, my goodness. Oh, how about rook G3 check and bishop E2 of king F7? Trapping the queen.
Works for me. I need Andrew to play one of these games because I'm working on a pun. Instead of A bomb, A hung. Again, the pawn needs work, and I need Andrew to play a crushing game. So let's just table everything that I just said because nothing's working.
But I feel like Brandon, he's just not delivering these final blows with confidence. He's probably going to win this game, but he's let himself dip to 30 seconds. That's what gives Andrew that, that ability to complicate things. When you've got little time on the clock, you just don't have as much time to react to stuff.
This reminds me of many years ago when I asked my coach what the greatest part of my game was, and I was fishing for a compliment. And he looked at me and he's like, Mike, you get in a lot of really rotten positions. And I was like, wait, I asked for a compliment. And then he goes, but you find a way to fight your way out. The problem is I can't think that this can be a long-term strategy for Andrew in this match. I think Brandon's too good of a player to let it happen too many times.
Knight G3 ends the game immediately, and he finds it. Does Brandon? F takes E5, one last chance. Okay, but it's
just move your queen. Move your queen anywhere on the diagonal, right?
Or D takes. Oh, but no, D5. There's rook. Oh, what a move! F6. That's how it's done.
That's neat.
Oh my lands! What a wonderful combination to end the game.
That's pretty cool. It's almost like Brandon knew he was going to win this game, and he almost made Andrew suffer a little bit more by playing a little more prosaically to get the job done.
Man,
okay,
that was
so
impressive.
Brandon takes the lead. He should have had the lead after the prior game, but he grabs the lead back now. He's up 3-2, and we have one more game left in the 3-minute.
We do, and it is a rouser, also known as a classical Sicilian, Brandon's patented and favorite Sicilian. Very theoretical. They're following the main line. Now, Anthony won a nice game against Brandon in the bullet, so he's going to have to play more carefully than he did against Anthony. The key is that Black shouldn't play E5 unless White's knight has no access to D5.
Yeah, that would be positional suicide. So actually, I keep going back to it. I just recorded a new Chess Kid video on tension. This is a perfect example of tension. If Black ever takes the white pawn on F5, Black loses control of D5 forever. And if White ever takes Black, White basically undoubles Black's pawns for no reason. So both pawns are going to sit there for a while. And the general rule is the stronger the player, the more comfortable you are with tension.
Yeah, that's a great point. And, when you're experienced and you're strong, tension is kind of second nature. Whereas when you're not that experienced, it's just disturbing to have the situation. You're sort of your hand gravitates toward releasing the tension. But as you're saying, neither side benefits from being the one to release the tension, at least for now. And
it's uncomfortable at first because we don't see it in other sports. We don't see two soccer players dancing around the ball without actually striking the ball, right? But it's something you have to get used to in chess.
One of the many things that makes chess the magical game that it is. Rook C8 supporting the knight on C4. And White creates a little bit of room. Knight potentially coming to D4, pressuring E6.
But now Black has a target, that C3 pawn. He can't go after it with B4 right away because his knight is hanging. But it feels like something will happen on that C3 pawn at some point.
Bishop F8, I think, is what Brandon was intending. Whoa, D5. The idea is E takes D5, then he'll have E5. I've seen this idea before in the rouser.
Very nice. And another example, Don, you brought one up a long time ago in this broadcast where White's own pawn on D5 inhibits his knight's ability to get there. So Black is using White's pawn against him in this little exchange.
Exactly. The immediate E5 would have led to knight D5. So he, as you said, forces White's pawn onto D5. Now, Andrew can't take it, but if he doesn't, his position kind of collapses here. I feel like Brandon is already poised to win this game if Andrew is not careful.
I was trying to think creatively if you could take on D5, allow E5, and then play D6 right away. I think there's some flaws in that line, but it would be fun.
He might try to do a version of that, actually. He plays bishop takes C4. The question for Brandon, rook takes C4 looks like the most natural move to me. But even D takes C4, a case could be made for that. Plays rook takes C4.
Okay, and finally Black, if you give Black a free moment, he's going to play B4 and get his own attack going. So White needs to be mindful of the fact he doesn't get to be the one being the aggressor forever.
I actually like your idea, Mike. E takes D5 and D6.
Okay.
He goes to E5. Ooh. Whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa. But now here come Black's pawns.
It's going to get crazy because if Black plays E5 on the next turn, knight takes D5 would happen. So it's not quite available yet. Well, depending on where the queen moves. She stays on
Right.
in the e file, maybe.
But you could also play bishop takes f4 and then e5.
Also, yeah.
And then queen f7. White hangs by a thread. I feel like there's got to be a winning move there. B4
Okay, so now
by Brandon,
B4
also
happens.
incredibly good.
Yeah. This is the move I've been waiting on black to play.
Oh, this is spiraling out of control for white as his knights are just terrible in this position.
Man, white has so many things to worry about. The knight on d4, as you mentioned, it's pinned, it's attacked twice. e5 is a problem. The b file is about to be a problem.
Yeah, you can sense the body language as Andrew increasingly unhappy with his position. He's definitely losing, but can Brandon put the finishing touches without letting him back in the game?
The only thing I can say is this is far from the worst position Andrew has had in the last 2 hours.
Yes, for sure. Where's the crusher?
I mean, gosh, even after bishop c5, the rook on d2 is overworked, but you still can't, yeah, not quite forced win.
Maybe just move the king. You know, sometimes the solution in such positions is just a prophylactic move, which makes everything just so much easier to execute. Let's see what Brandon decides. He's under a minute.
And yeah, Brandon going for some more Brazilian jiu-jitsu with his pieces.
There's also some sort of bishop f4, e5, and then there's queen f7, and there might be some sort of liquidation and then a crushing attack. He goes e5.
Okay, I thought about this line, but I assumed there was easier ways of getting the job done.
Plus, queen takes e8 at a minimum. Okay, black's gonna have 2 pieces, 2 bishops for the rook, but white's gonna have 2 pawns and serious defensive chances. I think Andrew has to go for that. What else is there? Knight b6, there's de. Knight d7, king c7, and white doesn't keep all of his pieces. Or does he? Knight f6 there, maybe. Ooh.
Yeah, knight 6 is a good find.
But knight takes b6, there was an intermezzo check on f5. I think that was the trap.
Huh. So white just stays. I don't like this way of getting 2 pieces for the rook because if the queen's on the board, it feels very unsafe.
But I think Andrew's point is that the bishops could end up being skewered later by a doubled. Okay, but that's why he takes the bishop.
Right.
Bishop c5, there is a check. So that's not actually that dangerous. Okay, but with 20 seconds, I don't see Andrew holding this together. I just don't see it. Bishop e3, there's the blunder.
Yeah, good point. Good point.
Oh my God.
The one knock on bishops is they can't guard each other in these positions, as you pointed out, Danya.
Yeah, but bishop e3 ended the game. Now, again, with 13 seconds left, it's almost impossible not to blunder here. I would consider trading queens if I can. But 3 seconds all of a sudden for Brandon. Gets his bishop to g6. Here come Andrew's pawns. Bang, bang, bang. Oh, now Brandon is on the ropes. Bishop e3, though. Rook c7. Rook c7. Mike, rook c7 wins the queen. He doesn't see it. He missed it.
Yeah, black was going to get some stuff for the queen, but not enough.
Not enough. White was completely winning. Oh, my goodness. And now Brandon, it's not over yet. White has 2 pawns for the piece.
But white's left square for his king's a light square. Don't sleep on that because the bishop will take it away.
And now rook d2 is coming. Rook c2, though. He's holding on. Queen g1. He takes the pawn. White could win this, too. It's 3 results.
2 seconds. He moves.
1 second for Brandon. Queen e3. Pinning. Now white is on
He's
top.
going to play a5, a4.
h7. Takes in rook h2. Oh, Brandon's going to flag. He flags. Oh, my God.
That's about as much motion as we've seen from Brandon. Looked up at the ceiling really quick and maybe did not realize that they're going to go on break here. But nothing has been decided. 3-3 with the bullet coming up and a ticket to the JSCC main event.
My lands, what did we just see? And this is exactly what happened in our first qualifier. It was a tie all the way. crazy, ridiculous turnarounds, 180s all throughout the game. Do not go anywhere because we have the decisive bullet portion coming up. We've got Brandon and Andrew in the finals of the second qualifier of the JSCC presented by SIG. We will be back with a bullet very shortly. Do not go anywhere. Back in a few. SIG is a global quantitative trading firm that uses strategic games like chess to improve their decision-making skills. From corporate chess teams to podcasts to blog posts to collegiate chess sponsorships, see how SIG employees bring their love of chess to work every day at sig.com/chess. And speaking of SIG, our SIG question of the day, very thought-provoking. What chess opening, Mike Klein, would best describe your professional skills? I'm going to put you on the spot. SIG question of the day. What do you say?
That's a good one. I'm going to say probably the modern, and I'll tell you why. I kind of like to let my opponent kind of do his thing, right? I let you make whatever setup you want. You get to do whatever you want for like 10 moves. I get to kind of look back and see what you're up to, and then I get to formulate my plan. So I'm trying to answer the question as best I can, but it's kind of an opening where you let your opponent have free reign, but only then do you go after your opponent. And I feel like that's how I am in my job. I kind of have to do a lot of analysis of markets and things, and then I tackle the market. So what about you, Danya?
Well, my answer is a lot less profound than yours, but I'd have to go for the Roy Lopez from either side, really. Maybe from the white side, because I wear a lot of different hats, commentating, playing, streaming, YouTube, coaching. So, all of these things involve subtly different skills. And in the Roy Lopez, you can go for a very positional line. You can go super tactical and play an early D4. And white has a lot of different choices. So I feel like it kind of epitomizes the fact that I do many different things, and all of them are within the chess world, but they're different in nature.
And that you're 400 years old too, right?
Yes, exactly. Just like Roy Lopez. I kind of remember him, actually. We used to go on weekly dinner.
Yeah. I used to hang out with him in Spain all the time. So he was like, hey, be a monk. And I'm like, but I want this wine. And he's like, no, you're allowed to do that. And I was like, cool, maybe this is a job for me.
I took a class on medieval and a bullet game start on medieval history, and the amount of wine that these monks were allotted, it was like a bottle and a half a day.
We're growing up in the wrong time, my friend. Right, okay, 3-3, 8 games of bullet. Right. First player to 7.5 wins not only the $500, but the ticket to the JSCC main event.
Whoa. And
otherwise
off to a great start.
Yeah, G6 is forced. And then now the dark squares are weak. I wonder, are we going to see Bishop A1, Queen B2? I want to see it.
That would be cool. Andrew trying to shut it down, but one door closes, another opens, the other bishop, almost, Mike.
He got confused. Put the queen there first.
And he's already got Andrew on the ropes. That E5 pawn is going to fall. The consolation for black is that that's going to get rid of the dark squared bishop, but not much of a consolation.
I was actually wondering if I was going to play bishop d5 and take the knight and then try to keep the dark squared bishop, but this is good too. And the eval bar doesn't like something.
Bishop f7, rook d7, and rook c8 there, I thought. Also knight e4.
You're pretty good at this chess game. You should stick with it.
Yeah, some people have told me that, but I've had second thoughts. Okay, this has got to be completely winning. Knight f6 check. You could throw that in and take h7 and then think.
Yeah, good point.
I would just grab h7, go back to f6. And maybe make a zen move, like rook b1 or something. Just move the rook away from the attack. That's a Brandon move if I know him well. Let's see.
I wonder if he's considering taking on d8, taking on e6. You got the zen. Nice job.
I know him too well. Yeah, but that's a good move. It's very practical. Because
so you're a Spanish monk. He's a Buddhist monk because he played the zen move, right?
That's exactly right. Now knight d7 check, I think. Rook d7, and then there's a mate on h8 on the cards. He's going to see that too.
It works for me, although
F6 there. Whoa.
Okay, so he's going to play it now, and now it's
beautiful. And now the bishop is pinned.
Yeah, and there's no back rank mate. That pawn on c4 does its job.
That's the key pawn. Otherwise, there'd be a back ranker.
Yep.
And this one is going to go to Brandon.
Okay, well, you thought Brandon would be a favorite if they went into the 1 minute tied, and so far it's looking that way.
It just feels like he's more confident. It feels like, he's been better out of almost all the Queen e7.
Yeah, it's just mate. God. It's mate in 3, Queen e7.
This is what worries me about Brandon is the conversions have been really shoddy. He's not taking any pawns. I mean, he's completely winning here, but the opening is accentuated in bullet. When you get a good position out of the opening, it's much harder to wheel your way out of it with almost no time on the clock, right?
What did he not see with the 7th rank checkmate, though?
It's weird. Brandon's playing perfectly, and then just when he has to make those last couple moves, he stumbles. This game it's not going to cost him. All right. I think he has enough material to win. What do you think?
Well, he got a chance to push his H-pawn, except it was on move 32. It wasn't quite as exciting.
Right.
Okay, back to the Vienna.
But Brandon knows this. Takes in d4. This is the recommendation, I think, by a recent e5 book. Bishop h5 check. But looks like Andrew knows the ins and outs of this. Looks like he knows the ins and outs of this. And this is a great bullet opening, Mike, because white gets the monstrous center here.
I agree. Black goes for the blockade. And I assume black is going to castle kingside, right? Castling queenside looks absolutely mental.
Especially with bishop takes c6.
Yeah.
Sort of on the cards. Knight e2, knight f4 is a typical Vienna maneuver, but castling kingside also doesn't look too safe. Okay. Knight f4. Or bishop b2 and d4. I mean, white's got a bunch of different options here. This is dangerous for Brandon.
Yeah, now black has to worry about d4, d5 ideas, which are never going to go away.
But he allows knight takes e5. I thought he should have played d4 first. That would have been a little safer.
Yeah, I mean, if you take and put a rook on e1, okay. Neither player wants to go for e-file tactics.
But Andrew has lost the thread of the game. I think the worst is behind Brandon now. Bunch of trades here. You could even consider knight takes d3. I mean, that's quite brazen, but it could make white think.
Yeah, I don't like black's king and queen on the same diagonal, though. That never feels comfortable in bullet or even in regular chess.
But why give up the bishop on f4 like that? And actually, wait a second. There should be a win for black here. What is it? Takes, bishop d6, and black is just up a full pawn now for nothing.
Yeah, queen d4 is a little uncomfortable. Okay, so he's going to get rid of the queen, stopping bishop d5.
Bishop c5 also is a hidden threat there. Okay, this is going to be very hard to defend for Andrew.
Extra pawn, centralized king, best rook on the board. Black's got all the small advantages.
Rook d8, and you can't go c4 because there's a constant problem with the pin. Should be a win for Brandon as he tries to get it to c5. King h1 might be forced.
Now, obviously, black doesn't want to trade both sets of rooks, but does black want to trade one set of rooks?
Probably wouldn't be too opposed to that, but he should do it on his terms. And rook d3 is a great move. Again, there's a pin problem. Ooh. Wait a minute. Rook b4 and a4 is coming. It just seems like Andrew's fingers are slipping off the ledge here.
Yeah, this was nice. He didn't exactly force c4, but he induced it. And after he got c4, the bishop on b3 is just a big pawn.
Okay, now here comes a4, prying the bishop away. Rook
Careful,
takes c4.
rook takes
Bishop
c4, rook
e2.
b2, yeah.
Tricky.
Now maybe
Rook
a trade.
b2. Crushing. Okay,
Yeah.
Andrew just giving up all his pawns.
Not only that, but the a pawn's promotion square is a dark square, which always makes the promotion conversion a little bit easier. But 3 extra pawns
Right.
should not be a problem.
Yeah, something tells me Brandon, has sufficient technical skills to win this one. But careful, there was a stalemate possibility there. Oh, that
Nice.
is nasty. He's taking everything. I don't know why Andrew's playing these positions, but he's trying everything. You never know what can happen.
He's trying to bury his king. He's almost got it. Oh, he got mated instead.
You got it.
All right, 2-game lead for Brandon.
Pivotal game right here. If you lose another one in the blink of an eye, Brandon's going to have 6 points. Andrew needs to step up right here and right now. Stop the bleeding, but he's already got a bad position out of the opening. He's playing a little too quickly, giving Brandon everything he wants. Look at this.
It's almost like Brandon's playing better in the bullet because he gets out of his own way. He just plays a little more fluidly, and somehow that doesn't allow his opponent to come back in the game.
That was a blunder, though, and I just made the same exact blunder. Knight d7, there's bishop d7, and that connects the queen of the rook. This is a huge blunder by Brandon. I feel like it's my fault.
He can't
it's
hear
a
you.
bad influence. Okay, but can Andrew carry this home? E3 maybe. Queen b6. Okay. It's 2 pieces for a rook. It's not the end of the world for white.
There's a chance to play knight f2 in some of these positions, but I don't see a need to give the 2 pieces back for the rook unless you're getting more.
Knight e5 looks like it wins, but then there's queen takes e5, and I'm not sure there's a decisive discovery. Queen back to e2, perhaps. But then knight e5 looks great. Looks really good for black. Queen f4. Brandon walking on hot coals here. Oh, g5 is coming with great effect.
Black could have played queen a7, which threatened both the bishop and knight e3. Okay,
That's true, although g5 and knight e3 also looks good.
Yep.
Queen d1. He allows queen d1. That was a really sloppy move. Bishop takes f6. Brandon's back in it. He had to take on e3 immediately. Take f6 and rook c1.
Yep, he's expelling that attack. And now he can get his queen to e2. He can play...
Wait a minute. What's wrong with that? Queen h3. Queen h3 and knight g4 was crushing there.
Black's going to play h5, h4 at some point.
Or g4, knight g5. Although that doesn't come with great effect, because that leads to a queen trade. Rook d4 is a big threat. Watch out. I would play queen f3 right now and knight g5.
The good news for Andrew, it's going to take white a million moves to get the A and the B pawns anywhere close to a touchdown.
That's right. But look at Brandon's pieces. Rook c8. His pieces are streaming in. And all of a sudden, he's forced to trade. Rook c6 was much stronger, but this is still good. Rook c6 again.
How does Black not have a knight on f3 by now?
It's unbelievable. Brandon could have forced the total collapse, but now he's about to... Who's mating who? Take it at queen g6.
Finally.
Queen e6, and he's going to sack the rook for the knight. Or even better, he's going to win. Unbelievable.
He's got 5 seconds to 3.
Still not over. Andrew keeping his pieces alive. Queen h3. Oh my God, they're playing nervously. Oh, he could have taken e7. That's completely winning. He's got a gazillion pawns.
Play anything simple here so you don't lose on time.
I would have just taken and given Black the knight, but Brandon, he's not quite able to win. Oh, and he's going back. Whoa. He's giving Andrew activity.
Whoa.
Whoa, what is Brandon doing? He's just lost his mind. He's going to get mated.
Back rank mates, or a hook mate, basically.
This is unbelievable, Mike. All Brandon had to do was just take that bishop, and it was 5 pawns against the knight.
Yeah, and even practically speaking, even if you only make a draw, you retain a 2-game lead, and you can't lose on time if you do that. But he was almost being too precise.
But this is plagued Brandon all throughout really today, which is that he gets these positions, then he just is unable to find that crushing blow. He tries to look for the perfect line, as you're saying, and what that results in is the opposite effect. And he's got a pretty dubious position out of the opening here once again.
Yeah, not a lot of compensation for this weak pawn on d6 and this big hole on d5.
Yeah, maybe Black should try to play d5 and eradicate it, but that comes with its own price tag.
Okay, but the openings have not been the issue. It's just been conversions. This is the first opening in the bullet anyway that's been a little bit suspicious, I think.
100%. It's been exclusively the conversions.
We should say he blundered in the previous game. I wouldn't call that an opening mistake. It was more just forgetting about this idea that you found with the queen guarding the rook on a8.
But there's another blunder. He takes f5 is coming, and then the knight's going to sink its teeth into e6. This is almost lost already for Black. Brandon on a bit of tilt this game. Oh, my lands.
Yeah, this is the hard part about this format. You don't get any chance to recover.
Queen f4. What was that? Queen h4 ended the game on the spot. Is d5? I guess d5 is forced. And then I think even bishop takes g5, and I don't see a direct mate, amazingly. I mean, it's got to be winning. Whoa, knight takes c7.
Knight takes double check. Yeah.
Whoa.
Oh, my double knight mate. Wow.
My goodness, what a mate.
That was neat.
5-5.
And the annoying thing for Brandon is, he lost that long game in game number, I guess that'd be game number 9. And he just went down without a fight in game number 10. So not even a chance to kind of recover his bearings or anything.
Yeah. I mean, you're just reeling. And what's crazy, Mike, is that our first qualifier, this exact same arc of the finals, there was a 7.5 time. They went to overtime. Will we see another overtime in our second qualifier? The next couple of games are going to decide that. First to 7.5 wins. A sacrifice by Brandon.
Might be a good time if we can throw that tiebreaker format on the screen. Well, we won't lose track of the game. In the finals, it looks like the tiebreaker format is a 4-game mini match of 1+1. 4 games of 1+1 in the finals in case they're tied.
That's exactly right. In case there is a tie, 4-game mini match decides, as Brandon has developed a huge initiative in return for his pawn. But how does he continue? I would consider knight g4 trying to get to h6.
Yep, it's been lights out chess, so I'm going to turn my light on and see if we can brighten up the action here a little bit, at least on my end.
Rook d7 looking really, really strong. Knight takes f7 is winning. It's crushing. It's fading. Knight h6 is unstoppable. Brandon's going to win this one. Queen d7 might be forced, but then it's an extra queen and a crushing attack.
Yeah, in fact, if queen d7, I was going to play knight h6 and then play take your queen and mate 1 g7, but I don't think it quite works.
Andrew was such a tricky move. Maybe queen e6 going for a smothered. But then there's queen takes d7. It's not over yet. Where's the crusher? Oh,
Like
you
that.
found it. That is surgical.
Knight can't be taken because of rook g7 check.
What a surgical move by Brandon. It's made in 4.
Yeah, that's one time where we have to say that that taking that little bit of extra time for accuracy paid off. Of course, he had the time on his clock to do it here. But a nice recovery, stopping the bleeding. He wins the first 2 bullet. He loses the next 2. And it looks to be that he's in charge here, and it's mate in 1. There we go. He needs 1.5 out of the final 3 games to go on to the finals.
And now a Sicilian, a slight change of scenery, as Andrew S. saying the Grand Prix attack. His intentions are clear. Brandon playing the normal setup, f5. This is a very dangerous opening in a bullet game.
Yeah, f5, the main thematic idea of the Grand Prix. If the pawn ever gets captured, white usually just leaves it there. But black is not going for the bait.
Whoa, takes, and maybe e5 there. I felt like Andrew should have played a little more decisively in that position. Now he's given Brandon a little breather and a chance to close the king side up. And castle queen side.
I was actually wondering if black will play e5 here and just shut everything down and go for an attack on the king side. But no, he goes for the pawn now that his king is safe.
But now that opens the e-file, knight takes g5, bang, 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 and now black's position starting to fall apart. This is exactly what Andrew wanted out of a Grand Prix attack. Right? Coming into d4, though, don't take g5 because of bishop h6.
Yeah, and if the rook goes back, black can play d5. His king's getting a little loose, but at least he can play d5 if he wants it.
Great point. That shuts the bishop down, although it opens the other bishop, as you're indicating. Brandon with 35 seconds, he plays it. Intermezzo, attacking the queen. Okay.
I actually don't know what he's going to do. Okay.
Now white is up upon queen f4, setting up the battery.
This was what I was worried about when I suggested d5. Yep.
Knight c6, knight b5, and queen b8 would have been a threat. He makes space for his king, but there's got to be mate rook e7. In come white's pieces. Knight takes d5. This is totally crushing for white.
Andrew is looking to get this game back in a hurry. This is the first time. Well, actually, Andrew was completely crushing his last time as white.
Oh my goodness, look at that combination.
Played without flinching. I think Andrew is a more confident player when he gets an advantage in the position.
Unbelievable. This is out of this world, and we are tied at 6. Here we go.
I appreciate that game. That's what we call a news report game. If that game does not make it in the news report, then we've done our job wrong.
Absolutely. Brandon with another Catalan. This is something I like more from Andrew, going for the two bishops, a dubious line practically, but look at what he's doing. He senses blood, he smells it, and he's going, shoving that h-pawn down the board. He's going for checkmate.
Yeah, a little taste of Brandon's own medicine there. First time Andrew has tried to go after his opponent on the h-file. Now, will he go full Brandon, leave the knight there? He did. He played h5, which is an idea that you found in a previous Brandon game.
And he gives Brandon a taste of what he could have given. Queen h4, is that mate? Queen h4, queen g2, and white hangs on a thread, but he's up a piece. Queen comes to the center. Queen t3, that is unexpected.
Yeah, to avoid the battery on the h-file is weird.
Very strange move, and I think that's given Brandon a crucial breather. e4.
Well, e4, bishop c5 check. Okay, he's going to try to win the rook, but the rook may not even be enough.
No, because f7 is going to hang, and black's whole position collapses there. This should be a pretty straightforward win for Andrew. For Brandon, the crazy idea has backfired. It's crushing.
And if he takes the rook, you take on f7 and play bishop g5 and pick off the queen.
Well noted, and this is over. There's not a single inkling of compensation for black. And Brandon needs half a point if he can take this one home.
Yeah, but queen d7 is almost like giving up, unfortunately. You can play e6 here and just give the square for the knight later in the game. You don't even have to use the square right away. Okay, if you try to win a piece now, queen f7, rook d1 wins the queen.
And
oh, wait, check. He's probably rook d1. Sorry,
it's check, he wants rook d1. Yeah, winning the piece back. This is completely resignable. Look at how white's pawns, doubled though they may be, they are covering the king from any possible checks. I don't see a single way that Andrew could swindle him here.
Okay, and back to the
White's turn. It's like in the first Blitz game. Queen f6, goodbye. It's over. Brandon within half a point of qualifying to the JSCC. Here we go. Wow, what a finale there.
White could have won by just doubling rooks because the black king was helpless. Okay, this is another way of getting the job done. Okay.
Seat belts.
Final game,
another
game 14. Nothing less than a win for Andrew as white will do.
But he repeats the line that gave him a tremendous amount of success. Brandon taking a little bit longer this time, trying to find the right setup. h4, this is exactly how Andrew should play. And Brandon, he's not off to the right start, Mike. This is not a position that he wants to have. Knight f3 and h5. The position plays itself.
Not only is it the right move, it's also the right move given the circumstances of the match. So it's doubly correct.
This is already very scary. The eval bar, though, not concerned. Maybe just rook g8 and you protect the pawn on g6 and try to castle long. No, he involves the king. This is already desperation, though. This does not look good. In comes the knight. In comes the bishop. This is a disaster for Brandon out of the opening.
Not only that,
oh my God.
Even the queen's rook is going to go to b1 and b5 and enter the fun at some point.
Goodness, in 30 seconds, this is complete collapse in a critical game for Brandon. Time is dwindling. He's totally lost.
It seems like some sort of backup opening was needed. Maybe e4, e5 wasn't the way to go when you only need a draw.
Especially in this pivotal game, given his track record in the Vienna, which has not been positive to say the least. He's down to 10 seconds. His position is in shambles.
Yeah, what do you even do here? Rook's getting to h7, no matter what you do.
King e6, but d4, bishop c4, and Andrew with confidence. 7-7 is going to be our score, just like in the other match. Queen takes c3.
d5 is going to come without any thought, probably. There you go.
Queen takes c3, queen c4 would have been another queen sacrifice wins the game with queen c4. Okay, but Brandon going to c5 and b6, and the days are numbered for the Black King.
I want to see castles mate. You can castle and play queen c4 and mate if the king went back to e6. Okay.
Overtime!
There we go. A reminder, they're going to play 4 more games of 1+1, just like our first quarterfinals, bonus chess, free chess, 4 games of 1+1, and if that's still tied, we're going to have some bidding. They're going to have to break out their
game theory skills. Oh my God. 4 games. Mike, I'm going to take this opportunity to replace my headphones. 5 seconds. I'll give you the driver's seat for just a moment.
Sounds good. We might have an IQP position here, but we have to say that Andrew Hong has got to feel the momentum going into this extra bonus time because he should have been out of this match. He won a game in game number 9. He shouldn't have won. And then he was down there. He was in a must-win situation. He actually got the job done with relative ease. And now we've got Danya back with some silver headphones. Those are the special tiebreaker headphones.
Those are the tiebreaker. They only come out in the event of a tiebreaker. Mike, I cannot wrap my head around the fact that we are having our second overtime in 2 JSCC qualifiers.
Yeah, we're going to have to call it the Chess Commentator Union because we're making you work overtime this week.
Well, we need to get Andrew and Brandon in a room. We need to get them to learn some black openings because look at this. This is resignable. Oh my God. Goodbye. This is a free piece and a free rook after knight a7.
Knight a7. The queen's even having trouble finding a place for herself to hide.
Knight takes a5 would have been the most accurate, though, winning the bishop on b7. And Brandon striking first. Bang, bang, bang.
Although conversions, conversions have been his issue, so that's not mail anything in just yet.
Oh, knight g4, just an inkling of something. Queen f6. Get something going on the f2, but knight d1 is a circumspect move that defends everything. Or this.
Yep, rook c8's coming right now, actually.
Knight takes d5. That ends the game on the spot.
Is that a must find? Well, it was found anyway.
Brandon not missing the back ranker. He wins the first game. And remember, the first to 2.5 wins, they won't play all 4 games if one of the players wins 2.5 games early.
Okay, now Brandon, you can't play e5 against e4. You can't do it again.
Their stubbornness in the opening has cost them tons of games with the black pieces. I feel like they have to be more flexible. A Sicilian is still better, I think, than e4, e5. Grand Prix attack, as dangerous as it is, he's got to give it a shot. His Vienna is not working at all. Okay, this is 2 rooks up.
It's a full rook, and Andrew finally does not fight on. Okay, e4, and there you go. We have a Sicilian.
And let's see how Brandon responds to the Grand Prix, which also did not serve him very well because that early f5 is so dangerous.
Subtle variation here. The bishop stopped on c4 in this Grand Prix, not b5. This is actually the Grand Prix that I grew up knowing with the bishop on c4.
But now, whoa, this has gone very wrong for white. And Brandon handling this exquisitely. I don't see how Andrew's going to crash through on the king side. Bishop d4 could be an idea, and Queen. There's some mating threats, Mike.
I think he's gonna take the knight and take on d5. Yeah, I think you have to try this.
But it's a paper tiger. He doesn't have enough development, I think, to really prove anything. And Brandon can still castle king side. That king side is still pretty safe for black.
Yeah, honestly, bishop e6 was a much stronger move than I gave it credit for. So this exchange sack probably doesn't lead anywhere.
Okay, knight f4, dropping it back. Queen d6, defending e6, but takes in queen h5. He's giving him a chance. I thought Andrew should have given that check on h5, at least drawn the king closer to the center. Now b2 hangs. I would take that and go bishop d4 check. And rook d7. Oof. This is painful. But c4 is going to hang. Okay.
Yeah, now I don't think you take on b2 because you've opened up the b file. So
definitely. I would go rook g8 and orchestrate, play down the g file as quickly as I can. Rook g3 is a big threat. This looks winning. Or does it? Bishop e6! Bishop e6 and queen takes g3 was a crazy tactic. That was insane.
Well spotted.
But still looks dangerous for Brandon. I think he might want to go rook g8 here. Rook dg8. Queen e5, rook g2, and rook g1 is going to win the queen.
Diverting the rook by force. Very nice.
Bingo. Let's see if Andrew can find any defenses here. He might have to just keep his queen on e2 and sack on g2.
But wouldn't white have a rook and two bishops for the queen? I mean, oh, the king went that way. Okay.
Whoa! No, but this is not the way. Bishop e6 and Andrew is in the game.
Amazing how he does it. Completely lost to still fighting.
Tooth and nail, and he's down in exchange, and he's losing, but he wins b7, and it's still not over. Oh my God, he might win this game. This is a 3-result game now, Mike. Now he's got to be very careful. That bishop defends the rook. Do not let black eliminate the bishop.
Especially with check.
Taking b2. But take a2. Rook c6, rook h6.
Wow.
Oh my goodness. Buckle up. What are we going to have here? King d4. Counterplay against the black king. Counterplay against the black king. This could be mate. But Brandon escapes to a4. Oh, king c3. Oh, rook b2. It's almost mate. Oh, and Brandon
he might just take the bishop there, no?
Margins. He might have to. Or I might have a hard time. Oh my God, back to d4. He's safe now. Rook b3, though. Oh, rook b5. And now Andrew shouldn't lose. Rook b5. Oh my
comes
goodness
out. King goes around.
gracious.
We've already had
Brandon.
rook versus bishop and pawn today. We've had rook versus bishop.
It's going to be a draw, I think. Brandon's just going to repeat. And a big save for Andrew, who stays within a point, but he's got to get a game here with black. If Brandon wins this, he wins the match.
Yep. First one to 9.5, essentially, now that we've had an extended match. Brandon is 1 win away.
King's Indian defense. This is the opening you want to play in a must-win scenario. But Brandon, he knows the ins and outs of this pretty well from my experience with him. Okay. Rook ad1, centralizing, massing his pieces in the center is Brandon.
I have to say, in these positions as black, I always get too caught up with knight takes e4 tricks. They don't work here, but
I totally know what you mean.
yeah. That one time that they work, you want to look out for them.
Andrew got himself a pretty darn nice position here with f5 coming in. And he's also got control of the d4 square. But white's got the equivalent d5 square as well. Knight c3 here looks pretty natural.
Yeah.
Ooh, Andrew's definitely better. This is a dream scenario for black. Knight f6, knight b6, defending d5.
Yeah, f4, f3 might be coming really soon.
Ooh.
Although if you play f4 now, you give away e4 forever, so maybe not right away.
Queen b7 is a great move, pressuring that b2 pawn. White is in big trouble. Bishop d4, there's cd, and the pawn starts steamrolling white in the center.
Yeah.
Don't sleep on a4.
I actually like what Andrew's doing by not pushing the e or the f. He gives him that flexibility depending on how white plays.
Brandon holding on, rook c8, and maybe attack that c4 pawn. Nothing immediate here. Black's just much better because of his central superiority.
If the queen's straight, you can't guard c4.
What a classy move there by Andrew. A takes b3, bishop a3. Brandon with some great tricks, but rook takes c4, I think, should be winning for black. Oh my God.
Yeah.
But where is the exact knockout? Maybe he isn't finding anything. Uh-oh. Bishop d6 and bishop e5. White's going to start snapping up pawns.
I think all the pawns are going to leave the board here.
And rook e8, there's rook takes d4, and material equality is restored. Oh my goodness, how Brandon has swindled this. And now white is no longer worse.
In fact, that pawn on d5 is the most dangerous pawn on the board all of a sudden.
And bishop c3, though, bishop c3. Rook e3, bishop d4. Or rook e3, rook b1.
Well, rook d3, though.
Oh, f takes e4, though. Where do you go on the third rank? No, Brandon's losing this. Rook h3?
Yeah, you have to go somewhere weird.
But then black goes e3. E3 wins the game because you cannot take it due to the mate, and Andrew sees it.
Wow.
He's going to win this.
The pawn just goes downtown. So Andrew will tie the matchup with one game to play. And if that game is a draw, we will have an Armageddon bidding match where I assume you bid for what time you'll play against White's 5 minutes.
This is one of the most unbelievable bullet matches, one of the most unbelievable matches we have ever seen. It's down to the wire. The winner of this game wins the match. If it's a draw, we go to Armageddon. It's a Grand Prix attack with Andrew handling the white pieces. Oh my goodness. Okay. Now black can eliminate this bishop, Mike, and that bishop is an integral attacker. So I wouldn't be too worried about getting checkmated here if I was Brandon.
Yeah, third Grand Prix attack we've seen Andrew play, but the first one where he's not pushed f5 at his first available opportunity. So taking on a little bit of different character than the first two iterations.
And he's paying the price for it. Brandon has basically a dream setup here with the two bishops both being kettled. Now, there's nothing too wrong with White's position. Andrew's got pretty good knights. This is still within the range of equality as he gets his queen to an active post. He's still entertaining kingside ideas as Andrew. That's
but it must be said,
bishop e4.
Andrew's been at his best in the bullet when he's gotten super aggressive attacking positions.
Right. Okay, bishop c3, queen d5. The Brandon layering up the pressure. Knight g4 here could be dangerous. Or b4. I would play b4, trying to undermine that knight. Knight back to f3, offering trades. Seems a little bit passive, but...
Remember, if there is a winner, it's all over. If it's a draw, we play Armageddon bidding match.
You believe this? Knight takes c2, though. Can Brandon snag up a pawn? He does. Bishop takes g7. That's a favorable trade for White, but White's whole pawn structure is collapsing. And oh, Andrew going for the quick exchange sack. Oh my goodness, he wants mate. Queen g3.
He wants
Queen
to
takes
end
g6
things here.
is a threat. Brandon is on the ropes. Rook f6 might have to be played, but then queen h4. He's got to come to...
Maybe you play rook g7 and accept that you're going to get the exchange back. But then you take and play 95.
Looks like he's winning with queen g5. Where's the move? What's the move? Is it queen g5? Is it knight e5? It's unclear. It's queen g5. He found it. Queen d8, though.
Okay,
no, bishop takes the famous winning. Queen takes g6 check.
Yeah, and Brandon looks up in the air. He just realized right away.
95. It's still not over, though. But he's completely lost. In comes the rook. Andrew should be able to win this. Where is it, though? Knight g5.
Yeah, could not play knight g5 in the previous move because you would hang mate on g2, right. But you can play it now.
It wins, and Andrew patiently taking his time. He's going to give a couple of checks. You can sense the nerves, but where is the knockout blow? Is it knight g5? 7 seconds. He plays it. Queen d4. Queen d4 and bishop g2 has to be tried, but the king escapes the checks easily. Queen back to d7. Rook e3. There's a queen d1 check. 4 seconds for Andrew. He gives a check. Will he take on e6 here? Back to h5 he goes.
Careful,
Rook
don't keep repeating.
Queen d4. But no,
he covered the d1 square. Oh, he had his queen.
Oh!
He covered the d1 square, and Brandon forgot.
And he probably maybe even knew that it was a blunder. Maybe he realized that there was nothing else he could have done because there was nothing else he could have done. The rook lift was decisive. And Andrew Hong defeats Brandon in the decisive game and earns the JSCC ticket. What a match, Mike. Unbelievable.
Yeah, he was down 2 games in the bullet, and then he was also in a position where he had to win a final game to force the extra session, and then he was behind again in the tiebreak session and won the final 2 games. So he came back, I don't know, I think about 3 different times in the same match.
This is absolutely unbelievable. Brandon was so close, so many times, but at the end of the day, Andrew Hong's unbelievable resilience, his grit, his tenacity, his verve, everything coming together as he delivers in the crucial final game to win the match. And we will have Andrew Hong for you for a quick interview. First, we will go on a break. We will get him set up. We will let the players catch their breath. And of course, Brandon will hold us set up high, as disappointed as he will be. You are watching the Junior Speed Chess Championship, the second epic qualifiers in the books that Andrew Hong is qualified. Interview coming up on the other side of this break.
Want to play chess online or learn how to improve? Join us at the #1 chess destination in the world, chess.com. With hundreds of thousands of people playing at any moment, you'll quickly find a game with someone at your level, whether you're a total beginner or a grandmaster. You can play games at any pace against friends, other members, or one of our many computer personalities. Chess.com makes improving fun and easy. Sharpen your game with tactics puzzles and enhance your strategy with our videos and lessons by top masters. Learn from your own games with Chess.com's easy-to-use analysis tool. Regardless of your skill level, Chess.com has all you need to take your game to the next level. Chess.com is your go-to source for chess news, live coverage of tournaments, events, and everything in between. Experience Chess.com anytime and anywhere, whether you're at home on your computer or on the go with our mobile apps. Signing up is free and easy, so what are you waiting for? Join Chess.com today.
Welcome back to the Junior Speed Chess Championship qualifier number 2 presented by SIG. Andrew Hong has just pulled off an absolutely epic result, defeating Brandon Jacobson in one of the most memorable, most epic matches we have ever seen in the history of the JSCC. We have Andrew for an interview. Andrew, congratulations. Can you walk us through some of the emotions that were running through your head as you were playing that final game, as you were lifting your rook up to E3? What were you feeling in that moment?
Yeah, first of all, I'd like to just give big thanks to chess.com for inviting me. Also to my opponents, because they played extremely well, and I felt like in multiple situations, they just totally outplayed me. I was quite fortunate in a lot of games. And the match was obviously with Brandon was obviously really close. And for the final game, during that last moment, when he played Queen D7, like I sort of panicked. I didn't really see how to proceed. So I like repeated once with Queen H6, Queen G6, and I didn't see anything. So I went Queen H5, and then I realized if I go to G6 again, it'll be 3 times, or 3 full repetition. But then like at the last second, I saw like Queen covers D1, so I can go Rook E3. So again, I think that was quite lucky too.
We thought you did that on purpose because it looks so clever that you were toggling but covering D1, but you know.
Yeah, that was the hope. That was the hope. I thought that was quite clever, but it was definitely not planned at all.
Now, before we went live on there, you called yourself lucky, but as I said, we called you resilient. In a lot of positions, even though you were down like a rook, you just kept playing. And a lot of players at your level, at the Grandmaster level, wouldn't dream of doing so. And you scored some points. There was, I think, in your second match, you actually were down queen for rook and made a comeback in a game. So why do you not resign in those positions? Or maybe did you just show us the answer for why you didn't resign? But why is that part of your game?
I guess sometimes I might do it over the top, you know, like sometimes I know some players think it's disrespectful and stuff, but I feel like in my career, it's always been a big part of my game. I can look back on countless examples where I've been completely lost and like turn the game. So I think it's just something I do, and against Brandon especially, I've played him multiple times before in matches, and usually he completely outplays me, and I get lucky like all the time. So that was all I was counting on, to be honest. Yeah.
Well, you know what they say, good players are lucky. But Andrew, I was pretty impressed with your opening choices, particularly against Brandon. The Vienna was working incredibly well. Now, the Vienna is not a common opening at your level. Could you tell us a little bit about what inspired you to play the Vienna? Do you play it sometimes in over-the-board chess? And if not, how did you come up with that idea?
I think as if I played over the board, I think I'll keep that secret for now. But
Fair.
As for where I got the idea, I read this book. It's by I forgot. I think Vladimir Evgeny Sveshnikov. It's sort of like one of the best. Talks about one of the best repertoires for Blitz. Like I actually just stumbled upon the book by accident and like flipped through a few pages. And I came upon this Vienna, which I know Daniel, you've played quite successfully too. So I thought it'd be a good idea to give it a shot, especially considering that I know Brandon studied the Spanish intensively. And so like the one game I tried that I got absolutely demolished. So I just decided to do that instead. And yeah, I mean, I just try to take it easy because I didn't come into this qualifier with too many expectations. I mean, I haven't played in quite a while, so I expect to be rusty. So I think that was part of my advantage, just taking it easy and letting it flow.
And Andrew, I don't think you've ever played in the main event of the Junior Speed Chess Championship before. You've punched your ticket now. You will definitely play in that. How do you rate your chances going into that? I think in the past you've even beaten people like Wesley So and Yam Nepomniachtchi in online chess. So does that give you some confidence going in to play against people like Nihal Sarin or somebody like that?
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously an extremely strong event. I'd probably be the underdog in like almost every match, but I mean, I just got to keep the same confidence that I can beat anyone, and we'll just see how it goes. I mean, I honestly don't have too high of an expectation, but you never know what happens.
Well, Andrew, congratulations. Speed of light was being demonstrated today, and we will watch it carefully in the main event. But right now, we're going to let you rest. That is the least thing that you have earned. So congratulations, Andrew, on an amazing win and on your ticket to the JSCC, and best of luck in the main event.
Yeah, and cool. Thanks for Chess.com for inviting me and for everyone who tuned in today.
Thank you, Andrew. Oh my goodness. As we look at the bracket seems pretty peaceful. Just another 8.5, 9.5 win, right, Mike? Just another day in the office.
I love it because, I live in chess kid land where we literally tell kids never to resign. And the guy that does never resign ends up winning specifically because of his fighting spirit. So I just want to show everybody out there, it's not just about learning openings and mastering endgames. Some of it is just having that will to fight. And that's what got Andrew through to the JSCC main event today. So I've become a fan.
And what's incredibly amazing about this is that this is just the qualifier. And what's even more amazing is that this isn't even the last qualifier, because we will have another one tomorrow morning, and we will have one more ticket to the main event that will be decided starting 8 a.m. Pacific, 11 a.m. Eastern, tomorrow, Friday, April 8th. So both of the qualifiers so far have gone to overtime. And this is exactly why we tune in. There's something about the JSCC that produces explosive, incredible, close matches. Mike, your final reflections on today before we say our final words and wrap up.
Well, it's great to be back on chess.com. If it's always this exciting here, you guys should invite me a little bit more often. So I really had a lot of fun, and it's great to see a lot of these kids who I knew 5 years ago when they were in Chess Kid land. Now they're representing themselves in really esteemed fashion, and I can't wait to see the next crop. These were the American kids. There's a special place in my heart, and I really appreciated just being a part of this. So have a great qualifier 3, and if you make it to the 3rd straight tiebreak, we are going to have to give you some hazard pay.
Absolutely. I mean, this is the best overtime I could possibly ask for. I had such a great time. I can't believe 5 hours just went by, because they went by in an absolute flash. Oh my lands. And before we sign off, I'd like to thank you, Mike. It was such a pleasure commentating this qualifier with you. I'd like to thank everybody in Twitch and YouTube chat. We had thousands cheering on your favorite player. Of course, a thank you to the players and to our producer, Matt, for another excellent, flawless broadcast. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to wrap up. Tomorrow, the 3rd qualifier. It's going to be another epic one. But for now, FIDE Master Mike Klein, Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky saying goodbye from qualifier number 2 of the Junior Speed Chess Championship presented by SIG. We'll see you tomorrow.